Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. You seem riled up.
Yeah, man. It's Friday, man. It's, song coming out today. And we got a big weekend of sports ahead of us. A couple of Ranger games. I don't have any. No more baseball. We're done.
Oh, that's why you're happy.
Well, no, I mean, we got football. And we got my youngest one has final tournament next week. But,
As the intro song was coming on, he goes to himself. He never does this. All right, let's go. Here we go. Come on. He's in the production room, cranking out his commercials, and it's a Friday. So, RJ Choppy, it still feels like it was a longer week, even though I missed Monday. I was out. It feels like I've been here for 7 straight days.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
It's a long. Look, these
Maybe the weather.
The weather. I think the weather plays a part of it. My lawn it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing right now because there's so much rain. These weeds have just popped up out of nowhere. It's a temperate climate now, and things can grow. Weeds don't grow at 110.
Yeah,
I get nothing to grow now, and I need a day of dryness. I couldn't mow yesterday; it was too wet.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Pay running things as always. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We're loaded today. We do not have enough time for today's show. Bobby Belt is hearing some things out at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. He'll tell us about it at 6 o'clock. Of course, we will get you ready for games 1 and 2 with the help of Jeff Banister, the former Rangers manager, D-backs bench coach, will join us at 8. We'll have a World Series high-low during the Expressway. We'll also have a brand new RJ World Series song. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Slammed. Absolutely slammed. As for last night, you had a bunch of different sports going on. I wasn't really interested in Bills-Bucks. The only interest I had was, is Buffalo going to slip here? I thought this was a game. I should have said it yesterday because I woke up to text from Tolo Chris like you did. I was like, man, this spread is really large with the way Buffalo has been playing. Can Tampa Bay sneakily make this close? I think the spread was like 9 or something like that. The Bills,
8.5, something like that. Yeah.
The Bills behind, now it was in Buffalo. The Bills behind 3 touchdowns from Josh Allen end up winning 24-18. Bettors very upset over a last-second cover.
Yeah, and it was almost a last-second victory, or at least a tie game. You know who else wasn't excited about that game? Al Michaels, Al Somnia. Al wanted to be anywhere else but Orchard Park, New York. Anywhere else. I feel for him now, man. Okay, I used to make fun of Al, but now I'm like, this guy's called the Miracle on Ice. He's called countless World Series and Super Bowls, and he is stuck doing Thursday Night Football for, as far as he's concerned, on a podcast. He views Amazon Prime as a podcast. So I can't imagine Al is thrilled. I haven't, I don't.
Did you notice this as the game went along or from the very jump? I saw Michael Lombardi tweeted, I saw enough. I'm out. I'm not going ahead and watching this. It was a 17-10 game at halftime.
Yeah. No, it was as the game wore on and everything.
And then 24-10 after 3.
Right. And then at that point, I think most people probably assume that, okay, we could check out of this game. Even if Tampa makes it close, they're not going to win. They're not going to win the game. They were doing nothing offensively.
So the Bills end up winning 3 touchdowns from Josh Allen. Dame Lillard makes his Milwaukee debut. The Bucks end up winning. They end up winning last night as Dame and Giannis end up joining forces. And LeBron said no minutes. By the way, I'll get to it in a second. LeBron said no minutes restriction in the fourth quarter. I'm playing the entire fourth quarter. The Lakers come back from down double digits to the Suns, who did not have Bradley Beal or Devin Booker. The Suns have been owning the Lakers. The Lakers even out their season, winning by 5.
Back-to-back record nights in the league. 2 nights ago, you had the best Celtics first game in team history by KP. Debut, yep. And then this one, the best Bucks debut ever with 39 points from Dame.
Woo! And they beat Philly, and that's where we'll stick with the drama. This is unreal. So James Harden disappeared from the team. He's not happy, not getting traded, not getting his new contract, called Daryl Morey, the GM, a liar. Then he shows back up and they tell him at the facility, they basically have the bouncer at the door, nah, we don't think it's a great idea. We suggest that you don't really join us. Well, James literally just took the word as a suggestion. He said it was just a suggestion. Yeah. So when they get ready to fly out to Milwaukee to open the season, Harden shows up. Harden shows up to the team plane.
Mm-hmm.
So Elton Brand has to step on out there and be like, yo, man, when we told you we didn't want you to practice, that meant we didn't want you to show up and play. You need to stay back home. James, not happy about that. Did show up to the facility yesterday to get his work in. And now the NBA is investigating this for some reason. I don't understand, but the James Harden drama, it's in full effect.
It is. And you know, he's trying to get on team planes, sneaking on, security's telling him no. You got players saying this, that. It's very strange. But, you know, Philadelphia wants him, obviously, to be in shape. Otherwise, they can't trade him.
Well,
I mean, you could, but like,
I don't know if James has ever been in shape and he's been traded.
You need to, I assume you want like him to be as ready to go as they possibly can.
Ryan, make it a 3-shot because we have been graced early with the presence of Roberto Bobby Belt back from the sickness.
Oh,
what's up, Bob?
Nothing. Not much. What's up?
Look at you. What is that?
It's Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry, a wonderful 105 through the fan sponsor, Chop.
How you doing?
Great. Feel good today.
Your face still looks like a little... You look a little nauseous.
Does it?
Yeah, something's going on.
I thought y'all thought I was faking it yesterday.
Well, that's interesting.
I did.
So I think that you think you were sick, but I just don't trust your brain.
You don't think I physically actually vomited? Here's what happened. I woke up. Here's why you got the text. Because I heard you say, you're like, why didn't I get a heads up like at 10 that you were starting to feel? I didn't feel bad at 10. I woke up at 3:20 and like my stomach felt like I was getting stabbed. And I was like, the hell's wrong? And so I didn't even feel like I was going to throw up at the time. It just, it hurt. And I was like, this is weird. Like it made me think something was like wrong in terms of like my stomach was inflamed or something.
Of course.
So, because I had that happen a year ago. And so I was like, okay, I guess it's that. I guess I, energy drinks or something or hurting my stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And so then after sitting there for a little while, I was like, no, I got to get sick. And so I went in there, threw up.
I got to get sick.
Got to get sick.
No.
Got to get sick. Got to take the day off.
I never heard that phrase.
No, I'm going to be sick. So I went in there and I threw up and sat there and my stomach still hurt. You know how usually you throw up and then your stomach feels better instantly? Typically, unless it's a bug or something like that. Went in there, threw up. Hurt still. Went in there, threw up again about 10 minutes later, and it still hurt. And then I checked my temperature, and it was like 100.9. And I was like, okay, if my stomach's still hurting after 2 times throwing up, that means I'm gonna get sick again. This is not just, I ate something bad and it's out. And I did. I threw up like 3 more times during the period of the show. So yeah, I was not feeling good yesterday.
Yeah, I thought you were like you were pulling a Russo. Where you were going to miss the first segment of the show. I thought you were sick and then you were going to come in.
You thought it was a prank.
I thought it was a prank.
Oh, I know. I Tolo. I heard.
Yeah.
Live?
Not live. I was going down on the toilet at that point.
Whoa. Jeez, Robert.
So what is it?
I don't know.
Was it?
I don't know. I think it was like a quick stomach bug or something, but it didn't because I got sick like 5 times yesterday. So I was done by, I think the last time I got sick that was like 8:30. And I remember the last time that I was vomiting in the middle of the show and how it was sternly suggested to me to clean up my act or go home. And so I decided that I should probably not come back. When my stomach still hurt,
apples and oranges.
When my stomach, no. But here's honestly what happened. When my stomach hurt after the second time, I just was like, okay, then I know it's not. If I would have felt good after that second one, if I would have been like, okay, I would have got up then and probably come in. But I knew I was going to keep getting sick.
What you think, Pepe?
I'll buy it. I'll buy it for now.
Okay.
You know, he's flanked down the last 3 episodes of Love of the Stars, so I guess something's going on.
Whoa! Tell us about that.
Not
Ross is
true.
upset.
Did we not record without you last night, Payton?
Well, I didn't get anything this morning again, so I don't know.
So, well,
we
did.
have some love of the star drama
Yeah, look
here.
at this.
We did. No, but I will say Payton I was about to give Payton credit, not anymore. I was about to say Payton's the only one who said feel better in the text. That was the only one.
Mine was,
and
I intentionally did not say feel better.
I could very much tell. And I could also tell with Choppy's suggestion of, wow, first time we've gotten a morning call. Are you forgetting 4 months ago, Chop, when you were 20 minutes in the show and you said, I just got to sign, I'm going to have to, and as soon as I got here, you left.
Well, yeah.
So that's a morning call-in.
Bobby's, well, he showed up, though.
I showed up.
Bobby's RJ's only disappointment yesterday was he didn't have breakfast from you. He goes, breakfast burrito feel great right now. I feel fantastic. So I did. I bet I was the first to check on you after the show.
You were the only one to check on me after the show, so you get credit for that.
Did Spittle check on you?
Spittle didn't say a word.
He was too busy buying drinks.
Never.
Buying drinks. I mean, he's the worst
Oh,
at that. He's the worst. He like you would never think that either. He's the absolute worst. It's just like, all right, just tell me when you're going back in. That's it. It's not like, hey, feel better. You text the bosses. You're like, I'm not feeling while I'm out. Dead silence.
They respond.
It's like, did this go through? Like, do they know for sure? And it's cold. It's real cold.
I'd rather you respond with the letter K. Just K.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I figure I didn't get a text saying, "Oh, feel better," or when you're gonna be back. We're even now. Okay, so World Series, ALCS credentials. We're even now.
All right, it's the Friday edition, off to a roaring start here on Sean and RJ. Ugh. Spittle was at the AAC last night for what happened to the Dallas Stars, and the biggest disappointment of this show is not Bobby Belt. It's Payton Russell.
Yep.
For not making it official next.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation.
Mitch Marner with authority restores Toronto's lead.
Oh, Toronto TV with the call. Dallas Stars lose to the Maple Leafs 4-1 at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex Friday edition. Back at full strength. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on your home of the American League champs. The Stars had 5 shots in the first period. Now, they tripled that in the second, but Toronto scored really the nail in the coffin. It was a bomb, too. It was from a long ways out to make it 3-1. Stars end up losing, cool off the beginning of their year.
Battle of the backups, battle of the backup goalies in net. And then, the Stars give up a power play goal, which they hadn't done in like almost 20 penalty kill chances. So Stars get a loss, but Toronto's a good team. They're a solid squad. They've got not an all-time great, but in today's game, one of the better players in the league in Austin Matthews.
Yeah, I mean, thought to be a future all-time great, somebody who's, going to be one of these faces of the league for a long time. But, yeah, I mean, it was when they gave up that penalty, because, they started the year, it was like 18 of 18 or something like that. They'd killed every penalty. And Wedgwood wasn't great last night with, Otter getting the, with Otter getting the, rest day or the maintenance day or whatever. But, he also wasn't helped out because on that second goal, for instance, like Sagan, Hakanpää, they were in bad position. They helped contribute to that, and then you give up the power play goal, and then it was just done. So
Stars lost in regulation for the first time in 6 games this year and had their 3-game winning streak snapped. Tampa Bay with their 3rd win in a row. So the Stars fall to 4-1-1 with their first loss at home. All right, we're loaded today. We got some Cowboy trade rumors. Jerry Jones showing up to practice, maybe with a purpose yesterday. This Derrick Henry stuff that I immediately flushed down the toilet. Apparently, I need a plunger to maybe go ahead and try to get it back up. We'll get to that at 6. Rangers World Series Game 1 tonight in Arlington. Now, you're getting nervous like RJ was at the beginning of the week. You're getting sick. Is this what made you vomit?
Yeah, this was it. It was just thinking about, I can't stop thinking about how similarly confident I was going into the Giants World Series in 2010.
Yeah.
I was like, they can't hit it. They can't keep up with you. And then you were honestly lucky to win 1 game in that series. You very easily could have been swept. And
that was Game 3 they won, right?
Yeah, they won Game 3, and that was a Moreland home run. I think Colby pitched that game. And it was, you felt pretty good going into that series as well and felt like San Francisco wasn't anything to worry about. Luckily, we have Bochy on our side this time, but I am starting to get a little just nervous energy the closer we get to it.
Well, I mean, look, if you find yourself losing a game to them, in not losing the game, but losing while the game is going on. There are some teams where, like, if you're losing in the Rangers, say, with this bullpen, you're not like, what was me. If you're losing you could come back on this team. If you're losing the Diamondbacks, but you're going to struggle to come back on them. Like, they have a really solid bullpen. That their bullpen is what you would call, like, that's a championship level bullpen.
All the ceremonies are set. George W. will throw out the first pitch tonight to Pudge. And then for Game 2 tomorrow, Adrian Beltre will take the mound to deliver to Fergie Jenkins.
Black Eyed Peas.
Ooh, no, yes. You're going to be there tonight. This will be the safest first pitch ever. If anyone's worried about being in a crowd,
needs to be a brown person, Sharif, in the building.
Right. If anybody's worried about being in a crowd, don't be when there's a president in the building. That place is going to be fine. It'll be on absolute lockdown. But that'll be cool. That'll be a cool scene. Wish I was going.
And then Her will perform the national anthem.
Yeah, they just call her. It's not H-E-R.
Which one sounds normal? Which one did I screw up? Her or H-E-R? Is it her?
It's her.
It's her.
It's her, which is funny because, and I've known who that is.
Is that a pronoun thing?
No, we were actually doing a weekend show, and it turned into like an Abbott and Costello thing where Alec was behind the board and he was talking about her, and he's like, "Oh, I love her," and I had not heard him set it up to realize he was talking about the singer. So when he said that, I was like, "Who?" Then he goes, "Her," and I go, "Who?" And I know who that was, but at the time I had no idea we were referencing the singer, and so I was very confused for about 5 minutes.
So Her is going to perform the national anthem tonight, and then Pearl Peterson is going to have
I love Pearl.
Game 2. So there you go. Let me know where you are sitting, and I'll go meet up with the G-Bag Nation. Bobby, are you going to make it on out there, or the press pass is not available?
Well, I'm looking for tickets, so that tells you to where that stands, that angle of it. But no, I have I thought I had some tickets maybe, and then that fell through, and so I'm still scrounging around. I'm still looking.
You're looking for tonight or tomorrow?
Just tonight. Alana Springsteen's in town tomorrow, so I'm going to go watch her.
Is that Bruce's kid?
No, it's not.
Is that she?
It is a
Alana.
she.
Okay.
Yes, Alana.
He or she?
I'm trying to Google who Pearl Peterson is. Every Pearl Peterson I could find on Google is dead.
It's a Boys and Girls Club youth talent performer.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so it's not this lady.
I don't think so.
Pearl's an old school name. That's
I
old
don't
school.
think the Loyola superfan is singing
No.
tomorrow.
Sister Jean.
Sister Jean.
Yeah, the Me First
All
Nun.
right, step to the microphone, young man. You got some explaining to do. Yesterday, during the payload,
Soft launch, baby.
you talked about something. Man, I brought this up to Amanda on the way out to your lunch suggestion in Grapevine. She started dying laughing. She knew exactly what this was.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And you told us that you were going to execute the soft launch by possibly making your relationship official last night at Gloria's or some restaurant in Rockwall. The Tolos asked for it last night. We're all sitting there, 8, 9 p.m. I didn't care about Bills Bucks. I didn't care about Dame's debut. I wanted to see this soft launch that all the young kids are talking about. What happened?
So it's out there. If you were expecting it to go on Twitter, then you were mistaken. I gave out my Instagram handle yesterday because I know I gave out my Instagram handle because the commercial break after the payload, I get about 35 follow requests from Tolos who wanted to follow Pepe. And I posted it on Instagram last night, the soft launch. RJ Choppy saw it. He responded to it along with 40 other messages from Tolos. Saying congrats. Saying,
what's the difference with this and X Twitter?
You don't post certain things like that on Twitter. Twitter's not made for
not for photos.
Not for photos. Maybe like group dinners and stuff. You can throw it on there. Show dinners, team dinners, but you don't post like date pictures on there. You put that on Snapchat or Instagram. I chose to do Instagram, and it worked out.
Well, I'll tell you what I tell Choppy, and I guess you're too dense to also realize it. You have 769 followers on Instagram. You have 2,300 on X and Twitter, maybe a well. So you have triple the audience on X and Twitter. Part of your job is still proving yourself before, because you got, damn it, I messed up my threat because I can't remember his name. You got Ross. Hot on your heels?
Yeah, hot on the heels, man.
Ross is hot on the heels. So we were sitting here. Your Twitter handles are so damn confusing. I didn't realize it was your Instagram. It was so clearly not your X handle, Payton_Russell1. I remember you giving that.
Yes.
You gave that.
That's Twitter.
Yeah.
So if you gave that, that's what I was waiting to see.
Payton_Russ9 is Instagram, by the way.
So then I'll just screenshot it and put it on X.
Yeah, because I'll side with Payton on this. Like, people don't scroll Twitter the way they scroll through Instagram. You just sit there and you go on stories. The story I would never post. I wouldn't have posted the photo on your feed. That's a straight Instagram story. That thing, right?
That's what I did.
Yeah. That's a straight story because you'll get traction out of that. I mean, I can't tell you the amount of times I've posted a photo or video on both, and with 1/10 of the followers on Instagram, I get more traction. It's crazy. Because that's the way people consume the apps.
Are we on your private story, all three of us?
I don't have a private story.
You're a liar. Gosh,
I
that
don't.
means no, we're not.
What does that
I
mean?
don't even know what a private story is.
Oh,
it's
the green?
It's the green story. It's for only close friends.
Oh.
Well, everyone's my close friends.
You're so.
But-
Well, clearly not people on X.
Whoa! Well, they need to follow me on Instagram. See, I'm trying to hype up the Instagram followers. That's why I wanted people to go there.
So here it is. I do see it. This is the soft launch photo at Giovanni's with the glass of white wine. This is a very good photo.
Yeah.
This is
really
a great photo, and you just left the people hanging. So, whatever.
It is official, though. Just want to throw it out.
Oh, yeah.
I did. Yeah, sorry. I wanted to.
How did you say it?
I said, well, I've been thinking a little bit, not verbatim, but, I was like, you like me, I like you. We know that. I said,
We know you like me.
We know you like me.
We know this.
She's told me. She's told me.
She's told me.
And then I said, would you like to be my girlfriend? Make it official. And she said, absolutely.
That was sweet. Good job. I do want to know what you had for dinner with the white wine.
Did you?
Did you pair it properly?
Well, I had the red wine.
Yeah. So what did y'all order?
Mine was a Cabernet.
What food?
Oh, food. She got a pasta. I don't remember exactly. Chicken something pasta.
So observant.
Was it a white sauce or a red
white
sauce?
sauce.
It had to be white with.
So maybe it was a Alfredo.
Okay.
And then I got a sausage rigatoni.
They
very
matched
nice.
it.
They matched
well
it.
done.
Well done.
Well done.
That's
well
good.
done.
Good.
Congratulations, Pepe.
Thank you.
Happy for you,
Congratulations.
man.
Thanks for
Yeah.
putting us down on X. All right. What's going on at the Ford Center? We're going to get to the Rangers. Games 1 and 2 at 6:20. Jerry Jones itching, and is this Derrick Henry rumor as stupid as I thought? Inside the Star with our Cowboys Insider next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
John Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you. Thank you for being a Tolo and being part of the 6 a.m. club for an absolutely loaded Friday edition. Do not go anywhere with Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. He'll join us right after we talk about the Rangers Diamondbacks World Series preview. We'll have a World Series high-low at 7:20, and Jeff Banister will join us at 8. May debut the RJ Choppy World Series song in about 20 minutes here on your home of the AL Champs. First, Bobby Bell, take us inside the star. What's going on over there?
Jerry wants to talk. That's pretty clear. It's really interesting to me that he is going to end up talking 5 times between their last game and the start of their next one, and then he'll probably talk after the next one. I mean, they're going to have a home game.
Well, he's got 4 mandatory ones.
Right.
He talks with us twice a week, KMC 2 more times, and then yesterday at practice.
Right, and that's what I mean, though, is that he's got all these times that he has to talk, and yet he still walked out to reporters on Thursday and wanted to talk, which is not something that he does very often.
So how do you know when he's walking out there, whether he is bombarded and stopped or whether he wants to talk?
So usually he will be out. We won't see him till he's on the other practice field, and then we're obviously not allowed to walk out to the middle of the practice field. So when he starts crossing between the 2 fields, when he starts crossing them from that line, he's not just standing there watching practice, or he's not making a beeline to chat with McCarthy or something like that, and he starts walking towards the end zones. That's when it's like, oh, he's coming over here to talk. And that's what he did yesterday. He came up, held court for a little while, took questions in the middle of practice, and when he does that, it's usually
while practice is going on?
Yeah.
In the middle?
Yeah. When he does it, which, to be honest, like that portion of practice that you're going to see is there's not a ton going. You're counting players to see who's missing. But I mean, honestly, that's what you're doing for the first 10 minutes. So Jerry comes over there, and when he starts talking about the trade deadline and making comments on it and saying similar things to what he said to us, the same sort of thing of like, hey, I like this team, but if a deal's there, somebody's got to pick up the phone. If it makes us better, we'll look at it. We'll always entertain that. But what I think is interesting is the fact that he chose to walk up to reporters and talk about it. There's an end game in mind. He doesn't just talk to go, hey, let's chit chat. He goes up and talks when he wants to discuss something, when he wants something to be discussed. And that's something that I think the fact that he went out there and talked about the deadline again and made it clear, hey, we'll take a call. That feels very much to me like he wants another Trey Lance situation. Not Trey Lance specifically.
Oh, we can have another deck threat.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice.
Not Trey Lance specifically, but
Carson Wentz.
He wants a team to call. I think Jerry wants a team to call so that he can pick up the phone and just make the decision. Because if you've got guys in the personnel department and Will McClay, Stephen Jones, those guys, that they're going to pick up the phone and they're going to say, hey, what do you guys have over there? What are you doing? But Jerry's not going to make that phone call necessarily. Like, hey, we were looking at your roster. We like this guy. Would you think about moving him? So because of that, it's much easier if a call just comes in for Jerry to say, you know what, guys, I say yes. I'm going to overrule here and I'm going to say yes. And so I think Jerry would like that phone call to come through. And I think that's why he's talking so openly about, hey, we're open for business. We're not going to make any calls, but if you'd like to ring my line, I'm here for you.
So let me get this straight, because again, I thought we were too old for games, all of us. This is.
You just heard Payton's last segment, right?
Yeah, this is exactly. This is the
Jewel
football.
said no.
This is the football version of soft launching. So Jerry Jones, let me break this down.
All my opinion.
All your opinion. You think Jerry Jones wants to make a trade.
Mm-hmm.
But rather than just initiate it, pick up the phone call as the man, the boss, Jerry would prefer someone to call, which blew up as a story last week when we all talked about it with him on Tuesday this week. Jerry would prefer someone to call so it makes it easier for him to say yes to a trade to either bypass or overrule Stephen or Will McClay.
So here,
help me with that.
No, not bypass or overrule. Similarly, when you have these trades out here, you have these guys, Stephen and Will are going to be more up to date on who's out there, who do we know is available. Jerry's not necessarily, I don't think, going to have as much because those guys are the ones interacting and dealing directly with other general managers a lot of times.
Letty Williams.
It's like when Tom Dimitroff told us. He's like, yeah, when I would call the Cowboys or when the Cowboys called me, it was Stephen. That's who I talked to, was Stephen. Steven's going to be the one who has a better handle on who's out there. So if Steven doesn't necessarily want to initiate a call and do that, then Jerry may just kind of go, okay, well, I'm not going to just start randomly picking up the phone and calling people. And so I think what he would like, though, is let me get a call to come through. And in a situation like Trey Lance, I already know what you guys thought of the player. So whatever reservations you have, you guys have shared with me what you thought about this guy. I can evaluate. And Jerry was very clear after the Trey Lance trade of me. I made the call. I didn't have to check with anybody. I made the call. And I think that he wants one of those situations to pop up again where he says, I can look and see what you guys have said about this player, and I can decide if I want him or not.
I would love to hear from it. We need to ask a general manager in any sport how much of a factor it is versus calling first or getting the call. I'm dying to know how much of a difference it really is. Because what would make sense to me is sitting in the personnel meeting and saying, what do we need? Babe Laufenberg says we need linebacker. Other people are suggesting that we need corner. Who's out there? Oh, my God, Patrick Surtain. Denver. Call Denver and see if they're interested. Versus all these games and all. I wonder how much of a difference it actually makes. So that's an interesting theory. And then I didn't even want to give much weight to this story because I thought it was so stupid and laughable. But yesterday, who is Tony Pauline and what's his credibility?
Tony Pauline that's a good question. Trying to think of a good analogy for him. Tony Pauline is somebody who will be right about half the time. It's like blindly throwing darts. It feels like it sometimes, but he will hit on some big stuff, or he'll be ahead of some big stuff, but then he'll also completely miss on things.
All right. So Tony Pauline reported the Cowboys are a sleeper team to trade for Derrick Henry. Quote, the belief from many is Henry could end up in the NFC East with the Cowboys if Tennessee is willing to eat some of the money remaining on Henry's contract. Now, I know that Derrick Henry loves the Metroplex. Derrick Henry frequents.
Everybody does. Everybody comes here. Everybody trains here. Everybody moves here. Everybody wants to live here. Everybody just doesn't want to play here half the time.
He trains here. He trains here nonstop. And I was like, okay, this is dumb. They're not going to pay another running back this amount of money. They already have Tony Pollard. You want to run the football even more? If you can't stand Mike McCarthy's offense, are you kidding me? Is that the way I should be thinking about it?
So, probably, but I would say on August 1st, if we would have been sitting down here on the show and we were going through stupid hypotheticals, and I would have said, hey, which do you guys think is more likely, that the Cowboys trade for Derrick Henry or the Cowboys trade for Trey Lance? I think everybody would have said, well, neither one's going to happen, but it'd be Derrick Henry. Why would you trade for Trey Lance? And yet they gave up the capital to go get Trey Lance. And so I would say, even though it's unlikely, it does fit. When we talk about Jerry getting a phone call, if Jerry gets the phone call on, hey, we might be looking to trade Derrick Henry, I just would not rule out that he would say, you know what? Maybe.
So I would like to ask you, I don't want your personal opinion in any of this.
No opinion.
No.
Okay.
No personal opinion.
Gotcha.
I want you to give the opinion on how the Cowboys would view a Derrick Henry move. Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy coming on in 20 minutes. What would he say in that room about the idea of adding Derrick Henry to this football team? Not your opinion. Do you think that they would be interested? Does it make more sense than I'm thinking? We are missing the Zeke battering ram.
That's what I was thinking. Like
we're not running the football great right now.
I think they think it would greatly improve the red zone.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Between the 20s, I don't know. But inside, I think they think it would greatly improve the red zone. And I don't necessarily know that I disagree that it would improve their red zone.
Well,
Derrick Henry's a good player. I don't think that, there is such a thing as a goal line back, a third down back. The problem is you don't pay a third down back, a goal line back, $10 million.
Have we decided that Tony Pollard doesn't deserve the feature amount of touches by now?
No, I don't think you can say. I think the offensive line's got to stabilize a little bit. I think that, look, a lot of this is what's blocked up for you. He is coming off of surgery. I think there are factors there that say he's, I think
if he's coming off of surgery, they should not have tagged him like they did for that amount of money and left the rest of the running back room empty.
I don't think they anticipated that the run blocking was going to struggle as much as it did. And so it's a combo here. I do think that in the second half of the season, he'll be more productive and more efficient than he was in the first half. But there was a chart yesterday that I saw that was, most efficient players or runners in the NFL, and Zeke and Pollard were right next to each other at the back end of the list.
Ugh. Do we already have an umpire advantage for game 1 tonight in Arlington and the debut of a brand new RJ Choppy Rangers song? You know the last one was an absolute platinum hit. Let's see if he can deliver again next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Tell all your friends the RJ Choppy World Series song is coming up in 3 minutes here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Mike McCarthy is coming up live at 6:30 to get you ready for the Rams. Is the country rooting for the Arizona Diamondbacks? As yesterday, we know they were rooting against the armpit. Bobby sent this note.
We were America's team during the ALCS.
Yes. Who's America's team now? NLCS Game 7 hits season high for baseball. Series edges past ALCS. How about that?
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of made me think. I thought naturally, okay, the Texas Rangers and the Houston Astros, that's a bigger draw than anything involving the Diamondbacks, even though the Phillies were involved. I would think that would be a bigger draw.
Yeah, the Phillies did have like a kind of a captivization of America for a little bit with the crowd.
Captivization.
Is that a word? Is that a word?
Say it again. Captivization.
I'm going to say no. You are the English minor,
but guess what? You can manipulate the English language as well as
I don't doubt that's what they taught you at Tennessee.
I don't think that's how it goes.
No, but I will say that what was interesting to me was the first thought I had was like, okay, did we get in a bubble? Like, is this Subway Series where they thought everybody in New York thought, oh, this is going to be a huge draw, Subway Series. In reality, everybody was like, nobody gives an S outside of New York. And was there a little bit of nobody except people in Texas care about Astros versus Rangers to the point that even Diamondbacks versus Phillies was a bigger pull?
Well, the Astros are very much hated, and I think that a lot of people tuned away from that. And, you know, in football, I think you gravitate to the hate. And then in baseball, sometimes you can gravitate to the hate if it's like Dodgers or Yankees where you hate them because you're ingrained to. Astros hate is like they're cheaters. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, the Rangers don't have a ton of pull nationally, just to be real. So and plus the World Series and the ALCS was on FS1, whereas the other one was on TBS.
Big still. You're also talking about Dallas and Houston.
If you have TBS, do you have FS1 too?
I don't know. That I don't know. Like my
they're both cable.
My ex-wife has TBS, not FS1, but they don't have ESPN either.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. I would think you'd have both.
No, but ESPN has FS1.
No, has TBS, no FS1.
And no ESPN.
And no ESPN.
What's that cable package? Cheap?
$30 a month. Yeah, it's or whatever it is. It's cheap. But yeah, I think FS1, and plus I think FS1 just people don't gravitate to it. They don't recognize. Oh man, the games are on there. You know the NBA games are on TNT. It's been 30 years.
We got an umpire assignment. What does it mean? DJ Rayburn will be behind. That's a cool name. DJ Rayburn will be behind the plate for World Series Game 1. He was ranked 75th out of 92 umps during the regular season. Now I'm taking this from Atola, who sent this to me. TR, all over everything. If this is true, why would the 75th ranked umpire get a World Series assignment?
Maybe they cared less about accuracy in the strike zone versus consistency in the strike zone. I don't know. Like, that's just a theory. If Rayburn's just extremely consistent with what he does, players may just appreciate that of like, hey, okay, is it technically the strike zone all the time? No, but I know exactly where his strike zone is.
There's a highlight reel package going around of his missed calls this year. It's not great. It's not great, and you did some ump homework.
I did. Maybe it's a small advantage for the Rangers. So I looked up their splits, Zach Gallen and Nathan Eovaldi. Zach Gallen's never pitched in a game that Rayburn's been behind the plate for. That's never happened. Eovaldi has pitched 27 and a third innings with Rayburn, and that's actually the 6th most innings he's pitched with any umpire calling balls and strikes. So Eovaldi will have a pretty good idea, I would guess, of where the strike zone is, how he likes to call it. And he got knocked around a little bit in his lone start with him this year. But for his career, he averages about 10 strikeouts per 9 innings with Rayburn. That's above his career average of 7.7. His strikeout to walk ratio is better. His ERA before he got knocked around a little bit in June, and that was at the start of his arm injury issues. That was against the White Sox when everybody started going, what's wrong with his velocity? His ERA before that with Rayburn was 3.38, which is more than a half a run better than his career average.
I mean, look, with his two-seamer, when he throws some of his breaking pitches, if he's just off the plate, this guy will reach. This guy will extend that zone a little bit. I am surprised because they do like to use the numbers now on umpires that they would put somebody 75th out of whatever or 72nd out of 95 in the World Series Game 1.
Do they do that percentile breakdown for the playoffs? You'd think they would.
They would
like
probably,
how you do during the regular season?
Oh, they definitely would. Would look at something like that. But I guess they don't. God, they obviously don't.
940 Ranger Burn. That's the ump's name.
Ranger Burn.
It's Rayburn.
Yes.
Ranger Burn.
DJ Rayburn. All right, Bobby, what else do you have for a preview? We will play RJ's Ranger song for Mike McCarthy. I'm just kidding. We'll do it right after. We've run out of time here.
We don't want the coach to have bleeding ears.
Can you imagine him sitting through a 3-minute parody song?
It's 2:44, Sean.
How are you feeling about it?
It's one of my favorite songs.
Ooh.
It's one of my favorite. It's
that
one of my.
You've made?
No.
The original.
The original is one of my favorite songs. It's a banger. Should I give it away what the song is?
Don't give it away.
Okay.
Give us the genre.
Oh, it's 90s country, man.
Ooh.
And they asked for it, and they getting it. They asked for 90s country.
The Tolos asked for it.
Tolos asked for 90s
We
country.
may have found RJ's wheelhouse.
Yeah, when you say, though, like, it's one of your favorite songs that you've done, and he goes, no. That's definitely not the case. Because last night he's emailing me back all these production. So I noticed you used the first vocal track recording, not the third. I thought my singing was the best on the third. I was like, would you chill out? Trust the production director here.
Like, Sarah was really like, she's like, you did a very poor job on this. She's
Oh!
like, you're talk singing too much.
Kristen liked it better than Neon Moon.
Really?
And she's a big fan of 90s
Did
country.
Sarah approve Neon Moon?
Yes, she loved it. She was so excited. She goes, I'm not even going to tell people you're doing this. I'm embarrassed for you.
This one?
Yeah, she does. She's not a fan of it. So I thought I nailed it. I thought I nailed the third version.
She could be the
first.
is it Clive Davis? She could be the Clive Davis of the fan. Like, her ear is the one to trust.
I'm not familiar with the song.
I don't know how.
I heard it, and it's like maybe I've vaguely heard it before, but I didn't know this. But comparing it to what you did, I think it's true to the original.
Okay.
I do think that.
I think the lyrics pretty good. We did take some Houston digs in there.
Good.
Very nice. Had to do that.
We will play it after the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, rejoins us on the Show of Wales. Sean and RJ with Coach McCarthy next. But first, give me the VIN. Let's get you set for the head coach of America's team here on Sean and RJ. Mike McCarthy is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And then we will debut RJ Choppy's World Series song right after Coach.
I wonder what Coach's favorite corn song is.
Take it away, Choppy.
Do you have one? Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
We missed you. Did you miss
Are you
us?
talking to me?
Yeah,
that's what you are.
Yeah, we missed you. You give us this Friday entertainment gold. Did you enjoy the bye week? You enjoy your time away?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, the volume wasn't correct. I have to turn this up on my phone. Yeah, hey, well, definitely missed you. You know that goes without being said.
I know. I shouldn't even have asked.
It's been a long 2 weeks.
It has. Did you do anything fun or enjoyable to get away?
I mean, it was enjoyable. Did not get away. Just took in the homecoming festivities with my daughters over there at Prestonwood Christian Academy. So that was fun.
You have any type of World Series baseball fever with the Rangers starting this weekend?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the buzz of the city it's been fun. I know the players are all really into it. So I mean, it's going to be obviously an exciting series. I mean, just that whole stretch here, Game 5, 6, and 7. I mean, what a great lead up into the World Series.
What is your, like, if you're not watching football, like if you're just in your downtime, what is your number 2 sport to consume?
Oh, I get into to be honest, I get into the championship series, whether it's, you're always watching the World Series, but the hockey finals and the NBA finals in May. So, a lot of it, obviously March Madness is always a fun time of year, but your life as a football coach is, it's really in season and off season. So in season, you don't really have much time, outside of work and family. But so, just take in the spring sports.
What's the number one non-sports thing that is on your television?
Oh, just whatever the kids want to watch. Yeah, I'm.
You don't have a show? You don't have something DVR, Netflix? Not
right now. No, not right now. Okay. Yeah. So I just get in line when I get home. I'm pretty easy.
So, Coach, given the amount of time, you mentioned that you've had to reflect on things during the bye that you wouldn't normally get during a game week. Was there something that you felt like you were able to learn about your team, whether good or bad, that like, okay, I hadn't really considered this before because I hadn't been given the time to devote to a larger scale takeaway? Was there something you came away from during the bye and said, oh, this is interesting, we need to focus on this?
The big thing with bye weeks, my experience, and it was no different this past week, it's not as much as not being, aware or on top of the pros and cons. It's really having the time to apply it to the next game plan or the next 6 weeks of your season. So I think that's so important, and that's really a big part of why I've always broken down the season into into quarters, or just where our schedule lays up, just because we have that Thursday stretch there in November. But we're breaking it up into trimesters, and so everybody in this game, you have a menu of scheme, and you try to match it up where you think your team's at. So it's more how you apply the statistics, the pros and cons, or the tendencies of players, and there's always projection going on. So that's why, as I look at this second semester or trimester of the season, we have 4 out of 6 games at home. So just from like the offensive perspective, just how you want to play these games. Ideally, health is probably at the forefront of all those decisions, as we know. But it's really having time to take the information that you have weekly, but just taking a deeper dive on how it applies to the schemes and concepts, to training, and things you really need to emphasize. So that's really always been my approach.
Yeah, and you've talked this week, I know, about self-scouting and how important that is. So how much when you start that process and you start looking to apply that during the bye, what does that begin with for you? Does that just go, hey, let me go put on the tape of game 1 and we're just going to go all the way through? Or does it apply to a certain concept like, hey, I really want to dive into this thing that's I've been itching to get to?
Well, there's numerous things. I mean, there's things that come out of the across the hall activity that we have here. We're the offensive, defensive coaches share things on the players' tendencies and in the concepts, the situational tendencies. So there's multiple thoughts that you go through. Like, for example, last night, Brian Schottenheimer sitting in his office, going through certain formations and plays and concepts that, we got to make sure we protect, moving forward. So how do you project that over the next 6 weeks? So you're always forecasting from a coach's perspective of what's next. And, and then the nice thing, with our new analytics department and just, having them integrated into the coaching staff, just taking a deeper dive with them, like John Park and I spend time on a bye week, just taking a deeper dive into the football team and, more confirmation. But, once again, how do you apply it? I know I've said applied like 20 times already, but because it's just like anything. You only have so much time in opportunity in your training, you can't do everything on Sunday. So it's how do you chart it out?
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Coach, you've been very straightforward, and I've agreed with it. Hey, we're going to rely on this defense. That's the strength of the team. And then we're going to take care of the football, running game, all the things that go along with it. My question to you is, do you still feel like you have the defense and the running game for your formula? Hasn't felt like y'all been running the ball the way you've wanted lately. The defense after Diggs, I think could be argued, it fell off from maybe elite to very good or good. Do you still feel like you have the defensive and run game formula to play how you want?
Well, really, I'll be honest with you, you could really take the last two answers I gave you and apply it. Here is, apply is a big word today.
Apply.
Apply.
Take a shot for every time.
Yeah, to get me out of everything today. But, I think clearly, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. So you come out of training camp, you know that, more games are lost in September than won. So, complementary football. How do you build that foundation? And in the way we played, illustrates that. And then you have statistics that come out of it. And then, our statistical, breakdown with, particularly when you have 3 blowout games and you spend as much time in a 4-minute offense mode as we are. So your numbers are screwed, or tilted one way. And so you have to look at all those things, but you have to grow your football team. So, so the offense has to do more, as far as what we're trying to do approach wise. And that to me is really why you break these seasons down, because you have to grow. I'm not making excuses. It's just the way this league is set up. I mean, you don't have the time in training camp and the opportunity to probably get as much as you would like oiled up. And, and it's a young man's league now. These players are so much younger than they were 15, 20 years ago. So, so you get through that first trimester, you play it a certain way. And obviously, once again, the X factors in all these things is health of your roster. And then now you have a chance to reboot and we need to grow as an offense. And then, we got to continue to be better on how people are attacking us on defense. And, and we're very, very young on special teams too. So, that's probably the one area that, John Fossil does a tremendous job. We've had a lot of moving parts there. And, so, it's continuing to grow. And so, it's not like we're going out every Sunday and saying, okay, hey, defense, win the game. I've always looked at defense as being the thermostat of your football team, because they keep every game winnable, and then in the offense go win the game. So and special teams contribute and win the field position battle. So I think obviously we're 4-2. It's a good solid record. It's a good start, but we need to improve moving forward, especially with these opportunities, playing 4 out of 6 at home.
Mike McCarthy joined us here, 105 through the Fan. I know you talked about it, and you said it was kind of a messy game. So it's not about the actual play before the half, but what is the conversation with a player when an in-game decision could be seen as like a slight to them or a lack of confidence in their decision making or their ability? Like, what's the conversation that you have to have with players and stuff when something like that happens?
Well, to be honest with you, in reference even just to the Charger game, that's really an external opinion and thought process. Mm-hmm. Dak understood it. We briefly talked about it after the game. So, you got to remember, there's communication that's going on through that whole process. I got the game management coach is in my ear, I'm able to talk to him. So, yeah, so that we took the, you got two options there, and the head coach decided to take the conservative one, and we won by 3 points. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's about winning, and that's So no, there wasn't a big conversation, and there definitely there was no truth to others' opinions on why we did what we did at the end of the half.
We're going to try to apply this audio clip we found from 2016 of you being asked about the trade deadline back in Green Bay and see if it still applies today.
What's the trade deadline like around here? Is it a lot of conversation or just standard?
Is that what you guys? I thought it was next week. No? That's what it's like.
Is it really like that, Coach? Like, yeah, it is still here with everything else you have to focus on?
Well, no, that was more of a philosophical approach in Green Bay, and after 10 years of answering that question, that I'd be honest with you, that was pretty much a reality of how it was at the trade deadline. But it's definitely different here in Dallas. There's a lot more conversation about veteran free agency here. It's just more. It's a philosophical approach, and veteran free agency wasn't a priority in Green Bay.
Do you like? I mean, I would think that you would like being more involved in those conversations. Would that be accurate?
Well, it's not it's not the involvement. I mean, that's the. I think it's the norm. I mean, in every leadership structure, Jerry, Steven, and Will and I mean, there's always conversations, and I have a process of stopping in Will's office every day and communicating with him and Steven and Jerry, and so so you're definitely in the conversation, but it's just like anything in this business. I mean, it comes down to transactions.
Jerry mentioned back in August when the Trey Lance deal was made that because he knew you were involved in the evaluation of Trey Lance, he knew your feelings on the play, and that's why he felt comfortable just, hey, I can make this call right now, and then we can move on from there. Would you expect a similar type of process if a deadline deal were made this year? Like, do you guys have specific conversations about different people throughout the year so that, Jerry, Steven, whoever feel like, hey, I've got this information already from Mike about how he feels like this so we can streamline any discussions?
Oh, no, absolutely. And that's really the norm. The exception is, something that happens last minute. And as we all know, last minute things, carry higher risk. So, yeah, I mean, it's, in my experience in the NFL, there's a tremendous amount of conversation, anticipation, and that goes into all these decisions. So it's not something that pops up at noon. You have to make the decision by 3:00 has been my experience.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee every single Friday at this time with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So your play call sheet went viral. When did you become aware of it? Were you aware of it? And is there any big secrets that were let out on national TV?
No, not really. That's the language. I mean, I think, two things. The irony of it is I always speak to my parents before the game, and, and my mother was pretty adamant about, I need to cover up my mouth. And she was at church, at church that day, and five different people commented on Mike's not covering up his mouth when he's calling plays. So I kind of blame this on her a little bit, so I was trying to be really conscientious of keeping my call sheet up over my mouth, and then now I got an issue with my font being too big because I'm, my eyes aren't as good as they were, 15, 20 years ago. So I really don't know what the hell to do about it.
Coach, I don't know how much you paid attention to the Michigan sign stealing scandal and everything, but and I know you guys have the ability to communicate through a headset, which college should probably do anyway, but how much do you worry about other teams stealing your info? And if somebody did, how big of a deal is that? Deion Sanders says you still got to stop it. It's not that big of a deal, but where do you stand on that?
Well, I'm laughing as I'm looking out the window at our practice facility. We're surrounded by corporate buildings where we practice. So, I think it is definitely different in today's game. But I agree with Deion on that. It's football. I mean, it's part of the game. It's been around forever. I think the league is, just being in the league, watching the communication. I was in the league when the headset came in for the quarterback communication back in, I think it was 94. And then obviously the defensive communication, much later. So, and I think those are all, good, fair, adjustments that the league's made. But yeah, it's, then you counter that with no huddles and things like that, and bad on the communication clock because, it goes off at 15 seconds. So, I mean, to me, it's all part of the gamesmanship of our league, and communication, as you know, is important. So, but yeah, I agree. I think we're, I didn't see Dion's comments on it, but I agree with that. I think it's just part of the game.
Coach, it's good to have you back. Got you for the final 2 trimesters, as you would say. Good luck on Sunday, and let's talk about a win next week. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's great to hear your voices.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
Boy, I think he had some Black Rifle coffee. He was raring to go, man.
Excited.
Rested up.
He
needed. I think the refresh was
just
he was
like
ready.
you after yesterday.
Exactly.
With your vomiting, with your sickness.
I'm surprised, honestly, that wasn't your first question. I was fully anticipating Sean was going to be like, Coach, you ever had somebody text you at 4 a.m. say I'm not being practiced today?
Well,
my tummy hurts.
Keep bringing the coffee.
How many weeks in a row can we ask him about your incompetence?
That's true.
We did it at the Firehouse tour. He told us how to set the alarm clock. Like, I just wasn't anticipating these many management issues with you. I knew you'd bring it strong. I knew you'd be organized. I knew you'd have all the info. It's just, it's like you're like my Rodman. It's more than I thought.
Payton, Jack Haley.
Oh,
I was thinking Steve Kerr.
No, you're Judd Bushler. That's Payton.
Judd Bushler, man. Wow.
People said Luka's got a Payton mustache now. All right, we've waited long enough.
Oh no.
Let's get to it. Last week, look. There's just no way he's going to be able to match last week. That was an all-time great number 1. Period. As RJ Choppy was tasked from the Tolos to get into the lab and come up with a World Series song for your Texas Rangers. Chuck Morgan, listen up for games 1 and 2 in Arlington. Hit it.
Woo! Let's go, Rangers! Yes, sir! Yeah! Coming at ya now, baby. Woo! All right. Well, at the close tonight, the Rangers gonna take game 1. We're just tired of watching every team in MLB having fun. Oh, well, we started to believe when we traveled up to Baltimore. No mercy, Houston just was shown that door.
Oh,
1, 2, 3. Hello, Leo D and Evaldi. Yeah. Well, I want to win back-to-back above the MVPs. Woo! Hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy.
Oh.
Plus, we've got Mitchie G and Evaldi. We got the greatness of Rubochi, and he knows his team will win. A Ranger bat's about to blow the ballpark lid. We'll let them win a game or else it's impolite. I bet that Houston wish Altuve had some height, because the world was ready for us to beat up HOU. And we didn't even need to use Altuve's buzzer too. Yeah! I said, hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy. Cause we got Leo D and Evaldi. Yeah!
Oh, baby.
Love the beat.
Over here, baby.
Thank you.
Well, you didn't make the beat.
Yes, sir! You asked for it, you're getting it again. 75% of you said the song. Screw the other 25%. Raise it 5, maybe 6. Definitely not 7. Here we go, one more time. Whoever sleep, talking Carter, walking, win the series, baby. Banny man, I love you, but this week I'm gonna hate you. Prepare the world for how we think the decade's gonna be. Maybe we will let the D-backs win game 3, cause the world was ready for us to beat up HOU. And we didn't even need to use our two-base buzzer too. Yeah, I said, hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy.
Poor Payton.
Cause we've got Leo D and Evaldi. Hey, yes, sir, Reba.
Reba?
Travis Tritt.
No, what was
Yes,
that?
sir, one more time. We got Mitch and G and Evaldi.
All right. No, at the very end. I thought you said Reva?
Oh, no. Yes, sirree, Bob.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
Yes.
Okay, so give us the review. Truckwreck.com text line. Once again, the video was put out live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Who recorded the video? Was that you, Bob?
No,
Payton?
I was not here yesterday.
That was me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good job, Payton.
Thank you.
Way to step up and be here.
Yeah, he also mixed down the song, and I quickly realized he doesn't know how to do audio production. I had to do it all over. So
First off, video fantastic. Second off, you matched the words with the beat fantastically.
Oh, thank you.
Which is why we went with vocal track 1 instead of 3, even though you thought your singing was better on 3, was 3 did not time out as well.
The timing was perfect.
Okay.
Squeezing in a Vol D and Leo D, that was great. Catchy. I mean, the beat to the song just has you dancing. It just has to. I think the only question for this, Bobby had me a little worried. How many Tolos know this song? What is the song?
It's Travis Tritt. It's called Trouble.
Okay.
Trouble. This is the song Peyton's playing right now.
What were you thinking and considering? Why'd you come up with this one?
You know, I had a few considerations. I was looking for 90s country, and I was struggling. I thought I like Clint Black a lot. I was looking for a Clint Black song.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, man, you know what? I was just going through my Spotify on my 90s country playlist. I was like, oh, this is one of my favorite songs. It gets me going, man. It's a banger. So, and then I looked for non-country too. I thought about some Doja Cat.
Oh,
thought about doing some of that.
Thank God you didn't. I don't know that Doja Cat would have been your vibe.
No?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so I thought about doing some of that, but I decided on this one, and I thought it was okay.
No, it was good.
Okay, thank you.
It was good, and it's getting great reviews on the truckwreck.com fan text. 972, that was very catchy. Good job, Chop.
Very catchy.
903 felt smooth and authentic, very good and creative. 817, I thought the song was definitely comparable to the first. So this is a lot of people are giving it rave reviews. Now there was one said Sarah was trying to save you. There was one that said that.
She might have been.
But Kristen, like I said, Kristen liked this one better.
Hell of a challenge. Well done.
Thank you.
Squeezing it all in. Rob on Twitter. Great job. RJ Choppy. So let's see how many downloads we can get. How many cents can we raise for our YouTube page and our Sean and RJ Facebook page as well. Sean Sharif, Ralph, James, Choppy, Bob Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back here on DFW Sports Station. The 5 things we want to see from the Cowboys this weekend. John Daniels on how the Rangers got here. That's right. And should JD be getting any credit? You'll hear from John Daniels next. We'll have a Rangers high-low and Jeff Banister all on your home of the AL champs with Sean and RJ next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Game 1 of the World Series tonight in Arlington. I'll be out there joining the Gag Nation. If you're out there as well, please hit me up. I got your first beer on me. First 20, maybe I'll go 20 and 20. I need to spend the money tonight before I go with my wife tomorrow. Bobby is holding up my Josh Young bobblehead from NBC5. I need to get a picture, sport my Emerald Customs sweatshirt since Emerald Custom Pools is taking me out there, on with the great Laura Harris this morning. And I gave my predictions. For what is going to happen. And I think we should probably just get this out of the way after we hear today's a day of former Rangers on this show. Jeff Banister on the Arizona bench will join us at 8 o'clock. And yesterday we got audio from John Daniels. How much responsibility and praise. We'll make the picks with high-low right before high-low is 7:20. Get them in, truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. JD, former GM and now a Rays advisor. What's it like on the outside looking at your former team's success?
Definitely mixed emotions. I mean, I'm thrilled for my friends. I'm thrilled for the area. There's an energy around here that's great. It's bittersweet watching from a distance. I'm really happy where I'm at, both personally and professionally. But it's you put a lot of effort and years into something, kind of to see it through, and then immediately after I'm out, obviously they got a chance to have a parade here. So. Mixed emotions for sure. Appreciate, I got some nice text. Your words. CY said something awesome the other day. That was cool. But it's something you can't really prepare for how you're going to handle it, how you're going to feel watching something that you're that close to and you've poured yourself into, and then not be part of it at the end.
I mean, that's a lot of what he said. There's a lot of truth in that, and it's got to be difficult, and because he'll never be remembered as the architect for this, even though he largely was. If you don't say that JD has at least half of the architectural influence on this team, then you're just a hater. You're not actually paying attention to what's going on.
I would be in favor of, and I know teams have done this before. Colts did it with Edgerrin James after he left for the Cardinals, and then they won without. I would think it'd be a nice gesture and a deserving one if they were to win, if they gave him a ring. And I don't know how people necessarily feel about that, but I would think that that's something where he was involved heavily in building what this team is, and it's still such a gut punch for anybody that was on that 11 team to have to then think you were so close and then watch basically 15, 16 years of work, and then it comes to fruition right as soon as you're out the door.
He probably wouldn't take it.
Maybe not. Edgerrin James took the Super Bowl ring.
He would probably take it. I don't think John would be like, he might be like, no, you don't have to do that, but he would. He would probably take it. Who is a guy that JD is watching succeed on this Rangers team that's really, really gratifying for him?
One guy that stands out is Leody Taveras. Signed him as a 16-year-old in 2014 or 15 out of the Dominican. And, it's when guys sign that young, it's happened to him. It's happened, I think, to other guys. By the time they get there and then they're on the 40-man and not quite out of options, but, they've run through a couple options, been up and down a couple times. There's almost like this prospect fatigue that the fans get with them. And I think the organization gets with them too, and it's so easy to be like, this guy can't, he hasn't figured it out. He can't do this. He can't do that. And you look up, you're like, no, this guy's 23 or he's 24, and for me, Leody is such an example of I think sometimes we focus too much on what a guy can't do or hasn't done yet, and we put a label on him instead of saying, no, this guy can do some interesting things. He's at 24 years old. He's a switch hitting center fielder that can really run it down. He can throw. He cares. He works his butt off. I saw Marcus Simeon a couple of weeks ago. I was asking about which young players, and he said, hey, Leody is he's getting after it. He's following the right. He treats himself, takes care of himself the right way.
So there's part of JD on the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. Bobby, give us a little bit of what you previewed for this World Series starting tonight on the Fan.
Yeah, Yahoo had a really good introduction or reintroduction, but for a lot of the national audience, an introduction to the Rangers and the Diamondbacks, because a lot of people nationally probably have not kept up with them the same way. And one of the things they talk about is how do they win the World Series? Talking about each team, and I think more specifically for the Diamondbacks, since a lot of people are probably wondering about this team. Most Rangers fans aren't probably familiar with them. Yahoo talks about how they're close quarter fighters and that they're very similar to that team that gets into March Madness as like a 10 seed and gets hot, and all of a sudden they're in the Final Four, and you're like, well, who is this team? And they say that their biggest area of success is they always lock down all the little details and the tiny things. And Arizona wins these games 4-2, or they'll win a 3-2 game, or it'll be a 1-0 or something like that.
They're Butler. So
one of the big ways for the Rangers to take advantage of this is same sort of thing we talked about against the Astros probably. And you've mentioned the bullpen being a big strength for the Diamondbacks, similar to the way it is with the Astros. Get out early. Like, get a lead on these guys. Don't let them hang around, because if it's one of these chippy little one-run type games, that's where the Diamondbacks are going to be dangerous. That's how they've continued to have success.
They're a perfect playoff team. Like, there's a little bit of Butler. Remember, the Butler teams with Gordon Hayward. Like, they have that one guy in Corbin Carroll who's a great player, and Gordon Hayward's a great player. They don't make mistakes. They don't beat themselves. And to your point, like, if you get up on them, they don't hit home runs. Like, they're not going to mash. So for them to score, they've got to do one or two things. They got to string at least 2 hits together. At least.
One of the things they point out here is they say Evaldi is a really bad matchup for the Diamondbacks, because they say Arizona loves to force deep counts, try to get base runners on, get guys deep in accounts, things like that. And that Evaldi, because he just peppers the strike zone so consistently, they're going to be forced to
swing.
Yeah, they're going to be forced to swing at stuff.
Yeah, and like, so like if they're one of those teams that, like, they don't mind settling for 1 run in an inning. Most teams in today's game are looking for the big inning. They're looking for that 3 spot. The Diamondbacks, like, we'll take 1, and we'll take 1 here, and we'll take 1 there. And you look up at the scoreboard, and they got 4 or 5 runs on the board. They're that team that if it's the 9th inning and it's a tie game, they will move a runner over somehow. They're not just going to sit back. You know, like what happened with the Rangers in, what was it, game 5, where they didn't bunt Simeon.
Yep.
They would have no problem. Now, they probably wouldn't bunt Carroll, but they would not mind moving a runner over even if Carroll's coming up next with an open base. They're just more concerned with just getting a run in. They're worried about just this game. So now they do use analytics. They are an analytically based organization for the most part, but they play the game on the field kind of in a scrappy way.
Dallas Stars, hot start to the season, got cooled off a little bit last night.
A chance for Marner with a shot, scores! Off the turnover, Mitch Marner with authority restores Toronto's lead.
That was the call on Toronto TV. 4-1 Maple Leafs at the AAC, and this thing really ended. Started the third period. They scored to make it 3-1. Stars were limited on shots early on, and the hot streak to the season is stopped as Toronto is starting to build theirs.
Yeah, I mean, look, Toronto's a good team, and Austin Matthews is a great player. A couple of goals in this one by the relatives of guys we grew up watching. Tyler Bertuzzi, Todd's nephew, and then Mason Marchment, who his pops was in the league forever. They scored this one. Boy, the NHL's got the market cornered on kids or nephews playing in the league.
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, NFL's
baseball,
they all play for the Blue Jays. They all play for one team.
NFL's been catching up to them lately too, man, with the Antoine Winfields of the world and guys like that have been coming in. Mario Edwards Jr. So I mean, it's been coming along. But yeah, this is something where I mean the Stars have been so good on the penalty kill this year, and they give up that power play goal at the beginning of the third period. It was a Wedgwood day. Otter wasn't even in there. Well, I'm still fine.
Dame Lillard showed up for the Milwaukee Bucks with his debut, scoring 39 points. The Bucks beat the Sixers, who did not have James Harden, by 1. James Harden, not allowed to practice, not really allowed on the team playing. Why is the NBA investigating this?
So this is, again, speaking to their whole issue with load management and resting stars in big games and how they don't want that. But this is where I'm all in favor of let's make sure stars are playing games. I don't want to baby them. I don't want them missing 20 games a year. I hate what Greg Popovich has done to create this culture across the NBA. But you've also, I think, got to look at it by a case-by-case basis and have an understanding of, Oh, yeah. They're not trying to load manage James Harden at the beginning of the season. They're
trying to hold him accountable.
They hate each other.
Yeah.
That's what this issue is.
So
this is not anything that needs an investigation. Butt out. Adam Silver, you got it's like Barkley. Barkley pressing him the other day about like, hey, yeah, I know you want to talk about this stuff. What about all the domestic violence issues with your players? Worry about that, and less about James Harden and the Sixers hate each other, but were they trying to load manage?
Mavs will host the Brooklyn Nets tonight. Brooklyn lost their opener 7:30 with the home debut at the AAC. Of course, on Sunday on this radio station, we got Cowboys versus the Rams last night, Thursday Night Football. Does anyone want to comment? Bills beat the Bucks. Josh Allen 3 touchdowns.
Boy, I'll just comment this, that when I walked in at 5:30, as I walked in, I had seen late in the fourth, all right, Bills are going to win this game. Assumed they were winning the game. When I walked in and you said Bucks pull out the victory, and you were talking about the Milwaukee Bucks, but that was like, you sent a panic and be like, crap, I'm going to miss a giant sports story that I thought I had a handle on already. But no, Bills bounce back. Buccaneers are starting to they're starting to fracture a little bit. You're starting to see, okay, this is
They really are.
This is a cute story for a little bit, but they're falling apart.
5 things that Ralph James wants to see from the Cowboys Sunday on the Fan.
Oh, baby. I love doing my 5 things. All right, number 1, I want to see a revamped offense. They had 2 weeks to get something done. Something's got to change. They may not be able to win a Super Bowl with Dak throwing 50 times. That they told us that in the offseason. They sure as hell can't win one the way they're doing things right now. We know that.
They can win a Super Bowl throwing it 50 times as long as those
plays
50
are right.
times are not 2-yard passes, across the middle, Chop.
Defense play up. Stafford's arm ain't what it used to be.
You sure about that?
No, not at all.
I was like, you going to give me some stats to support that?
I've got nothing.
Okay.
But,
I'll have something in the preview later.
All I know is he can't throw himself out of trouble the way he used to. His arm it's not. He had a cannon. He had one of the, I don't say the all-time great arms, but he was a prototypical, if you were to build a quarterback from scratch.
I'm just making sure you're not sticking to a narrative we all had versus evidence based upon what's happening during the year.
No, I love to stick to my narrative.
Okay.
I'm going to stick to my narrative.
All right.
Number 3, figure out a way to stop their wide receivers. Chances are you can't. That's why they're a nightmare matchup. The Cowboys are, thinner at DB than they were to start the year, obviously, with the Diggs injury.
Man, I'm worried.
Yeah,
I'm worried about these receivers cutting these boys up.
Yes,
They're
shredding
really
them.
good.
Number 4, some kind of a red zone plan, please. It's stunk for 6 weeks. If that doesn't change it or buy, then we need to have a long discussion about the future with Coach QB and all the things.
You get Derrick Henry.
You could, yeah. Derrick Henry, that'll work. And then number 5, please start trusting your quarterback. What happened, I think, at the end of the first half in that Charger game was a disgrace. It was a total lack of faith in the ability of the quarterback's either decision-making or his skill, whatever it was. Either way, that's a problem. So please have some faith in the quarterback.
All right, so there it is, RJ's 5 things. What about college? Bob Stoops reacting to the Michigan scandal. Do we have a latest development with the Michigan cheating scandal?
There's always developments with the Michigan cheating scandal.
I love this story so much. I can't wait for Harbaugh to be banned.
Wait till he's coaching here next year, Sean.
So there's 2 things. One, Michigan reportedly assisted another school with signs it had stolen to prevent a specific opponent or opponents.
Should I be putting 1% of weight in what you just said, or is it a joke?
I'm just saying, just we're gonna have to talk to him on Fridays, Sean. Just be careful how you talk about the guy.
Wow,
Dan Quinn. No, Coach McCarthy. Mike gonna be here.
So Michigan, the report is that they assisted another school with signs it had stolen to prevent an opponent from making the college football playoff. I think, and there's another report out there that TCU knew of Michigan stealing signs, and they used dummy signals during the Final Four game. And their reports are that we think they helped South Carolina out, who went from scoring 10 points against Missouri and 6 points against Florida in a 3-week stretch to scoring 94 points in back-to-back weeks against Clemson and Tennessee.
Wow.
I mean, it makes it perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because, Michigan, they wanted to protect themselves against a loss to Ohio State. If that happened, it didn't happen. So that's the theory. They tried to, use the signs against TCU. TCU knew about it, and they used the dummy signs, and then they helped South Carolina out. I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, it does. And look, this is something that the Cowboys referenced in 2018. They got crushed for Chris Richard. You didn't change your hand signals. And in week 3, the Seahawks knew everything that you were doing in the secondary. And Russell Wilson was able to torch you. When they met for the playoff game later that year, the Cowboys very intentionally were like, we're going in here with dummy signals, or we're using these same things, and we're going to use it to throw them off. And the Cowboys thought they got a distinct advantage from that in that game.
All right, there it is. Everything you need to know to get you set for the weekend on your home of the American League champs. We need official predictions. We need to light up with YouTube, Twitch, FanCam, and TruckWreck.com predictions. Who's winning, how many games for the World Series starting tonight on this radio station. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Get it on record. Ranger World Series predictions and a World Series edition of High Low.
Oh!
Next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Expressway means commercial free for the next 40 minutes as we lead up to Jeff Banister. Old Banny will join us back on the station as he was weekly when he was manager of your Texas Rangers. He's on the Arizona bench, so we'll talk World Series with old Jeff Banister right here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Before we have a winner and loser, probably me, in the World Series edition of High Low, we need official predictions. 877-881-1053. We will start with the Rangers dart throwing expert. Payton Russell has been nailing everything from the regular season all the way up until now. He's the only one who has not missed.
He missed his win total.
Has not missed on the show by 1 or 2. What's going to happen in the World Series and why Pepe?
I know when it's down to, playoff games, playoff series, World Series, it's all about, the battle of the bullpens. It's, who has the better bullpen. This is going to be about the offense. Who's going to score more, I think. I don't think it's going to matter a whole bunch about the pitching. I think both these teams have really good offenses. And the Diamondbacks, like RJ said the other segment, they're a scrappy team. They don't have the big bats on their team, but they just scrap away runs. They did that against the Phillies. So I think it's going to come down to the offense. The Rangers are clearly the better team. I think they get over the hump of not being able to win at home like they did against the Astros. And I have Rangers in 6.
Rangers in 6 from the prognosticator. Ralph.
I, too, have Rangers in 6. Arizona's not, the more I look at it, they're not bad. Like, they could present some problems for you. But Zach Gallen, I think he's cooked. I think he is cooked, and I think he is the reason that they don't win the series. If he pitches,
he's my big fear.
If he pitches the way he did during the regular season, Arizona's a live dog. But if he pitched the way he did against Philadelphia, I don't see a way they win the series. They lost. If you go back and watch that Phillies series, they got destroyed the first 2 games. Kimbrel gave them game 3 and 4, or game 4 at least. They should have probably won game 3. It really should have been a sweep. It really should have been. And then they just won in game 6. Like they did well. That series never should have gotten back to Philadelphia. So I think the Rangers are just better. Even if Arizona's scrappy and does the little things right, the Rangers do the little things right with more talent. So I just think they're a better team.
Yeah, I was gonna go Rangers in 6, but the more I thought about it, the more I was like, you know what, they are just better. And so even though I'm a little concerned with it, and even though I'd love it to be game 6, I'd love for them to win the World Series here in Arlington. I'd hate for it to have to be on the road. I'm gonna go Rangers in 5, and I think that we're gonna reverse the fortune of the Giants World Series, where I do feel like the Rangers were a better overall team, and I still have no clue how that just completely got away from them, other than Cliff Lee lost 2 games.
Yeah, you came in here all scared this morning.
I'm
and
still
all
concerned
nervous
about
with your
it.
bubble guts. Was that bubble guts, or was that was that legit or illegitimate, or was it this?
As you have told me today, my body lies to me, Sean, and so I'm thinking with my head here. I'm gonna say Rangers in 5. It'll be a tough 5. I think there will be 2 games the Rangers win that are really close, but it'll be Rangers in 5.
I'm also going Rangers in 5. At the very worst, 6. 6 is a safer prediction, but Rangers in 5, as I told Laura Harris from NBC5.
Well.
And it just feels like it's time. Look, the only thing that's really scaring Tolos and all of us, to be honest, is 2010 and 2011. We're just scared. That's what it is. We're scared to believe that far.
PTSD.
It is. It's PTSD.
It's like the Cowboys in the divisional round. That's just when they lose, right? So why pick them to go any further?
Yeah, exactly.
When they lose, you're right.
So we all know who's better. We all believe in the momentum, but we've been scarred. We've been burned. We're scared to commit. That's really what it comes down to, in not picking the Rangers in at least 6 games, in my opinion. Truckwreck.com text line is an overwhelming Texas at 877-881-1053.
Better be.
It is overwhelming Texas. Most of it is Texas in 6. There are some Rangers sweep. I do see 2 on here. 972 and 817 went back-to-back, said D-backs in 5 and D-backs in 6.
5 would surprise. Well, I mean, look.
Everything is surprising.
I mean, everything really would be
Which
surprising.
means nothing should be surprising.
You're right. I mean, it's baseball. We have seen worse. I can't say we have seen worse teams than Arizona win the title because this is the series. This series is the lowest win total if you combine the two teams in World Series history. Like
wow.
that's surprising. It's surprising now, but so nothing would stun me.
This is 99% Rangers on the Fantex, and then the 1% is 2 picks for the D-backs, and then one guy on here who said Rams 34, Cowboys 10. And so that
Makes
was
sense.
Yeah.
How low will this World Series be ranked nationally?
Okay, so memory serves, the lowest was Philly Tampa. Rangers Giants wasn't very highly rated either, but that was also in 5 games. A lot of the ratings depend on how far the series goes.
Here are the matchups. I'll just give you some of the teams since Philly Tampa. And again, I don't give a rip about this. I don't care. I only care when my team's not in it. When we have the conversation, are you going to watch? Do you care? We can make fun of it and mock it. When your team is in it, this doesn't matter. This is just a side conversation. I'm just curious. I think it's going to be it's going to plummet. It's going to be,
probably.
No one's going to care. 08 on. Phillies Rays. Phillies 1-5. Yankees beat the Phillies in 6. Giants beat the Rangers in 5. Cardinals beat the Rangers in 7. Giants sweep the Tigers. Boston beat the Cardinals in 6. Giants, man, a lot of Bruce Bochy up in here. Giants beat the Royals in 7. Royals over the Mets in 5. Oh, Kansas City was really, really fun. I didn't care about the Mets being there. I forgot the Mets were there. Cubs beat Cleveland in 7.
That was great.
That was a huge number, comparatively speaking, to the rest of them.
Astros beat the Dodgers in 7. Red Sox beat the
Astros
Dodgers.
cheated.
Red Sox beat the Dodgers in 5. Nats beat the Astros in 7. Scherzer's title. Dodgers beat the Rays in 6. Braves beat the Armpit in 6. And, of course, last year, Armpit over Filthy in 6.
If it goes to 6, the ratings obviously tick up. And then obviously if it goes to 7, they generally, it doesn't matter who the team is, they generally shoot through the roof. Even like that Milwaukee series, the Bucks in basketball, the longer those series go on, if LeBron is not involved, if Steph and the Warriors are not involved, you need it to go 6 or 7, really, for the numbers to really boost up. This thing's over in 4 or 5, it will be terribly, terribly rated.
All right. It's time. A Texas Rangers, Arizona Diamondbacks. Bobby's stretching his neck out. He's getting ready like he's going in for a fight. It's the World Series edition of High Low!
For the first time ever at this station, a World Series edition of High Low.
Not accurate.
Do you know if we did it in 2010 or 2011? How would you know that? You were 8.
I was a Tolo back then.
We had a sports match back then.
But
I think it is the first time.
This one's a little different, gentlemen. Listen to what's going on here. So it's a World Series edition. It's not current Rangers or Diamondbacks. It's the last time these teams made it to the World Series.
Ooh.
Sean, when was the last time the Diamondbacks made it to the World Series?
I mean, I know who they beat. I don't know the year.
01.
Because
a lot of people were saying it was the one year people were going, well, I'm cheering for New York this year because it was after 9/11. So there were a lot of people who were cheering for the Yankees.
And I hated that Arizona won that World Series. I really did.
Oh, I did. I loved it.
I know. Everyone hates the Yankees.
That was such a fun team. That was a fun series.
So it was a fun series. Their home team won every game.
It was great.
So the answers for Diamondbacks players, it's just players on here, former players.
No managers.
From that team. From 01.
From the 2001 World Series roster. Now the Rangers is the last time they made it to the World Series, which is 2011. So it's players from the 2011 Rangers roster.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yes.
Yep.
The changeup here, like how I threw that in there.
Bunny.
You get to choose your fate. When it's your turn, you get to pick Rangers or Diamondbacks. So if you all pick Rangers first, then the second half of High Low is going to be a little tough. But you get to choose your fate. The points are the same.
Okay.
3 points for the audio clip.
So you don't get more points for picking a Diamondbacks player?
No. But we will.
Would you like to do that?
But you want a double? Cool. Call like a little Diamondback double?
I only know like 4 of them. We all know the same 4.
I mean, sure, if y'all want to do that. I know more than that.
Yeah,
so what, you want to go
I
Diamondbacks?
looked it up this morning.
I did not.
You said you were roster studying. We'll go even.
Yeah, just go even. Okay.
We'll go even. Bobby just screwed up his advantage. Who won last week? It was not Payton.
It was not Bobby.
Payton got skunked.
Oh, I won.
Yeah, Bobby ran the board. Choppy had to have won.
Yeah, it was Chop.
Okay.
So
Start us off.
All right. So I just pick high, low, or which team I want.
Both.
Yeah, you want to go. Give me the team and then high or low.
All right. Let's go. Diamondbacks. Low.
Ooh, low for 3 points. Diamondbacks.
Oh, it's very special to me. Ever since the career-threatening injury I had, and battling my way on the roster, and some people counted me out. This is just a terrific day for me.
Oh man, that last part threw me off.
Luis Gonzalez.
0-4-1.
You know, Bob?
I think so.
Game 2.
Clue number 1 for 2 points. This Italian won a World Series in Arizona, but had the complete opposite success in Texas.
You know it now?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it the first time.
DeLucci.
There we go. 2 points, RJ Choppy. So 1 Diamondback off the board.
Used to come up to the plate in Texas to the Godfather
Yes, he
music.
did.
That was his walk-up music.
So now it's Bobby Bell.
Let's go Rangers low.
Rangers.
I love how low is now taken over.
Yeah.
I'm just tired
That
of
was
being
a
criticized.
huge game for us. That's when after that game I felt like this is our series to win because we kind of got steamrolled a bit in 2010. It was almost like we got there and kind of blinked and we were in a tough spot.
That's tough to pick up anything off that voice.
Colby Lewis.
Sorry. 0-1. Clue number 1 for 2 points, Bobby. He was part of the good, the bad, and the ugly for the Rangers.
Michael Young.
There we go.
Dang.
It was Michael or Colby.
The good, the bad, and the ugly, the obvious hint or clue to you was?
I mean, good, bad, that aspect of it, just because he was here through just an awful baseball team.
All right, so 2-2. I will go Diamondbacks high.
Ooh, Diamondbacks high. Here you go.
I'm sad. I'm disappointed where we're at right now. When I signed up to be the bench coach this year and be on a playoff team, and obviously things have changed.
Oh,
I know it.
That's a good one.
Bench coach,
Yeah.
Craig Counsell.
There you go. Wow.
What?
Oh!
Curveball.
Oh, then I know who it is.
Curveball.
There's one other guy.
If you screw me over this, I'm going to take your social media photo.
I'm going to write down the name.
I don't care.
I'm writing it down for Choppy, not you.
Nobody cares. Keep it to yourself. Whisper to each other.
Clue
Give me
1
the
for
clue.
2 points. Although he won a World Series in Arizona, this catcher never started hitting for power until he arrived in Texas.
My brain is frozen. The catcher, Mike Napoli.
It's okay. We got one more clue here.
Terrible.
He took over the starting catcher job for Gerald Laird in 2004. Does that not give it away?
He's gonna kill you.
That was a spittle clue. That was a spittle.
I don't know.
Can I guess?
Yeah, you can guess.
Rod Barajas.
That'd be good old Rod.
That's it. You can't do that, man.
Okay,
Rod Barajas can't be an answer.
It can't?
Was this
Ranger?
Was it you or Gavin?
For the person?
Yeah, the whole thing.
The person was Gavin.
Okay.
But the clue was me.
Okay.
That's a hard.
He said former Ranger. He said the guys would get it. But
that was stupid.
Oh.
That was really dumb. That was stupid. And what is the dating thing called? That his picture?
Soft launch.
Yeah, your soft launch about to be a hard launch on Twitter. You about to be hard launch. Rod Barajas versus who did y'all get?
I got David DeLucci.
He got David DeLucci.
Italian.
I got Michael Young.
You got Michael Young. I mean,
You
you
chose
got
Diamondbacks.
Come
You
on.
chose your own
Okay.
adventure.
All right.
all right. 2-0. RJ, it's yours now.
I'm going back to the Diamondbacks, man.
Diamondbacks.
Let's do it. Let's go high this time. Hi, Gene.
Hi.
The funnest part for me was just hanging in here with the guys. Like I would get up, I wouldn't work out here at the stadium. I'd get up early in the morning, go work out like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, get home, before the kids went to school.
Even Pat Doney is like almost cussed. Hey, for Pat Doney to almost curse over Rod Barajas, that was bad.
Mark Grace.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good guess.
Good guess, but wrong. Clue number 1 for 2 points. Hated in New York, but a hero to everyone else.
Luis Gonzalez.
Bobby Belt.
Diamondbacks high.
Diamondbacks high, okay.
This is one of those things that the only reason it permeates the clubhouse, if it does, is because the media brings it in. And the problem is that probably 90% of the guys standing around the locker room as media members are for this.
What a joke.
Kurt Schilling.
What a freaking joke.
Hey,
all right, I dare. I can't wait for this. I dare for this to be difficult for you and Spittle. Watch what happens. I guarantee. All right, let me go Rangers. See, we're all picking the Diamondbacks because we think it's just going to be one of 4 people. That's why we're doing it, except for Rod Barajas. Let's go Rangers high.
Rangers high.
When I get my chance to play, I've been feeling good. So, I like facing lefties. Ever since All-Star break, it kind of clicked for me. Something to where I can go and maintain the way I'm feeling.
Napoli.
Wow. He didn't get the first name. That doesn't count.
He said, DeLucci, shut the hell up. Go throw up. Go fake throw up again. Be sick again.
Oh, wow.
Don't miss another show.
3 points.
Don't miss another show.
So now it's back to RJ.
It's 5-4-3, and Bobby's in the lead.
Let's go back to the Diamondbacks, man. Let's keep doing it.
We have one more Diamondbacks.
Good.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Man, please
High or low?
don't be the obvious. Don't be the obvious.
I've got like 3 more names. Let's do high.
They were doing the best that they could do to use their ability to get on base, I guess. I didn't see it any way other than, I was just going to make it tough for you to get on base.
I mean, I guess it's Randy Johnson. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had a couple more names written down.
What a joke. This is we're playing sports match from now on.
Oh.
What a joke.
Bobby, it is.
Let's go Rangers high.
That interview pretty much showed it. It was pretty emotional, pretty tough to watch. Just, from everybody's perspective, it's just one of those times. You never want to see it go down that way.
Mitch Moreland.
Mitchapalooza.
Only guy I knew had a Southern accent on the team.
Wow. Josh Hamilton.
But he didn't have that drawl, like his mouth was half open.
Did you hear him speak?
Is that walk-off?
That's a walk-off.
Oh, it's done.
That's a
walk-off.
wait. How many more clues do you have left?
We have 2.
I should just forfeit because I kind of want RJ to win today. But if that's the way it normally goes.
Yeah, it's 3 rounds. It's 3 rounds, right? That's what we normally do.
Made a mistake. Should have played the game yesterday, Sean.
Wow. Roberto, Bob, how did you pull that out?
Well
All right,
done.
let's play the final 2 clips. Play it however you want. These are 2 Rangers, right?
2 Rangers, right?
All right.
Very emotional. Like I was saying, you guys are just showing up. That's like losing your dad. I was extremely close with him. He's taught me a lot, both on and off the field.
The Holland?
Garrett Holland.
Of course, now it's a setup for you.
All right, yeah.
now that it's over.
Now it's
So now we have
the easy
we have
one.
one more. We'll go low here. Rangers, 2011.
Maybe because it's later in my career, to be able to come back. I know when you're younger, your body rebounds a lot better. Now it's being a little bit older and be able to rebound and come back from that.
Josh?
Colby Lewis.
Colby Lewis. That would be Colby.
Colby. Now everyone knocks him out. There it is.
Well done, Bobby.
Get his reaction on the fan cam.
Just remember to let me go first
turn
next
the music
week.
Off.
Just
turn the music
remember that. Just remember I go first next week, Peyton. Don't screw that up.
No more celebration.
There might not be a next week for me.
No more celebration.
Good
music.
point.
Good God. Man.
Do I get to make a speech?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
ahead,
I will say
Bobby.
this.
No.
I will say this. After Rod Barajas and David DeLucci, I was certain the third one was going to be Bobby Witt for the Diamondbacks.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line before we get back to the World Series with Jeff Banister at 8 o'clock this morning. It's time for the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Man, condolences to Brian Broaddus. I have not heard this clip. I just heard about it. I'm going to go see Broaddus today as I head on. What time do the gates open, stadium open? What time is
Usually
it?
2 hours before the game, usually.
2 hours for parking or the gates?
The gates. Usually it's 2 hours for the gates. Usually it's the
Gates
5.
open 2 hours before the game. Okay. So if I go in there like 5:15, 5:30, I should be good.
Yep.
To meet up with the G-Bag Nation out in center field. I'm making that the meeting point for all the Tolos to grab some drinks out in center field with the G-Bag broadcast out there today. And I may have to get the first drink for Brian Broaddus, who yesterday said he apparently got the senior discount meal without asking for it.
I got my first meal as a senior today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
What'd you have?
I went and had lunch.
Luby's?
And they gave me, like they said, they gave me the senior discount. And I'm like, oh, well, thanks.
Oh,
but I walked out.
You went to the Asian buffet, didn't you?
No, I walked out.
How old do people think Brian is?
But that's what I'm saying. On the wall, it said 65 and older.
I know.
And I went.
They just assumed your age?
They assumed I was over 65.
Next, you're going to tell me they assumed your gender. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
man.
well, I tell
Pisses
you what,
me
I
off.
walked out of there. I was like, I appreciated him doing it. Appreciated it. But then again, I went, it's 65 and older. I go, God, do I look that bad? You know, but anyway.
Great.
All right, well, speaking of not look bad.
You don't look a day over 62 or 3.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Well, I got a discount. It saved me $4 today.
That's a win, man. Consider that a win.
Shut up. I don't know why I brought it up.
I'm happy for you.
No, you're not.
I wouldn't bring it up, Brian.
No, but was it like IHOP or?
No, it was just down the street. It was. Don't worry about it.
You're
I'm
going to go give them a piece of my mind. How dare they insult you?
I was kind of grateful, and then I was sad.
They're going to play this as a game today. Apparently, Dawson said that what they're going to do is they're going to take the wireless at the stadium. They're going to walk Broaddus around, and they're going to make people guess how old Brian is. And so if he didn't feel bad about the senior discount before, walking around with the wireless and just asking fans, how old's Brian Broaddus? Right here, look at this man. Guess how old he is.
No.
They're just going to make the man feel bad.
You can't do that. That's harsh. That is very harsh. So condolences pouring out for BB. All right, the college rejection letter. This is an amazing this is an amazing topic.
So this was a kid that posted this. He got a rejection letter from, he was trying out for the college baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Division I team. And
Michael, Ticket Mike said stadium opens at 4. I trust him.
It opens at 4?
I trust him over everyone else. He's the human seat geek out
he
there.
is.
All the ticket peddling.
So here's what happened. This guy emails the baseball coach, said, hey, just why didn't I make the team? The baseball coach gives the most honest, to the point cooking that has ever happened in human history. Well, maybe that's a bit of hyperbole. Thanks for reaching out. You were not kept past the tryout based on ability. As I mentioned at the tryout, we would only retain people we thought they would be able to help us win games this year. We did not feel that way based on your tryout. As to the future, your ability was very, very far away from being considered to be part of our roster.
Ugh.
Your fastball was around 68 to 70 miles an hour. Which, again, this is a college. 68 to 70 miles an hour. Our players are usually 88 to 90 at a minimum. Your offensive performance was equally distant from what it takes to be part of our team. Being perfectly honest, playing college baseball is not realistic in expectation for you, especially the D1 level. I apologize for the bluntness, but I feel honesty is important here. Thanks again for your interest. Hope your classes are going well this fall.
All right. So, the perfect social study question of too harsh, too cruel, or this is what kids need these days, the honest assessment and 100% dose of reality.
I think everybody needs reality and truth. Now, look, you can say the truth in a palatable way. You don't have to be a jerk about the truth. But I think the truth is always best. And I think he was very direct. I don't think he was mean, the coach. And at the end, he did say, like, hope your classes are going well. He just was trying to basically tell him, like, I don't want you to feel like you have to go waste your time trying this somewhere else. Like, I'm letting you, I will tell you if no one else is going to tell you along the way, you're not going to be able to play D1 baseball. So I actually would appreciate this and say this is good.
I mean, he could have worded it like, instead of saying, this, and this, is that, if you get your fastball up 18 miles an hour, come back next year.
Right.
Like he could have said something like that.
That seems ruder to me. That seems sarcastic.
If you can find a way to get about 18 to 25 miles an hour on your fastball in the next 3 months, we'll take a look at you again. But truth is not offensive. Like truth is not offensive. It's the truth. Facts are not offensive. Facts don't care about your feelings, man. They don't care.
I don't know if I
disagree.
agree with that.
I think truth naturally offends. Now is that
okay? Then that's not the problem of the truth. That's the problem of the person receiving the truth.
Sure.
You don't tell Sarah everything that you think about her or the relationship, and if you think it's not offensive, you would say it. So you do hiding. Now, I'm not saying that, Sarah, if you're listening, he hasn't told me a bunch of stuff. I'm just saying we're all like that. We all don't sit there and let out 1,000,000% of what we think that we think is the truth.
Well, I also think that in a situation where you're in a relationship with somebody and there's self-preservation involved versus a coach will never see this guy again. Like if you're the coach and if you're judging a pageant, and a tryout is a pageant. Like, let's be fair. It's all about, pageants are about looks. Tryouts are all about ability. It is very cut and dry.
Yeah. I mean, I understand.
Looks, I mean, all that is subjective.
Exactly. But,
judging your talent, judging your looks is all subjective.
It is, but not 68 to 70 miles an hour on a fastball. Like, that's not subjective.
Let me see the letter.
There you go.
There's a couple parts in that I thought were a little bit unnecessary, like, you didn't have to go ahead and say your ability was very, very, very far away. That was unnecessary.
I agree.
You didn't have to do that.
Sure.
But yeah, I am curious when you tell your kid their dream is not happening. You're not going to the pros. You're not going to college to play. Oh. You're not smart enough to be a scientist. You're not going to be a doctor. I wonder if and when that conversation ever takes place. What first dream? That's what I want to know. What first dream did you crush of your child or your parent crush for you? 877-881-1053. You were told the blunt, honest truth? I just want to know what it was about. I don't care how your reaction was, whether it crushed you or not. But
see, that's the other thing we got to remember here is, like, we got to remember that this is an adult that was being told this. College, but I mean, that's an adult. He's an adult getting told the harsh reality. I do remember Kristen once got mad at me with Jacob when he was, I don't know, 8 or something. And he was like, look at me drum along with this song. And he was like, wanted to show it off. And I was like, you're really not on time. And she was like, you didn't have to be. I was like, no, because he was feeling himself about it. And somebody needed to tell him that's not on time, dude. It's.
Yeah, I would think that you would be the coldest and worst at this because of the way you destroy your children's holidays. You don't want to take them to, the state fair and all that stuff.
I am growing as a person. I went to the state fair. Yeah. I walked around.
200,000 less people at the state fair, by the way, this year.
Maybe it's got something to do with all those guns or something.
Yeah,
that might
something.
That might reduce things a little bit. No, I actually, and it's funny. I think as we've grown as a couple, Kristen has become much more direct than I am. Like, I soften things a little bit. She's much more to the point.
Yeah, it's like if it's something that is like a learned
I can't picture
skill,
you telling them any reality.
If it's a learned skill, I want them to be able to go after. Like, I want them to chase their dreams, whatever it is. Like if it's something as simple as, like, I want to be Usain Bolt. Like, I could tell my older one, like, yeah, you're not gonna be fast enough. Like, there's nothing you could do.
Not with these shoes you didn't get me.
You're not, there's nothing you could do to be as fast as Usain Bolt. You don't have that in you. You're like me. My younger one, he's got speed. Go for it, man. Like, try. Like, so I don't want to crush any of their dreams, but if it's something that's like just not going to happen and it's not something that you could improve on, then I'll be honest with them.
K-pop being tied into the World Series. How so, Bob?
Yeah, this is pretty funny, and I don't even know how to pronounce this band's name, Stacy or something.
Stacy's
I guess.
mom.
I guess that's what it is. It certainly doesn't. I don't relate to that at all since I don't have one. Shop. Members of the band Stacy. This is a. Is this Stacy right here, Payton? Yes, it is. This is a K-pop group, and they were at a Dallas area show last week, and as artists like to do. Post Malone or somebody else, let's come out in a Cowboys jersey. Or during like the Stars playoff run, somebody would probably come out in like let me come out in an Otter jersey while we're performing here in Dallas. So they wanted to do the same thing, and they got themselves Rangers jerseys. And in the middle of the performance, they came out in their Rangers jerseys, and there wasn't a lot of strong crowd response, and that was a little puzzling. And that's because they realized they had mixed up which Rangers team it was. It wasn't the New York Rangers even.
It was the Queen's Park?
They were wearing the jerseys of a Glasgow soccer team. Something got lost in the translation. They bought Rangers jerseys and they were a Glasgow soccer team, and it really didn't get across to fans why are they wearing these jerseys. They thought they were wearing like an Evan Carter or something, and it turned out it was Tattoo or whoever plays over there.
Tattoo.
I don't think it's Tattoo. It's probably not Tattoo.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. And then we're one more little Houston shot fire from the ALCS Houston funeral that we have with a TikTok tab. I wrote down both of those things.
Okay, so this was a $500 tab after a funeral that happened.
Oh, yeah.
And the people that went skipped the tab. Because it's a funeral. Somebody died. We're just going to skip the tab.
But was this like the reception? You know how they have like snacks and sandwiches after?
Yeah.
Or did they go to a restaurant?
No, this was like the snacks. They went somewhere after.
Okay. But on their own or like with because I would assume that the people are paying for the food after a funeral. If we're going to, everyone's redirected to this restaurant. Am I crazy? Isn't that the way it usually works? They cover the food?
If I was invited to a funeral and somebody said afterwards, hey, we're going to eat lunch here, I would assume I'm paying for my dinner.
Yeah, it was a 20-person dine and dash. It was they went to a funeral party, walks out on over $500 restaurant tab in Houston.
Like if the funeral said services by so-and-so, blah, 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 refreshments, food and drink after here, I assume they're paying for it.
Yeah, if it's like a location somewhere.
I see what you're saying.
If it's like a reception, fine. If they're going out to a restaurant and saying, hey, we're all going to get together, I would assume there I'm paying.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in our old friend, old Banny Rooster, the former manager of the Texas Rangers. He's on the enemy side tonight. Let's talk World Series with Jeff Banister next.
Let's get you over to number one air. It sounds just like my singing ability, boys and girls. Terrible. Let's get you over to number one air and the level up time. It's right now. You get yourself a high efficiency 17 series.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Games 1 and 2 kicking off tonight here on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station. There was only one reason we had to root for the Arizona Diamondbacks throughout their playoff run. RJ even tried to convince the Metroplex that Jeff Banister was the manager of the team, just trying to change people up. And that's because he was checking in, and we are checking in now with our guy, Jeff Banister, back on 105.3 The Fan via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Banny, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Awesome. What are the emotions with the return back to the old stomping grounds?
Wow. Pretty incredible. Obviously, it's pretty surreal right now. Yesterday with the workout, but get to see a lot of familiar faces. A lot of hugs. Answered a lot of questions. But to be back to North Texas in this capacity is pretty incredible. Couldn't be happier to be here, and obviously can't wait to get the game started.
How much has Choppy been bothering you for baseball tips and or free equipment for his kids?
Oh, not a whole lot. No, it's all good, man. It's you know what, great friendship, and he always keeps it real for me, and we'll banter back and forth on occasions, but I can always count on RJ if I shoot a text or he has some information or wants to know what's going on, and just enjoy the friendship.
You diming us out? You diming out the Rangers
I'm
now?
not diming anybody out. I promise you that. I'm not diming. I'm hitting them up for golf. Free golf. So that's what I would normally do. I try to hit them up for free golf. Why not? Absolutely. Banny, tell us about this team. Like, what do we need to know? Like, this has been a very impressive run through the NLCS and the NLDS against the Dodgers and the Brewers and the Phillies. Like, what do we need to know about this team? I know they're scrappy as all get out.
Well, they're more than scrappy, and similar to the trend in baseball with a lot of teams, obviously younger in a lot of spots. When you look at our team, that there a lot of these guys were either not playing 2 years ago because of the COVID deal or at the alternate site. But the thing for me is we're super athletic. We're not one-dimensional. I think when you look at the two clubs and compare the two clubs, they're completely different. One's, the Rangers pretty, kind of traditional in a way of baseball today with the power and the defense and the pitching, and we've got some power, but we're super athletic. We play great defense, solid pitching. Our bullpen has been pretty solid lately. But when the whole mantra, embrace the chaos, we do that a lot. Sometimes we're an unmade bed with what we do, and just our guys on the base pass. We can play some small ball on you. We can hit the ball out of the ballpark, but more importantly, we're going to put pressure on you, and we get on base, and we can do some things to score.
Who does Corbin Carroll remind you of?
Oh, I'm going to tell you what, he's an entity unto himself. Look, this kid, for me, the ability to swing the bat and for power from foul pole to foul pole, but just the contact ratio, the hard hit ratio, and just the speed that he has. He puts the ball in play. There's a real good chance he's going to beat it out if it's on the ground. If it's in the gap, it's multiple bases. I've seen him hit balls the opposite way, like a pull right-handed hitter. So, but defensively, he's pretty solid. He can play on the corner. He can play in center field. But this guy's different than any other player I've been around, just with the ability to manage the game in his mind, how he thinks the game. Early on, every time he was facing a pitcher, most of them was the first time he's ever faced him, and he's just logging in that hitter information that for the next time he has the ability to beat you.
Jeff Banister back on 105.3 The Fan via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. So, look, let's just be honest. Everyone, except for probably two clubhouses, thought that y'all were done and that the Rangers were done going back to Philly and Houston for 6 and 7. And one of the reasons that everyone loved you on the station was the motivation, the inspiration. They can hear the grit in your voice. So talk about the resolve, talk about the bounce back that y'all showed going back into the hostile environment, taking those 2 games with the Rangers doing the same thing.
Yeah, you know what? It's ironic that both teams had to do the exact same thing, right? And it's a testament to the players, to their grit, resilience, but also coaching staffs that believe in their players and that are willing to speak that message in the clubhouse daily. Now, our club, we jumped out early in the year. At one point, we were 16 games over 500, the talk of the town, and everybody was like wondering what the heck are the Diamondbacks doing. And then, but predicting we would fade away, and which we did at one point. We lost 9. I think that stretch really in watching our guys and how that they were able to continue to show up, continue to play. They believed in each other. They never stopped working. They never stopped believing that they were going to be in this spot today. We came out of that. We went into Detroit. We swept Detroit. We went to Chicago to play the Cubs. We swept the Cubs, and then it became very palpable inside of what these guys could believe in. And we made our front office, Mike Hazen and his group, made a couple additions to our club, and adding Tommy Pham and Paul Sewald and the Thompson kid that it allowed us to that core group to kind of, okay, we've got some guys inside this clubhouse that we believe in. But when we went down 0-2 in Philly, we got on the plane, and I'm watching the guys just to see where they're at and their attitude, and I'm watching them on the plane, and it was like, okay, so what? We got this. They're coming to our ballpark. They got to play us in front of our fans in our ballpark. I knew then we were going to be okay. When we went out and how we won the first 2 games, and then one of them, with the home run with Alec Thomas, a young kid that just off of Kimbrel, pretty incredible. Just the spark that gave us. And we couldn't wait to get back to Philadelphia, really. These guys loved that environment. It was new obviously to most of them. But, we told them before, because we'd heard all about how hostile and everything is. And I told them, in our meeting, I said, listen, you've earned the right to be booed. You've earned the right to be hated. You've earned the right to shut them up also. And that's exactly what they did.
That's
a Banny right there.
That's an old Banny right there.
Right
Bam.
There. And then you had a talk show host say he would retire immediately if you won, and then the team was chanting Mad Dog after the win. When did you all hear about that? And I know football, they said they use motivation, and I'm sure they use it in baseball, and I know they do, but when did you take us through that too?
Yeah, it was so. You've been in the clubhouses before, and with all the TVs going, you have all the broadcasts playing, and obviously it was we saw the show when he actually said it, but he just jumped on the bandwagon with everybody else. Everybody was they didn't believe in us. Nobody outside our clubhouse believed that we would be here, and that's okay. But the thing that when he said he would retire, we were trying to retire him, and that's so. And Torrey even called him out in his press conference, and so afterwards, and when we did it, it was so. I got a good laugh and a good chuckle, and when our guys started chanting in the celebration, because they pay attention. They're young enough. They're right into that media age where they're going to pay attention to everything that goes out on social media. They're going to pay attention to everything that goes out on any media source because that's what they love to do. And so when they locked in on that, that was a little dig at them, and they were willing to use that as their motivation as well.
You're such a chicken.
Why?
You are such a little chicken.
What
You're
did I
supposed
do?
to ask him if he was looking forward to Russo's bikini that Howard
Well,
Stern's going to,
yeah.
and you're like, take us through that. Give me your mindset over a girl.
Yeah,
You're supposed to
yeah, it's what I wanna
ask
let
the
go.
inappropriate question. Vanny, your Rangers scouting report. What are you seeing from your former guys and the way they built this thing to get to this point?
Well, listen, you got to start with the offense, right? With Seager and Simeon up the middle, Garcia, Jonah Heim, Lowe, and obviously just the sensation of Carter that has come up. You just look at what they've done offensively over the course of the year, and even in the playoffs, they can hurt you. You make mistakes, they're going to hurt you with the long ball. They're going to hurt you with slug. They want to slug. And so they want to get off the field and get their guys in the batter's box. A little bit top heavy in a sense of, when you started off with Simeon, Seager. However, when we played them before, we noticed that the Tavares out the bottom, he's 5 for 10 off of us in the series where he's done some damage against us. But the other thing is that these guys play really solid defense. They don't make bad decisions with the baseball. They pick up the baseball, they throw it across the diamond, and they will turn routine plays into outs. And their pitching's pretty solid. I mean, leading off with Evaldi, the pedigree that he brings. Montgomery has been hot. So you add the old Bull Scherzer back in the mix. Listen, we're going to have to be on top of our game offensively, take our free passes when we can, be able to move the ball around the ballpark. And we've got to play really solid defense and not give them extra bases. It's two teams that do it completely different, but yet, can match up with each other. The Rangers bullpen, even though it was a little shaky down the stretch, it is still a solid bullpen. I mean, listen, I know that Chapman's going to be up for the task, and I know Leclerc very well. I mean, he's nasty when he's on, and I think it's going to be a great fun series with two teams that are eager to win a World Series.
So Sean called me out, and he did it on purpose. Now I've got to overstep my bounds to man up. So I'm just going to ask you. I'm going to piss you off a little bit. When are you going to take the Astros job?
Oh, listen, you know what? Just as I've answered all those questions, it would be another dream come true to be able to go where I grew up. Obviously, it would be, just another part of the rivalry between the Rangers and the Astros. I have not been contacted. I'm completely satisfied and happy where I'm at. Do I want to manage again? Absolutely. There's that part of me has never left from the day that I was putting time out here. So, but I love this group of players. It's a tremendous front office and coaching staff. Torey Lovullo's, I believe, one of the best in the business. I think this is proof to the rest of the baseball world that Torey, who he is a person, but who he is as a manager. And so being here and learning from him and being able to stand next to him through the last 2 years has been incredible. But that doesn't say that if there's an opportunity that out there that I would surely have to listen.
Well, look, it just feels good to have you back on the radio. You're always an amazing guest. We know that you're a fantastic dude. We're extremely happy for you. We're hoping for even more after this. Hopefully you lose the series, but win afterwards. And we love having you on. And thank you so much for your time, Jeff.
Hey, Sean, how's that tennis game coming?
Yes. He remembered. I still can't hold two baseballs in my hand, but.
Well, I was going to ask you if you shrunk those grips on your.
Jeez, listen to that.
You know, we had such a nice ending. We had such a nice dismount. Hey, man, we'll see you tonight. Thank you. We appreciate you. Love you, Benny. Thank you.
Love you. All right, guys.
Jeff Banister, busting chops on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. My Ranger sweatshirt came from Banny.
It did. Yes, it did.
And when he held those 19 baseballs in his hand.
Was it 7? Was it 7 or 9? That
To
he had?
emasculate
It was crazy.
me. Total emasculation. All right. We have to go inside Bobby's film room. Let's scout the LA Rams. And then Mike McCarthy will join us as well. The Loaded Friday edition continues with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to
to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. Man, thanks to all the Tolos giving us props for the Friday edition. I don't know why you can't text us all the other days, but today,
we do good shows Monday through Friday, sort of, sometimes.
Yeah.
Mostly on Tuesdays, a good show.
Mike McCarthy is coming up at 8:40 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Jeff Banister was absolutely fantastic as we get set for Game 1 tonight, and we will replay RJ's World Series song that got very nice reviews. We may do that at 9 o'clock since Bassick is taking over Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But let's go inside Bobby's film room, the best. I don't want to insult Broadus because he already got insulted yesterday being called a senior citizen. The best Cowboys preview on the radio inside the film room for the Rams.
Yeah, we've got the Los Angeles Rams this weekend, noon kickoff, which I despise. I am in the minority there. Everybody else involved in game day coverage loves the noon kickoffs.
Yeah.
Broadus loves them because he's like, I'm done at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
The players love, I'm done. Not me, because when I'm working with Jane Slater and up to noon, she's doing live hits, we're having to go from, all right, Jane's done, get off of Jane and start recording people working out. Okay, Bobby, get the camera off of them because Jane's got to stand up and do her hit again. And it's just
is Jane
stressful.
working this game?
Yes, she is.
Oh, man, we should have gotten her on for a preview. That would have been a tremendous help. A great idea. She's on the station,
But
right?
you know what?
Isn't she a member of the station?
But you know what? We have Payton Russell. We have Peyton. Peyton, you know
Maybe
what?
she's standing at Marriott this week and she can't figure it out.
I would love.
Bobby, don't get all scared or worked up. Let us do our thing.
I'm not scared and worked up. I'm
staying in a
perfectly
Marriott.
fine. I'm perfectly fine.
A myriad of places.
Marriott.
You know what? I'd like to. Peyton's got some good analysis. You know what, Peyton? I'd like to.
Look how uncomfortable he is.
Very uncomfortable.
I would love to hear.
Jane, give a preview on the station.
Cowboys are back at home for the first time in a month. A month, Peyton. But they've been pretty damn good at home, haven't they?
A 10-game home winning streak, guys. 10 straight home games the Cowboys have won. It's really impressive. And why not make it 11, Bobby?
Why not? I mean, look, when you see the way that they play at home, specifically with Dak, it's wild. We've always seen, the Amari Cooper factor of, why is Amari Cooper so much better at home than on the road? This is something that seems to be a function that, extrapolated out from not just Amari. It's still the whole Cowboys offense and Dak specifically. They will put up a ton of points when they're at home. They've won 10 in a row. You just look at their last several home games. 38 points against the Patriots, 30 against the Jets. You go back to 40 against Philly, 27 Houston, 54. They consistently put up 30-plus points at home.
Longest active home winning streak. Last time they had such a streak at home, 11 straight, spanning the 91 and 92 seasons back in Texas Stadium. I'm stealing all this from Archer. And this will be their first home game, 41 days. So
that is stupid.
41 days.
That is, the NFL's got a problem there. That no team should go 41 days without a home game or a road game for that matter. I don't care if a bye week's in there at all. I don't care. You should not go a month and a half almost without your fans seeing a home game.
I think that's the math may be a little off there because it was October 1st against the Patriots.
Yeah, so it's 29 days.
It's been a month.
30 days.
It's been a month. It was 28 days or whatever it was. So Archer missed that one. But
that's Boston math.
Well, that's what it is for you. But I will say, here's one thing that I think is genuinely impressive about that streak, though. By the way, is that how long did we spend feeling like AT&T Stadium wasn't a home field advantage? We felt like, it's just this, suits and cocktails crowd, and does it get loud enough? There were all those questions about AT&T Stadium that it's just nice to see now that it's become an actual benefit to them. It's something that they actually use as an advantage as AT&T Stadium. So they'll try to use that advantage against this Los Angeles Rams team this weekend.
Just my initial feeling about this is, and we'll pick the game at 9. This feels like a game the Cowboys blow out the other team. But I have a lot of worries.
Man, I
have a lot of worries with the way the Cowboys are playing matchup with their receivers. But this feels like a game in which they win by 17.
Yeah, it does. But the issue is there is a definite advantage they've got with their receivers. That.
The Rams?
Yeah, that is very scary to me. The way the Cowboys secondary has been in the absence of Diggs. and it being such a weak link unit, like I am a little bit. I don't know how they're going to handle that.
Sean McVay is the king of 11 personnel. It's 3 receivers, a running back, and a tight end. That has been his entire personnel grouping since he got to the Rams. We talk about these different formation usages and things he used. McVay just says, I'm going to line up with these 3 guys. My 3 receivers are playing full-time. They are in 11 personnel 93% of the time, which is way higher than anybody else in the NFL and has been for several years. They are pretty consistently 90% above. So they use 3 receivers really consistently, and all 3 of them, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, and then Tutu Atwell, which all 3 of those sound like fake names. But those are the 3 guys that they're all really strong, savvy route runners. They've got really good hands. They're quick. Nacua is the guy that we've talked a ton about, that stat I love, that his career high in receptions at college was 48. He's already 10 past that in the NFL.
Is he one of these guys that makes all the scouts scrounge and rush back into their files? Like, where was he? Who was he again? Why didn't we see this?
Well, look at their 2 receivers. Cooper Kupp was at, Eastern Washington?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just as good as Sam Laporta. Nothing impressive.
Right, absolutely.
According to our fantasy league.
Absolutely. But, they did a great job of finding 2 basically receivers that most people did. Now people had heard of Cooper Kupp.
Kupp was he was a second-round pick.
But he was at a nowhere school.
Yeah. But he was somebody who was thought well. And I think Puka Nacua was thought well of by Western area scouts. They liked him, but he was one of these guys that it was probably an area scout's favorite. Like, it's somebody who this is my guy. I really like him. That's somebody that'd be a good day 3 value for us. He's similar to a Deron Bland. So when the Cowboys picked Deron Bland, there were a lot of people that went, who's this guy? Where did he come from? How did he burst onto the scene? All the area scouts on the West Coast who had dealt with Deron Bland during the draft process, you'll hear universally, it's like, well, I knew I liked Deron Bland. We were busy trying to convince our teams of Deron Bland. We knew about this guy. And so I would guess Puka Nacua is that way too. But man, that's going to be where this game is won or lost. And I hate to disagree with you, RJ Choppy.
You can't.
I'm going to have to. Is that Matthew Stafford's not going to do you any favors in terms of he's not going to help you out in the passing game, because what I've seen watching Stafford on tape these few weeks, he looks like he's still the same guy to me. Now, I will say,
he throws a lot of interceptions, makes bad decisions.
There is still that. He has leveled up Jameis Winston, all right? He's Jameis Winston if he just made slightly better decisions. What?
Jameis is the best pre-game hype man in the world. There is no better off-season video maker in sports than Jameis Winston. He's a national treasure.
Odell Beckham
And
Jr.
we need to protect him. We need to protect Jameis Winston at all costs.
Well, I'm just saying, Jameis Winston, very talented player. Matthew Stafford is as well. I just don't know that he's a complete quarterback all the time. He makes some dumb decisions at times. He'll be risky with the football. But the benefit of that is he will put it through a keyhole pretty consistently. And he's still got that arm talent. I know we talked about that a lot before the season. Does his arm even work anymore? It works. He can still throw the ball with really good velocity. He can fit it into some tight spaces. The biggest problem for Matthew Stafford is that offensive line is not helping him out. The Cowboys can generate pressure this week if they want. The tackles there are not very good to me. That's Rob Havenstein and then Alaric Jackson. Now, it seems like pretty consistent when we've talked about these Cowboys opponents, we talk about, that interior, their guards, they're a little leaky. They'll give up some pressure. That's not the case with the Rams. They're actually better at the guard spots than the tackles. One of them is Steve Avila, who got drafted at TCU. He's been really good for them as a rookie. That was the guy we had talked about. And then the other one is Kevin Dotson, who they had traded from the Steelers for. The thing is that those guys are maulers. So they're like really heavy-footed. So if you want to come at them with some twists, some stunts, try and do some different things that will stress their footwork on the interior, you can get some vulnerability on them. If you just try to play them straight up and beat them and rush them, they're so damn strong, those two guys, that they'll just lock it up, and it's not going to be very effective. But a lot of teams have had success running twists and stunts on the Rams, beating the edges with Alaric Jackson and Havenstein. And so I think the Cowboys can have similar success. I think they can get in Matthew Stafford's face, pressure him. So that's going to be a big part of this. If they're not able to rush Matthew Stafford, the Rams could put up 35. If they're able to get pressure like other teams have, that's where you start getting some bad decisions and you're able to neutralize the passing game a little bit. It's not even worth mentioning the running game because it's Sean McVay. Now, on the defensive side of the ball, the biggest thing, their pass rush. Their pass rush and what they're able to do there. They've got Aaron Donald, obviously. Bobby Brown, no, not of New Edition fame. This is Bobby Brown from Texas A&M. He's been a solid contributor for them. I like what they get out of Byron Young, Tennessee alum, Tennessee great, super freaky athlete. He leads their team in sacks. They will be able to generate some pressure. And we talked a couple weeks ago about San Francisco, how they play all their defensive linemen straight up. Their guys put their hands in the dirt. That's it. They're not moving. They're not doing anything else. Rams are different. Aaron Donald will line up at a different spot on every snap. He'll be at defensive tackle, but he'll be slid over above somebody's shoulder or head up. He'll play different defensive line techniques really consistently. You can run the ball on them. If Mike McCarthy wants to run the ball, he should have some success doing it because their secondary's been pretty good this year. Ahkello Witherspoon, Darion Kendrick, two highly touted corners coming out of college. Witherspoon was years ago out of Colorado. Kendrick, of course, out of Georgia. Those are two guys who I think have shown real good capability. They'll play a lot of zone, so Dak's going to have to be really accurate with his throws.
Mike McCarthy, how much did he miss us, and why is he blaming his mom for showing the entire country his Cowboys play sheet? The head coach of America's team joins us next.
I don't know what Coach's favorite corn song is.
Take it away, Choppy.
Do you have one? Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
We missed you. Did you miss us?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, that's what
we
you are.
on that?
Yeah, we missed you. You give us this Friday entertainment gold. Did you enjoy the bye week? You enjoy your time away?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, the volume wasn't correct. I have to turn this up on my phone. Yeah, hey, well, definitely missed you. You know that goes without being said.
I know. I shouldn't even have asked.
It's been a long 2 weeks.
It has. Did you do anything fun or enjoyable to get away?
Yeah, I mean, it was enjoyable. Did not get away. Just took in the homecoming festivities with my daughters over there at Prestonwood Christian Academy. So that was fun.
You have any type of World Series baseball fever with the Rangers starting this weekend?
Oh, definitely. I mean, the buzz of the city it's been fun. I know the players are all really into it. So I mean, it's going to be obviously an exciting series. I mean, just that whole stretch here, Game 5, 6, and 7. I mean, what a great lead up into the World Series.
What is your, like, if you're not watching football, like if you're just in your downtime, what is your number 2 sport to consume?
Oh, I get into to be honest, you get into the championship series, whether it's, you're always watching the World Series, but the hockey finals and the NBA finals in May. So, a lot of it, obviously March Madness is always a fun time of year, but just, your life as a football coach is, it's really in season and off season. So in season, you don't really have much time, outside of work and family. But so, just take in the spring sports.
What's the number one non-sports thing that is on your television?
Oh, just whatever the kids want to watch. Yeah, I'm.
You don't have a show? You don't have something DVR, Netflix? Not
right now. No, not right now. Okay. Yeah. So I just get in line when I get home. I'm pretty easy.
So Coach, given the amount of time, you mentioned that you've had to reflect on things during the bye that you wouldn't normally get during a game week. Was there something that you felt like you were able to learn about your team, whether good or bad, that like, okay, I hadn't really considered this before because I hadn't been given the time to devote to a larger scale takeaway? Was there something you came away from during the bye and said, oh, this is interesting, we need to focus on this?
The big thing with bye weeks, my experience, and it was no different this past week, it's not as much as not being, aware or on top of the pros and cons. It's really having the time to apply it to the next game plan or the next 6 weeks of your season. So I think that's so important, and that's really a big part of why I've always broken down the season into into quarters, or just where our schedule lays up, just because we have that Thursday stretch there in November. But we're breaking it up into trimesters, and so everybody in this game, you have a menu of scheme, and you try to match it up where you think your team's at. So it's more how you apply the statistics, the pros and cons, or the tendencies of players, and there's always projection going on. So that's why, as I look at this second semester or trimester of the season, we have 4 out of 6 games at home. So just from like the offensive perspective, just how you want to play these games. Ideally, health is probably at the forefront of all those decisions, as we know. But it's really having time to take the information that you have weekly, but just taking a deeper dive on how it applies to the schemes and concepts, the training, and things you really need to emphasize. So that's really always been my approach.
Yeah, and you've talked this week, I know, about self-scouting and how important that is. So how much when you start that process and you start looking to apply that during the bye, what does that begin with for you? Does that just go, hey, let me go put on the tape of game 1 and we're just going to go all the way through? Or does it apply to a certain concept like, hey, I really want to dive into this thing that's I've been itching to get to?
Well, there's numerous things. I mean, there's things that come out of the across the hall activity that we have here. We're the offensive, defensive coaches share things on the players' tendencies and in the concepts of situational tendencies. So there's multiple, thoughts that you go through. Like, for example, last night, Brian Schottenheimer sitting in his office, going through certain formations and plays and concepts that, we got to make sure we protect, moving forward. So how do you project that over the next 6 weeks? So you're always forecasting from a coach's perspective what's next. And and then the nice thing with our new analytics department and just having them integrated into the coaching staff, just taking a deeper dive with them, like John Park and I spent time on a bye week, just taking a deeper dive into the football team and more confirmation. But once again, how do you apply it? I know I've said applied like 20 times already, but it's because it's just like anything. You only have so much time in opportunity in your training. You can't do everything on Sunday. So it's how do you chart it out?
Mike McCarthy here on the Fan. Coach, you've been very straightforward, and I've agreed with it. Hey, we're going to rely on this defense. That's the strength of the team. And then we're going to take care of the football, running game, all the things that go along with it. My question to you is, do you still feel like you have the defense and the running game for your formula? Hasn't felt like y'all been running the ball the way you've wanted lately. The defense after Diggs, I think could be argued, it fell off from maybe elite to very good or good. Do you still feel like you have the defensive and run game formula to play how you want?
Well, really, I'll be honest with you. You could really take the last two answers I gave you and apply it. Here is, apply is a big word today.
Apply.
Apply.
Take a shot for every time.
Yeah, to get me out of everything today. But I think clearly, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. So you come out of training camp, you know that more games are lost in September than won. So complementary football. How do you build that foundation? And in the way we played, illustrates that. And then you have statistics that come out of it. And then our statistical breakdown with particularly when you have 3 blowout games and you spend as much time in a 4-minute offense mode as we are, so your numbers are screwed, or tilted one way, and so you have to look at all those things. But you have to grow your football team. So so the offense has to do more, as far as what we're trying to do approach wise, and that to me is really why you break these seasons down, because you have to grow. I'm not making excuses. It's just the way this league is set up. I mean, you don't have the time in training camp and the opportunity to probably get as much as you would like oiled up. And it's a young man's league now. These players are so much younger than they were 15, 20 years ago. So so you get through that first trimester, you play it a certain way, and obviously once again the X factors in all these things is health of your roster, and then now you have a chance to reboot, and and we need to grow as an offense, and then we got to continue to be better on how people are attacking us on defense, and and we're very, very young on special teams too. So I mean that's probably the one area that John Fossil does a tremendous job. We've had a lot of moving parts there, and so it's continuing to grow, and so I mean. It's not like we're going out every Sunday and saying, okay, hey, defense, win the game. I mean, I've always looked at defense as being the thermostat of your football team, because they keep every game winnable, and then in the offense go win the game. So and special teams contribute and win the field position battle. So I think obviously we're 4-2. It's a good solid record. It's a good start, but we need to improve moving forward, especially with these opportunities, playing 4 out of 6 at home.
Mike McCarthy joined us here at 105 through the Fan. I know you talked about it, and you said it was kind of a messy game. So it's not about the actual play before the half, but what is the conversation with a player when an in-game decision could be seen as like a slight to them or a lack of confidence in their decision making or their ability? Like, what's the conversation that you have to have with players and stuff when something like that happens?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, in reference even just to the Charger game, that's really an external opinion and thought process. Mm-hmm. I mean, Dak understood it. I mean, we briefly talked about it after the game. So you got to remember, there's communication that's going on through that whole process. I got the game management coaches in my ear. I'm able to talk to him. So that we took the. You got 2 options there, and the head coach decided to take the conservative one, and we won by 3 points. So I mean, at the end of the day, it's about winning, no, there wasn't a big conversation, and there definitely was there was no truth to others' opinions on why we did what we did at the end of the half.
We're going to try to apply this audio clip we found from 2016 of you being asked about the trade deadline back in Green Bay and see if it still applies today.
What's the trade deadline like around here? Is it a lot of conversation or just standard?
Is that what you guys? I thought it was next week. No? That's what it's like.
Is it really like that, Coach? Like, yeah, it is still here with everything else you have to focus on?
Well, no, that was more of a philosophical approach in Green Bay, and after 10 years of answering that question, that I'd be honest with you, that was pretty much a reality of how it was at the trade deadline. But it's definitely different here in Dallas. There's a lot more conversation about veteran free agency here. It's just more. It's a philosophical approach, and veteran free agency wasn't a priority in Green Bay.
Do you like? I mean, I would think that you would like being more involved in those conversations. Would that be accurate?
Well, it's not it's not the involvement. I mean, that's the. I think it's the norm. I mean, in every leadership structure, Jerry, Steven, and Will, and I mean, there's always conversations, and I have a process of stopping in Will's office every day and communicating with him and Steven and Jerry, and so so you're definitely in the conversation, but it's just like anything in this business. I mean, it comes down to transactions.
Jerry mentioned back in August when the Trey Lance deal was made that because he knew you were involved in the evaluation of Trey Lance, he knew your feelings on the play, and that's why he felt comfortable just, hey, I can make this call right now, and then we can move on from there. Would you expect a similar type of process if a deadline deal were made this year? Like, do you guys have specific conversations about different people throughout the year so that, Jerry, Steven, whoever feel like, hey, I've got this information already from Mike about how he feels like this so we can streamline any discussions?
Oh, no, absolutely. And that's really the norm. The exception is, something that happens last minute. And as we all know, last minute things, carry higher risk. So, yeah, I mean, it's, in my experience in the NFL, there's a tremendous amount of conversation, anticipation, and that goes into all these decisions. So it's not something that pops up at noon. You have to make the decision by 3:00 has been my experience.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee every single Friday at this time with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. So your play call sheet went viral. When did you become aware of it? Were you aware of it? And is there any big secrets that were let out on national TV?
No, not really. That's the language. I mean, I think, two things. The irony of it is I always speak to my parents before the game, and, and my mother was pretty adamant about, I need to cover up my mouth. And she was at church, at church that day, and five different people commented on Mike's not covering up his mouth when he's calling plays. So I kind of blame this on her a little bit. So I was trying to be really conscientious of keeping my call sheet up over my mouth. And then now I got an issue with my font being too big because I'm, my eyes aren't as good as they were, 15, 20 years ago. So I really don't know what the hell to do about it.
Coach, I don't know how much you paid attention to the Michigan sign stealing scandal and everything, but and I know you guys have the ability to communicate through a headset, which college should probably do anyway, but how much do you worry about other teams stealing your info? And if somebody did, how big of a deal is that? Deion Sanders says you still got to stop it. It's not that big of a deal, but where do you stand on that?
Well, I'm laughing as I'm looking out the window at our practice facility. We're surrounded by corporate buildings where we practice. So, I think it is definitely different in today's game. But I agree with Deion on that. It's football. I mean, it's part of the game. It's been around forever. I think the league is, just being in the league, watching the communication. I was in the league when the headset came in for the quarterback communication back in, I think it was 94. And then obviously the defensive communication, much later. So, and I think those are all, good, fair, adjustments that the league's made. But yeah, it's, then you counter that with no huddles and things like that, and battling the communication clock because it goes off at 15 seconds. So I mean, to me, it's all part of the gamesmanship of our league, and communication, as you know, is important. So, but Yeah, I agree. I think we're, I didn't see Dion's comments on it, but I agree with that. I think it's just part of the game.
Coach, it's good to have you back. Got you for the final 2 trimesters, as you would say. Good luck on Sunday, and let's talk about a win next week. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's great to hear your voices.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee. The Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline every Friday. Back with us on Sean and RJ. Rangers picks, Cowboys picks, RJ's brand new World Series song, and the Degenerate has a way for you to make $1 million this weekend. Final hour on your home of the AL champs next.
Well, let's get you over to K.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What a show, what a day, and hopefully what a night. Game 1 of the World Series in Arlington. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. The Gag Nation broadcasting from the Globe. Did I already say fist pump time? Fist pump time.
Yeah.
RJ just keeps fist pumping because we're that excited. G-Bag will be there. I'm going to stop by as early as the parking lots will let me get into the stadium. Drinks all around. I'll be there with Kyle. If you're looking for a pool, Emerald Custom Pools, get a few drinks in them. Maybe he'll give you even more of a Tolo discount. So we'll be representing all weekend long because I'll be there tonight. I'm going tomorrow with the wife, and then RJ Choppy inviting me to Cowboys Rams on Sunday.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite, Chop. Appreciate it.
Well, well, the guy inviting doesn't like you, number one.
There's that.
And number two, you're working.
You are working.
I am working.
You could fake vomit and be out for the work.
The good news is I have a credential and I can confront this man directly. If you're laughing because you know how serious I am.
I know you are. You should walk in with the opposite like liquor bottle of what Bennett Glazer sells. Like pour it out in front of him. No, Mr. Glazer, I appreciate the invite, sir. You're a legend, but I can't go 3 straight days to games. And I can't get a babysitter back-to-back games, but I appreciate the invitation.
I'm excited. These I've heard legendary tales about these seats. It is the row right in front.
I thought you just went with him.
That was the Ranger game.
Oh.
This is the Cowboy game. This is the row right in front of Jerry's box. It's the row right in front.
Oh, we got to say something to Jerry.
Oh, no, I'll be with him on the field and underneath the stadium before the game.
You're not going to be on the field.
He is.
You didn't text me that.
I mean...
You're always up to something.
I'm telling you
You're
now.
always up to something. I'm the reason you're even going to these games.
ABS. And always be scheming.
I'm also on the field before the game.
Well, I'll see you there.
That's right.
Hopefully you will.
I'll let you take the picture of Jerry, Sarah, and I together.
I'll be standing with the specs and the goody liquor people. a real liquor outfit. He is incredibly uncomfortable over. It's like when you're making Slater jokes.
Yeah. So, Mr. Glazer, you guys could make me uncomfortable if we want to talk about Jeff Passan. But more of that. Dude.
That's just their
I know we're
laundry.
petty. We're just so petty. I love it. Okay, but we've talked enough about the Cowboys here over the past 30 minutes. Mike McCarthy rejoining us tonight this weekend is about the Rangers and the World Series. Just to reset our picks, I went Rangers in 5. Bobby went Rangers in 5. Choppy and Payton going Rangers in 6.
Boomer Esiason too. He also went Rangers in 6.
Oh, he made a pick?
Yeah, just now during the break.
Oh, there wasn't the New York Islanders to talk about or something?
No.
Oh, shocking. Okay. Now reset the umpire for tonight, Roberto, and why it'll matter if it will.
Yeah, so this is DJ Rayburn is the umpire of this game. Yep, that's exactly it.
Shippy wasn't available?
DJ the DJ. It's DJ Rayburn is the umpire for tonight. And this is potentially a small advantage for the Rangers, I would think. It's something where Zach Gallen has never in his entire career pitched with DJ Rayburn calling balls and strikes. Now, there was a lot of people I saw who were complaining about how accurate this guy was. What was he ranked, Sean?
75th out of 92.
Yeah, he's not a highly ranked umpire in terms of accuracy, but this is somebody that Nathan Eovaldi is very familiar with. Nathan Eovaldi has pitched 27 1/3 innings with DJ Rayburn calling balls and strikes. That is the 6th most of any umpire that he's worked with. So he's going to have a real understanding of where exactly Rayburn likes to call balls and strikes. And so I think that's a big advantage right there for Eovaldi in that he's somebody who already likes to pound the strike zone. And if he knows exactly where that is, then that's a good benefit for him. During his career, before this year when he got rocked at the beginning of his arm problems in June, that was the only game he had this year with DJ Rayburn. But outside of that start, he has a 3.38 ERA with him behind the plate, which is, a half a run better than his career average. And he averages 10 strikeouts per 9 innings, which is about 2.5 higher than his career average. So Nathan Eovaldi has had success in the strike zone with DJ Rayburn. And that's something that, as we talked about earlier from Yahoo, being able to pound the strike zone is going to be important for Eovaldi against these Diamondbacks hitters who want to draw out counts. They want to get deep into counts.
Look, from the video that they show this umpire, if you throw a strike, you're a fool. He will expand the zone. He is, if you've seen some of those videos of like Greg Maddux in the 90s, pepper in the other batter's box, and it's getting called a strike by like Eric Gregg. That's what this guy is.
Eric Gregg, that Florida Marlins game that's so famous.
Like that's like this guy will absolutely call a pitch out of the strike zone. You know, if hitters can get fooled, a slider looks like it's in the zone, looks like it's gone. He will get fooled on that. Like he is the guy that seems to get fooled on that based on the videos I've seen. Like this could be. I fully suspect that about 8:45 tonight, the amount of people on social media are going to be like, my gosh.
Speaking of social media, we need to address this and get it out of the way before the telecast.
I'm sorry.
John Smoltz. I think I may have been wrong about the John Smoltz criticism. Maybe it just got in my head from all the Tolos saying Smoltz hates us. Whenever, you and I have always agreed on this, Choppy, whenever a fan base thinks that the announcer hates their team, like with Joe Buck, I always make fun of the fan base. You're just homers. You're being delusional. You're hearing what you want to hear. You're being oversensitive. I did feel like, and maybe Smoltz is just tired. Maybe I love John Smoltz's education on the sport. Love it. I listen to everything he says. But I did feel like there was sometimes a lack of emotion when the Rangers did something, or he took it kind of back to the Astros with every opportunity. So I'm feeling like I may have been a little bit wrong on the Tolos thinking that John Smoltz wasn't showing Ranger enthusiasm.
Are you embarrassed?
Because I'm not embarrassed, but I am admitting maybe the Tolos were more right than I thought.
So, yeah, I generally think that complaining about, calls and announcers is like bottom feeder sports fan talk.
Ooh.
There was I think it was game 6. I can't remember which game it was. It was either 6 or 7 when they went down on the field to Verducci and Rosenthal. You know how they do like one guy's on one side and one guy's on the other side. Both pregame stories were Houston stories. That was very odd to me. You don't ever go on the Super Bowl where you're like, hey, let's go down to Melissa Stark and let's go down to Laura Oakman, and they're both doing something on the Chiefs. Generally, they're doing something on the other team too, right? Generally, it's about one is with one, the other is with the other team. In this particular case, whatever game, it was either 6 or 7, they both went to the field and they both did Houston stories. And that bothered me. I was like, okay, that's not what we're doing here. I know what happens. Billy Packer's talked about this. When you go into a game, you pick a storyline, and then you have to change it as the game goes on. And I don't think what happened is that they didn't change the storyline. It was an Astros storyline to begin with. Houston, they're the defending champs. They're going to get more. And I don't know how they're going to approach this series, to be honest with you. Who's the better story? The 84-win Diamondbacks or the 90-win Rangers? Both teams were first place.
Yeah.
D-backs were first place at the All-Star break, right?
I believe so.
Both teams were first place at the All-Star break. Both teams had great years. Both teams exceeded expectations. They've got good young players. The Rangers have a legendary Hall of Fame manager. The Diamondbacks have the bench coach, the former manager of this team. Like, there's a lot of storylines in this series. Like, it would not surprise me if they kind of gravitated to Arizona here because of the story.
I don't think so. I think they're going to the stories are there, the feel-good stories,
but the intrigue was
the names. The names are in Texas.
Yeah, you're
Seager,
right.
Simeon, Bochy, even Evaldi.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are the names that people nationally are going to know. And so I think they don't necessarily, this isn't March Madness. March Madness, they want to tell you the story of the 8th guy on Wofford or whatever. And like, look, he scrapped and he folded the team's laundry and now he plays. That's what March Madness wants. The World Series wants names. They want people to know who's playing.
And I bet you if you were to ask Arizona people, they would say that the TBS cast was going, all Philly. Because I get it. If you were Major League Baseball, you probably thought going into the series and you probably wanted Astros Phillies again. You probably did. At the very least, you wanted Rangers Phillies. But, any combination of Arizona and whatever other team in the AL would have been a bad one.
All right, speaking of knowing things, how many Tolos do you really love 90s country? Because that was RJ Choppy's inspiration for coming up with his brand new Texas Rangers song to get you ready for tonight and this weekend with a music video included on the FanCam Twitch and YouTube right now.
Let's go, Rangers! Yes, yes, sir! Yeah! World Series Game 1 coming at ya now, baby! Woo! All right! At the close tonight, the Rangers gonna take Game 1. Woo! We're just tired of watching every team in MLB having fun. Oh, well, we started to believe when we traveled up to Baltimore. No mercy, Houston just was shown that door. 1, 2, 3. Hello, Leo D and Evaldi. Yeah. Well, I want to win back up on the MVPs. Good line. Woo! Hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy. Plus, we've got Mitchie G and Evaldi. We got the greatness of Rubochi, and he knows his team will win. A Ranger bat's about to blow the ballpark lid. We'll let them win a game, or else it's impolite. I bet that Houston wish Altuve had some height, because the world was ready for us to beat up HOU.
Fire Houston shots.
And we didn't even need to use Altuve's buzzer to bam. Yeah! I said, hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy. Cause we got Leo D and Evaldi. Yeah! Keep going for here, baby. Yes, sir! You asked for it, you're getting it again. 75% of you said the song. Screw the other 25%. Woo! Raise it 5, maybe 6. Definitely not 7. Here we go, one more time. Whoever sweep, talking Carter, walking, win the series, baby. Banny man, I love you, but this week I'm gonna hate you. Prepare the world for how we think the decade's gonna be. Maybe we won't let the D-backs win Game 3, cause the world was ready for us to beat up HOU. And we didn't even need to use our two-base buzzer too. Yeah. I said, hey, Nathaniel Lowe, Payton's enemy. Cause we've got Leo D and Evaldi.
Hey!
Hey! Yes! Sir! Bob! Woo!
Look at the dance.
Yes, sir, one more time. We got Mitch and G and Evaldi. Yeah!
RJ Choppy paying homage to?
That's Travis Tritt, baby. The greatness of Travis Tritt right there.
Let's make our official Dallas Cowboy picks and preview the Rams with Nick Eatman, Cowboys.com. Then crosstalk with KMC on the road next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. They're on the road as well with Mike Bassick leading the way. Cowboy picks, Degenerate, and then Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Who do you have winning this game and why?
I got the Cowboys winning. I just think they're a better team than the Rams. I got it being a little close one. 24-20. Cowboys win.
I had 24-21. I think my alternative pick is the Cowboys in a blowout. Early game just gives me a good feeling in Arlington. Maybe it's a past win over the Rams years ago, and the Cowboys are coming out of a bye, but I'm terrified of their receivers cutting us up. I'm worried about the Cowboys secondary. I know that others have said linebacker Babe Laufenberg. If you were going to address something in the trade market, I would go more towards secondary, corners. I'm worried about Puka and Cooper, Sam Laporta Cup. Will Chambers is listening. I'll go 24-21 Dallas, but I'm worried.
I'm also going with a 3-point game. And I am picking the Dallas Cowboys. 27-24, but honestly, this would be a game where I also wouldn't be stunned if it's a game where they win by 17 points because of the home field factor and the way that they've played at home and coming off of two really stressful games. I think there's a good chance this team plays more free and more open than they have in recent weeks with all the pressure that was on them with the Zeke game and then the San Francisco game and then the Kellen Moore game and everything else with that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys come out here and play a little freer, but I just think that, like we've all talked about this morning, the way these receivers are going to be able to challenge Dallas's secondary makes this, I think, a tighter game. And so I'll say Dallas 27-24.
Hey, Pay.
I think the Cowboys continue to assert home field dominance. 10 home game wins in a row for the Cowboys. I think they make it 11. I have this a little higher score, 31-27 Dallas.
Any other commentary on that 10-game home win streak?
No.
Oh, okay.
We'll explain next week. If someone makes it on Fox TV, we'll explain all the little laughing. All right, before we get to Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. RJ says you can win $1 million right now.
David DeLucci.
I've got to wait for you to win $1 million. If you're placed to take the bet.
What's David DeLucci?
This is
he came up to the Godfather music, and we had the DeLucci reference earlier.
Okay.
High-low.
So my place would not let me bet. So this is $10 to win $1 million. My place would not let me bet that. I can't go higher than $500,000. So I wound up having to bet $4.81 to get right to $500,000 on the bet. They won't let me go that high. But let's see. I've got a couple of parlay. I have an NFL teaser, which is what you do is you can move the line 6 points in any direction. 3 bets in college football, and I've got this big-time parlay in college football.
You love a good tease.
Yeah, I do. Here we go. A 5-team NFL teaser. Philadelphia, you could tease them to -1. Cowboys, you could tease them to even. Miami, who's playing the Patriots, you could tease them to -3.5. The Lions, who are playing the Raiders on Monday Night Football, you could tease them to -1. And Baltimore against Arizona, you could tease Baltimore to -2. Those are basically pick-em games for 5 massive favorites. 2 notes. 1, who was the most profitable quarterback in the NFL against the spread in their career, and who was the least profitable quarterback in the NFL against the spread in their career? And they're both playing right now.
Ooh, I will say Joe Montana.
They're both playing right now.
Y.A. Tittle.
All right.
The least
when you check out mentally.
They're actually both my guys. Derek Carr is the least profitable, and Jared Goff is the most profitable. He covers more spreads than anybody else. That, to me, was stunning when I saw that. College football. I like Memphis -7 against UNT. Sorry, Mean Green. I like Oregon and Road Bo, even though Road Bo is bad Bo. I like Oregon -6.5 against Utah. Utah's got no quarterback play. I don't believe they'll be able to stop Oregon. And then Ohio State -14.5 at Wisconsin. Wisconsin lost to a team that threw for 37 yards. They are going to get destroyed by Ohio State. I don't know how this number isn't 28.5. Here is my 8-team parlay, Sean. Kansas money line. Georgia Tech money line. Northwestern money line. I'm going to go against my Oregon bet. Utah money line. let's see, Wake Forest money line, Arizona State money line, Rice money line, and Cal. $10 will win you $1.04 million. It's not going to hit, but it's a waste of $10. And it's a waste of $10. But I'm only betting $4.81.
You know what they said was a waste of $10? Diamondbacks and Rangers in the World Series too, Chop.
Yeah, that's right. So take that bet right there. Bet your $10, win $1 million.
At RJ Choppy, he will tweet out the Degenerate selections every single Friday here on The Fan. Nick Eatman is brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick is joining us from the team's official website. What'd you make of Jerry Jones yesterday showing up at practice?
I know I was kind of I wasn't out there at first, and I was kind of walking over, and then you get that. Oh, crap. I mean, everybody knows it. Everybody's covered the beat and been at training camp and all that. You're like, what? You know, you're watching practice or you're doing your thing, and then you look over and you see like this huddle, and you're like, oh, man, I hope we have somebody, you know, on our team in there. But walk over there and listen. And it was funny because I was probably 10 minutes late, and the first thing I heard him say, I like our team right now, and I don't see anything happening that would change that. If we don't make a trade, you know, we have the guys to get it done. And I was thinking, what'd I miss? I mean, like this is what everyone wants to hear, and this is what he said. So unless there was talk about DeMarcus Ware or whatever, but you know, this is kind of what everyone's talking about is what are they going to do, if anything, at the trade deadline.
Give him your theory, Bobby.
All right, here's my theory, Nick. I think that Jerry seeking out the reporters at practice and entertaining as many things as he did about the trade deadline with us on Tuesday and just saying, hey, somebody's got to call us. I think Steven is not necessarily keen to make a move, and so Jerry would like a phone call to come in that he can just say yay or nay to. I think that's what he's trying to set up.
Probably. I mean, like, it's never a coincidence that the Cowboys are getting talked about as much as any team, like, on their bye. Like, it's just what happens. I mean, like, yes, I think Jerry, I think he would like a phone call or two. You know, I mean, there's when you look at the roster and look at guys that what they're getting traded for, and there's some holes on this team that, you know, you could be better. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you want to go do something like that? So you're right. It's always more of a Jerry move than a Steven move because I think Steven always looks at it more big picture. And when you're doing that, when you're parting with draft picks, maybe. But, you know, like somebody pointed this out to me the other day, and it was a fan, and I agree with. If you're going to take the approach of a second-round pick at being very risky and taking a guy that, you know, should maybe be a first-rounder, but he's fallen to the second, that's what they've done for, a dozen years now.
Yeah.
Well, why not do it ahead of time? You
great
know, why
point.
not?
That's a great point.
And it really was. And I was like, I can't argue with this.
More expensive.
More expensive for your second round pick. And you never know where you're going to be. But if you got a good football team, you're going to be picking 50, 60, you know. And I think for the most part, I don't think that plan, that strategy has worked. I really don't. You can argue about Sean Lee. I mean, Sean Lee, that was a great player, but the reason he was in the second round is for the same things we saw his whole career pan out to be, injuries. But I mean, for every Sean Lee, there's a Randy Gregory, there was a Bruce Carter, there's Kelvin Joseph. The jury's out on Sam Williams. I mean, you know, I'm sure I've missed some too. Like, you know, Jalen Smith, that's the biggest one. You know,
but that was a hit. He got a second contract.
We don't have enough time for.
I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, but we did this study a while ago. The Cowboys hit on their second round pick right at league average. Like their second round pick strategy is fine. Like it works.
I disagree, and I don't think Jalen Smith was a hit. I mean, I don't think that was a hit. I mean, it's your 34th pick in the draft. You expect your 34th pick in the draft to be here longer. I would think longer than 4 or 5 years, and I think the last two. You know, I mean, I think he got the Cowboys before they could get him. He took a deal knowing that he couldn't run anymore, so he took a less deal.
Yeah.
And you know, but anyways, that's not what we're talking about.
Right.
We got too much going on to be talking about Jalen Smith.
Thank you,
Nick. No, and one of the other things that I was curious about here, just with the deadline coming up, and then we'll do some rips. But they've given up picks recently. They've given up day 3 depth, and they've been really good at finding gems on day 3, but they've given up some of their day 3 trade depth recently with Trey Lance, Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Cooks. Like, they've moved pieces from their future draft capital. Are we talking enough about the potential of maybe the Cowboys would sell a piece or two for some day 3 depth? Maybe they would take a call on a Gallimore, or they'd take a call on a Gallup or somebody like that?
You're onto something there, I think, too. I mean, we're always thinking, who are they going to bring in the door? It might be a situation of going out, and because this team has some talent. We talked about the other day about their first. I mean, this whole draft class, nobody's contributing at all. And when you think about it, I mean, yeah, you would expect a few, but this is a good football team 2 years in a row, 12 wins. They're picking at the end of the draft. They've had a lot of draft picks the year before. So there's just not a lot of room for these guys to come in and beat out someone better than them. I mean, I'm not excusing the Mozzie Smith. I mean, they expected him to play, right away. But I mean, he hasn't been better than Gallimore and Osa and those guys, that have been around for 3 or 4 years. And so I think when you're talking about maybe, bringing some guys in or day 3 depth, it's hard for those guys to make the team. And that's probably one of the reasons why the Cowboys are okay parting with some of those picks like they have.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. We're all pretty nervous. We have the Cowboys winning by 3 against the Rams. Who is your pick and why?
I've got the Cowboys 31-16. I think the Rams are going to have a hard time blocking the Cowboys front in this game. Give them a couple weeks off, get Dan Quinn, a chance to kind of reset a little bit. I think they're going to really be going around. I got Mike McCarthy having a really big game. So I just think the Rams are going to have a challenge to block them. That's going to be tough for them to score. I think they'll get some points. They'll get some field goals. But I think the Cowboys will take care of business in this one and win pretty comfortably, actually. I mean, 31-16 is my pick.
You getting any Derrick Henry questions over there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is it crazy or is there a percent chance? What do you think? Forget about what you think. And what we think. Do you think the Cowboys would think it would be a fit? Would Mike McCarthy say, absolutely, sign me up?
Absolutely.
Probably. I mean, since Mike's come over, like, they've made more moves like that than when Jason Garrett was here. I mean, probably combined. I mean, there's been, like, it just seems like a lot more bigger name type guys have signed with the Cowboys or traded or whatever. So I think a bigger running back, hypothetically, if there was a big running back out there, I'm not talking about a bunch of names, but if there was one that's established and big and looks like Superman, I could see the Cowboys why would that not be a fit? But I think for them, I still believe that they feel like any kind of move that's going to part with draft picks, higher draft picks, is probably has to be one that would be more long-term as well, past this year and, this year and beyond.
Thank you, brother. Make sure you get a picture of Jerry and Choppy on the field
That's
Sunday,
right.
living that high life.
Yeah, what did you say? Always scheming?
ABS, always be scheming.
All right.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. They are out on the road, so things are already going to be a little bit crazier. Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk with KMC next. But I want to lead you on over to Trajan Wealth. Have you given as much thought to your finances?
is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
It might be a Football Friday on Sean and RJ, brought to you by, is it Bud Light, I think?
Miller Lite.
Miller Lite.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
But
no, it's not Bud Light.
Wonder why you don't have any sponsors.
Yeah.
We did a Travis Tritt song.
We're not the
Bud
UFC
Light.
here, Mike.
Hey, look, I'm so popular, it doesn't matter what I say. People should want me to
we saw the
rep
survey.
their product. But it is a Baseball Friday on
Yes,
the KNC
sir!
Masterpiece.
Baseball!
Brought to you
With
by
Jerry
the
Jones at
American
10:30.
League champion. Who cares? Brought to you
Oh,
by
my
the American
goodness.
League champion Texas Rangers.
Yeah!
Just let me get to where I'm getting, Sean, before you start all repping the Dallas Cowboys again, because you're Mr. Football, man.
Football.
I watch more football than anybody. I watched Buffalo versus Tampa last night on the Amazon Prime app. How did that game go?
I did not watch it, honestly. I was
Oh,
watching
boy.
Dame Time, baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We have a local team that played last night called the Dallas Stars. I was watching them pee away a game. Even though, hey, their goalie for Toronto, man, he can do the splits. He's really good. But I call him the doucher, but these guys said I shouldn't call him that.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
saying that's like a good nickname, Duchesne. He had a
Yeah.
nice pass. I forget to who, but
Just
they scored the
call him
one goal.
Duchesne. You know, I think that'll work. I think Duchesne's fine. You know,
Okay.
it's a good name.
But where are we at, Corey, today?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie, right off of I-20, overlooking. Are we overlooking it or underlooking it? Because it's kind of like it's on a hill.
We're underlooking it.
Yeah,
I
so
feel
we're
like.
underlooking I-20
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
We got sweet deals on Miller Lite, $5 tall Miller Lite drinks out here, and we got new Lucy passports to give away, plus
Yeah.
all sorts of really cool prizes that Miller Lite's giving away
And
here
I
at
have
Buffalo Wild Wings.
27 Evan Carter rookie cards left. If you weren't smart enough to get these in color, maybe you're smart enough to get them in Grand Prairie. Now, this was before they even made a run. That was a while ago.
Yeah.
You know?
That was they weren't even they were kind of on a downslope at that point.
All right, so I'm going to talk to my guys here first. So you're just going to have to deal with it, Sean and RJ, and then we'll go to you and Bobby next.
Or less talking, the better for us.
I'm excited about 7 o'clock tonight. I'm so excited about it. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm excited to do the show and everything, but I just can't wait for 7 o'clock. I'm just excited to get to the World Series that the Texas Rangers are in. Where is your right now that we are today? The Rangers are playing today in the World Series. Where's our excitement level at?
The excitement level is super high. I woke up this morning just like, all right, here we go. I want to fast forward through the show, get done with it and everything,
Yeah.
but I know we have a lot of work to do to get to that point. But, man, I can't wait. I've already told Adrian, I said, listen, the kids have dances going on tonight and all sorts of stuff. I said, you're going to be busy. You're going to be very busy tonight because I will be at home watching this game. I'm not moving from the seat. So gotta get ready for it. Gonna turn on the radio and sync it up with the TV tonight.
K-Dog, where are you at?
I'm at a 9.5 just because I got to give that little bit of extra room when we hit 7 o'clock. But I'm freaking stoked.
All right, guys. So, Sean, you're going with Nick or Sam tonight?
Neither. I'm going with Emerald Custom Pools, baby. Kyle.
Bam!
Yeah. And I mean, are you going to cheer? I mean, you're kind of a wine and cheese guy, right?
Mike, you're the one who let down Section 133.
Hey,
you're the one who bailed. You didn't show up.
Who gave Caden a ticket to Game 5?
Who?
Who gave
133 leader?
Yeah. Yeah, who texted him and said, "Hey, you deserve a ticket for what you've done this year."
Well, that's good, but you still didn't show up. You weren't
Yeah,
there.
I show up to plenty of games.
Show us
Yeah,
that
you do.
wallet. We
Yeah.
see. I'm very, very excited. I'm showing up very early to join. I'm not going to hop on, but I'm going to stop by with the G-Bag Nation. I'm pumped. When I get Friday, Saturday availability for big events, I do always try to go, and I'm going to go there tomorrow. So I'm a better Ranger fan than you, Mike.
Yeah, you're paying $0 for all of your tickets. I paid $1,500 to go to 2 games in the ALCS.
Thanks. So are you going tomorrow too?
No, I'm not going to any of the games. I'm just cheering from my house.
Oh.
I have to pay for tickets, Sean. These tickets are it was going to be about $1,500 to sit in the outfield for 3 tickets for the World Series. So I told my boys we're going to have a blast watching them from home.
I do believe, Mike, you have said before, I don't pay to go to games. I get paid to go to games.
Yeah, you do.
True, and I lied about that because
Oh, no.
I paid $1,500 to go to 2 games.
I'm wrestling with paying $1,000 to watch from 400 feet away and watch these little players run around.
Why
like
do you
little
say
ants?
Why do you
Little ants.
say "geez, Choppy"?
Because you're just talking about your money. That's it.
Does Bally
Well,
not
I'm-
give tickets?
Does the fan?
No.
Well, we know the fan policy. I was wondering about Bally's policy.
I mean, if they do, I don't get them.
You know, I can't even go upstairs to see Sandler. He told me. Now you can tell me if this is true. Maybe it's a
can't
lie.
during the playoffs.
Yeah, he goes. I said, I want to take Kyle up there. He's taking me to the game, show him the radio booth, meet the Hall of Famers, Chuck Morgan. He goes, no, you can't get up here.
The
and I was like,
security is tremendous for playoffs.
he said baseball takes over the security at the stadium. He's like, Emily Jones can't even get up here if she wanted to. And I was like, what?
Yeah, that's true.
Does this happen at does this happen?
I think it happens at the Super Bowl, right?
I don't know. We haven't been to one. We never go. How the hell do I know?
We always leave before.
Yeah, but for Cowboy playoff games, did they do it for the ALCS as well? Do you think?
Yes. I couldn't go up there. I
That's-
told
but-
my boys I do not have access to upstairs.
Did you tell them who you were?
It's 'cause
Did you say-
1080
It doesn't matter
Mike
because
Bassick.
Hang on, Mike. If you have a press pass, where would you?
but not a regular. But they do new press passes for the playoffs. So your regular season press pass does not work during the playoffs.
But if you get a play, so we got press pass for the division series.
Right.
So
I just said I didn't need one.
Was that it?
Yeah, it was that.
Oh,
So
okay.
I assume we could have gone up there, but who knows?
Yes, if you had that, I don't know. I don't know if they have to reissue for every round.
They do.
They do.
Okay.
Like hockey and basketball will give you a sticker for your regular season credential. They'll give you like a little sticker that'll have a round on it, and you're able to go up. And then when you get to the conference finals and the Stanley Cup finals, I actually think it's called the Stanley Cup final. They don't put an S on there.
That's
because
correct.
They're Canadian.
Yeah.
They also spell leaves wrong. They spell Leafs.
I'll be buying the Tolo's drinks anyway. It'll be better. I'll see Sandler another day.
All right. So, I'm going to do this story right now. Have you heard about the Taco Bell? I think everybody knows about it if you steal a base. Some random day you get to go to Taco Bell and get a taco, right? Everybody's heard that from the World Series.
It's the
for years.
first stolen base of the World Series.
Do you guys know about this?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so
Everybody gets a taco.
For a decade
Yeah, they
now.
do.
Taco Bell's a MLB sponsor. So for a decade now, somebody steals a base in the World Series, and then on a certain day you go to Taco Bell, you get a free taco. But for the first time ever in Topps history, they made a one-of-one taco fractor card. So when you shimmer the card, when you move the card around, you see tacos on the card. Okay? And it's a one-of-one. Every player only has one of these cards. If, let's say, you have, I'm going to give Marcus Semien. He leads off, he gets a base hit, he steals second base. If you have this taco fractor card of Marcus Semien, you can then redeem it to Topps/Taco Bell, and they give you a $15,000 Taco Bell gift card.
Wow.
Yeah, not so bad now, huh?
Yeah,
I love Taco Bell.
So whoever steals the base, if you have that Taco Fractor card, it is now worth $15,000 worth of Taco Bell.
So did you buy any of those cards? Are you giving those away with your Evan Carter assortment?
No. First of all, what's going to be weird is, here's the story. Evan Carter made the season way too late for them to make cards of him in sets because he didn't come up till September. So if Evan Carter does steal the first base in the World Series, there will not be a Taco Fractor card worth $15,000 worth of Taco Bell.
Corbin Carroll has a Taco Fractor rookie card.
You should
it
not.
says RC on it.
You should not turn that card in. That card is probably worth more than $15,000.
Because it's a one-of-one.
It's a Corbin Carroll card, and then you tilt it a certain direction, and it reveals the taco then?
It's like you can see kind of the shimmer of tacos in the background, but that Corbin Carroll card is probably on the open market worth $25,000 to $40,000. I'm going to guess.
I love it.
So
I
you
love
probably would not turn
It's a
that one
taco.
in.
Yeah.
So if Corbin Carroll steals the base, that person probably shouldn't turn it in for Taco
He could be
Bell.
up in the first inning, too, and have the opportunity to do that. Wow.
And when you turn his card, what color is the taco?
It's just like kind of shimmers, like Chrome tacos in the background.
Whoa, Chrome.
Wow. Okay.
That does sound special. I'd pay 40 for that.
It's a Topps Chrome card.
Yeah.
So. But it sounds like you guys are really
Tops are
interested.
good.
They're trying to get you in trouble.
You have no idea how interested we are.
Definitely interested in tacos, Mike.
I'm staying out of it because they're trying to get you in trouble, Mike.
How?
You don't want to know. Just don't even follow up on it. They're trying to get you to name a color.
You like
all.
Tops?
Corey.
Yes.
I do like
You
Tops.
like Tops, Chop?
Yeah, I love Tops.
We have Jerry Jones at 10:30.
Oh, the show, the Ranger show. All Rangers.
Well, it's in the
We
contract.
can multitask.
What else do we have coming up on the show, Corey? Because I might have booked a special guest 10 minutes before the show
Okay,
started.
that's what I was.
my gosh.
Do we have that guest on the way, or are you still trying to wait
Yes,
for that?
around 11:25ish. We have Mark DeRosa from MLB Network previewing the World Series.
I love him.
I think the last time we talked to him, because he was the voice of MLB The Show, you and I had just played that game where you were cussing and everything, and it was really fun to laugh at you. And I was like, hey, man, how often do people say, hey, I'm tired of your voice because you are always telling me how bad I am at baseball? He does. In the MLB The Show, he's always like, yeah, that could have been a better pitch. And you're like, shut up, Mark DeRosa. But he's really awesome at his content. So
How about we start the show with Rangers win because Rangers lose? Because
sounds good to me. Let's do it. Rangers win because that's it, baby.
All right, we have 4 hours of Rangers coverage coming up. A little sprinkling of Dallas Cowboys in there.
A little bit.
I'll see you at the game, Mikey.
I won't. Man,
I'll see you tonight or tomorrow, Michael.
This opening night for the Dallas Mavericks is going to be huge. God, what a horrible night for the Mavericks. Go Mavs. All right, KNC Masterpiece coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo! MFFM.
We will gladly be your side. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Astros are down to their final strike. Leclerc ready now. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball. Second base. Simeon's got it. On to first to Nate Lowe. And hello, World Series. The Rangers have won their third American League pennant. They stream out of the dugout and are jumping up and down between the mound and first base.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of 20 if you want to come see us. I know your map app might tell you they're open until 11. The hell with that. They are open now. If you want to come in, there are already people here. And ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. The World Series Game 1 tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have to start with Rangers win because Rangers lose because 877-881-1053. It says Rangers win because
you can
first.
just stop there, dude.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't have to do the Rangers lose part.
Hey, why are the Rangers going to lose?
Yeah.
But
Coming
this is
first.
a tough series. This is a tough series. I
Is
feel like
it?
it would be, yes, it is. I feel like it would be disingenuous
Hold
to
on.
say
What if the
Rangers are just
Diamondbacks
going to
done to
win.
get here?
If I predicted that the Rangers are going to win in
incredible
4,
teams.
if I predicted they're going to sweep, then how's it going to be a tough series? Like, how is that possible if they're going to win 4 games in a row?
I do
makes sense,
not
Kevin.
think that is what's going to happen.
I saw
but
last night on ESPN, they're like, this is the least amount of wins ever for 2 teams to make the World Series. I'm like, well, yeah. Well, back in the day, you had to win the whole American League. Like, there was no playoffs, and you just made the World Series.
Yeah.
And I don't know when the ALCS and NLCS started, but then that only took 4 teams. You know, growing up, that was it. So I'm like, this is going to be not normal, but this is going to be more of the norm in baseball now that you have 6 teams on both sides making it. You're going to have teams around 90 wins make the World Series way more often than it was back in the day, where there were plenty of teams that would win 100 games and not even make the playoffs.
And that's one of the things that I don't even think that the record matters anymore, because you're like, oh, the Diamondbacks only won 84 games. Great. They beat a murderer's row of people in the playoffs to make it to the World Series. So what difference does that make anymore?
Right, and same for the Rangers.
Yes.
Their storylines are very similar. The one thing that is different is Rangers win because I don't know if there's a Diamondback. I don't know their roster up and down, like all their relief pitchers. I don't know if there's a player that's been in the world. Well,
2.
Evan Longoria, and who else?
Somebody else. Give me a minute.
Gurriel, maybe?
I saw it this morning. The Rangers have 5. The Rangers
okay.
have 5, and then the Diamondbacks have 2.
So
give me a second.
I feel like I'll say this: the Rangers are more veteran than the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Bochy obviously is managed in 4 World
Sure.
Series. I know my guy Torey Lovello. We were in the Cleveland Indians organization together. Unbelievable guy. I know that this is his first time as a manager in the World Series. So I'm going to go with, this is tough to separate these teams. I'm going to go with experience in this one. That didn't work out for the Phillies. It didn't work out for the Dodgers. It has worked out. I do think that Baltimore series, I'll say it once again, I think Baltimore is going to win a World Series in the next 3 years. They are super loaded. But that team had never experienced the playoffs. You just looked at that roster, and it was a very young team experiencing the playoffs for the first time. Rangers took advantage of that. I'm hoping in a way that you're taking on a little bit of the Baltimore Orioles of the National League in that very good team. That team is going to probably have a nice stretch here of 3 to 5 years where they're competing in the National League. But right now, the Rangers do have Eovaldi, Scherzer in their rotation. I look at their rotation over there, very good rotation with Gallen and Kelly, and obviously you have a rookie. I always say his last name wrong. I always want to say Fott, but is okay. That is their number 3 right now, but good rotation. The Rangers' rotation has a little bit more experience. Corey Seager, honestly, has played in this building in the World Series. Like, they have
done quite well.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with the Rangers win because the experience that they have on their bench and the experience that they have on the field.
I'm going to Rangers win because they get at least 4 starts of 6+ innings. We've talked about this. You know, we were just talking about this with Adnan Burke yesterday, is you've shifted the idea that maybe you only need 2 really excellent pitchers. And I'm going to say double up from Montgomery and Eovaldi, and you get 4 starts of 6+ innings. That is why the Rangers will win this series.
So out of all the Rangers wins, you're pretty right here, right? I mean, it's been Eovaldi, Montgomery, and you just hope in the other games you can be, I don't know if competitive's too low of a word, but this team has been led by Eovaldi and Montgomery, and so you're hoping in games 1 and 2 that they really dominate, because you don't want to get to, you have games 3 and 4 somewhat bullpen days for the Rangers, and that can be scary. Go ahead.
The Rangers win because they stay patient at the plate. That's their whole MO is as long as they're patient, they force pitchers to put the ball in the strike zone where they know how to pound the baseball. I think their presence at the plate and what they've done, like they got a little out of sorts at home against the Astros, but they found it once it mattered the most. They found it back again. They got patient and they were able to put plenty of runs on the board.
All right, Corey, I'm not going to start with you because I know you're not going to like this question. Rangers lose because.
What a jerk.
Okay,
right.
And you know what? That's fair. I will lead off with this then, since I know people do not like this part of the question. Rangers lose the World Series because the Diamondbacks bullpen is badass. All right, Ryan Thompson.
It is
10.2 innings in the postseason with a 2.53 ERA. And then we've talked about Seawald. I mean, we talked about that.
We talked about it at the trade deadline.
At the trade deadline.
That we were like, I wonder if Seattle just was not going to take Texas calls on this one.
He has not given up a run in 8 innings, and then Kevin Ginkel hasn't given up a run in 9 innings. So when we talk about you feel like the Rangers are limited to kind of 3 bullpen pieces that you feel comfortable with, and then whatever leftover starting pitcher is available, the Diamondbacks bullpen does not have any such concerns.
To your point, if the Diamondbacks are winning after 6 innings, it's like a 98% chance they're going to win the game. There's a very small percentage that the Rangers are going to come back because of that bullpen. So those first 6 innings, you matched up yours very well, because those first 6 innings, the starting pitching for the Rangers really needs to come through and have a lead for the Rangers to give them that opportunity to win, because trying to come back after 6 innings doesn't look good. Phillies couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Dodgers couldn't do it.
But with
Brewers couldn't do it.
Tiny bit of hope there that you were able to get to the Astros
Yeah, I was just
bullpen.
about to say,
True.
we kinda did that
I'm
to the
not
Astros.
saying that means, automatically, but a little bit of hope there.
Yeah.
Rangers lose. I actually have 2 reasons. All right.
What?
Yeah. One, Mike played for the Diamondbacks minor league system and won a championship there, and he has a problem.
Sidewinders?
He's torn between which team he should root for during this
Yeah.
series. So this is going to be tough for Mike.
Yeah.
The
One
other,
never called me up. In fact, when I called up my buddy AJ Hinch, who is the farm director at the time, I'm having a great year in Tucson, and Team USA calls me up and they want me to play in the Olympic qualifying for the United States to make the Olympics. And I said, AJ, man, hey, Team USA called me up. I won't go if you're telling me I'm going to get called up to the Arizona Diamondbacks. And he told me I should go to Cuba and play for Team USA. So I was like, all right, sounds like I'm playing for Team USA.
I'm sorry. That's
Diamondbacks don't want anything to do with me.
the other reason, so if Mike's not torn, then we're okay.
All right.
2001. Have you looked at the parallels between 2001 and this year?
Oh, no.
I just know the first pitch parallels.
All right. The first pitch of each game was on the exact same day as all of the first pitches will be in this series. October 27th, October 28th, the 30th, the 31st, 1st, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah.
And that's the way this whole series is lined up as well.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And they won the World Series that year. So I'm just going based
And
off
you're
that.
saying because George Bush threw out the first pitch in
We'll
2001.
get,
gosh,
We'll
Mike.
get to that more later.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Mike,
So, yeah.
what do you got?
Okay, well, he kind of took mine because I'm like, George Bush, who we love here in Texas, is throwing out the first pitch. And he threw out the first pitch in 2001. I love what you're talking about. The bullpen for the Diamondbacks is better than the Rangers bullpen, without a doubt. But I'll go with this, because if you don't know, I hope you don't find out. I hope he somehow gets cold, because the Rangers can get cold. The Rangers lose because, one, the Rangers can randomly get cold on us, and we didn't see it coming.
Sure.
Does that make sense? Throughout
Yes,
the
it
season,
does.
you're like, we're going great, we're doing this, and then you have a 5 or 6 game stretch where you're like, hey, what happened to the Rangers we were watching play for the last week or two? So that can happen, but the Rangers lose because Corbin Carroll is, in a way, the next Mookie Betts of baseball. I don't know if Corbin Carroll is going to hit 500 home runs and get 3,000 hits in his career, but I do think Corbin Carroll is a possible future Hall of Famer and one of the faces of Major League Baseball. And there's a big stage right now for Corbin Carroll to all of a sudden get elevated into a top 5 or top 10 player in this game. And I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but he is talented enough for it to happen. Now, I don't know if Evan Carter's ready for that just because he has like 14 regular season games. But Evan Carter can be that too, where after this is over, people are like, oh my God, Evan Carter's not just a Ranger story. He might be one of the faces of baseball story. So I worry about Corbin Carroll. I worry about what you talked about with the bullpen. So, and in a weird way, I don't know. I am superstitious a little bit, is that George Bush is throwing out the first pitch. And the last time he did that for a World Series, the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the New York Yankees in 7.
Untrue. He has thrown out the first pitch for 2 other World Series since then.
For us.
In your face, Mike.
Is it for the Rangers?
Don't worry about what years those were, okay? Don't worry.
Was it 10 and 11?
It was 04 and then 2010. I tried to ask you not to worry about those parts.
Well, now I'm worried. Thanks, Kevin.
04, that's Boston, and they beat St. Louis? Is that right?
Maybe they're like, you know what? We think you're going to get reelected. We're going to let you throw out the first pitch, or maybe you won't. We're going to let you
he's
throw
going
out
to
the
gas
first
one?
pitch.
You think he's going to fire it in there and throw a...
I wonder. I mean, it is. I didn't know 2010. I can't remember that one. Obviously, 2001 is super historic, so we've seen that one 1,000 times. I just wonder 22 years later how he can throw a base, like how well he can throw a baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. If you want to come by, also got all kinds of cool Cowboys swag that's being given away. Miller Lite's going to be giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets, and we have more Lucy passports. Coming up next, besides Cowboys-Rams, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? I think the answer is going to be a high school game.
But
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
DFW.
accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Seager. A swing and a high drive, well hit right field. That has hit a mile. That ball is history. A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck. And the Rangers grab a 1-0 lead in the top of the first.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie, where I believe we are
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Thank you, Mike.
8 hours and 49 minutes away from the beginning of the World Series. So I know I asked a football question, but I just want to continually come back with baseball highlights because game 1 of the World Series, Gag Nation, is going to be at Globe Life Field. Mike is being interviewed by a TV station in Arizona right now, and we will have game 1
Mike's
of the
in
World
Arizona.
Series on 105.3 The Fan. No, the TV station from Arizona is here. You heard Mike in the first segment. You saw him at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
We can do a lot of different things, though. We can get Mike. I mean, we're here.
That is
Just think,
true.
Mike can be anywhere in the world and do part of the radio show.
That is very
Buffalo
true.
Wild Wings.
Okay,
Thank
Mike,
you, Mike.
is at the Buffalo
Sounds like
Wild
he's here.
Wings, but he is being interviewed at the moment. So I realize the answer to probably everyone is the games you most care about are game 1 of the World Series and then game 2 of the World Series. But if you look in the football front, there are a whole lot of good football games this weekend. And what would you say, Corey, if I told you the most marquee game of the weekend is a high school football game?
Wow, is this a Plano East game?
It is not a Plano East game. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I should not laugh about that.
Why are you laughing?
Sorry,
dude?
Panthers.
Jeez.
Number 3 in the country, Duncanville, against number 12 in the country, DeSoto.
They're in the same district, right? Am I wrong about that, or is this?
They are.
So how does this how does two powerhouses like this so consistently stay in the stay in it? You know, but they're in the same area, and it's just weird to me that those two schools right there are so highly ranked all the time, and they're always they're right there.
And both are undefeated. Like I said, they're top 15 nationally ranked. I think this would normally be a happening. And perhaps this game will still be a happening.
There
But
are
it's
some people
also-
that are committed to that.
No matter, I can see that.
Yeah.
Like, you might love the Rangers, but if your kid is playing in this game,
For
or if your
sure.
kid's in the band or whatever, I could see how you're like, we kind of need to go to this game.
Yeah.
Your phone still works.
Yeah.
You can stream it.
Remember
Or actually, why don't you just listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan whilst you're watching the game?
You remember back in the day, Kevin, whenever the preacher would go, or in your case, priest, would go
Yes.
a little long at church?
Yes.
And you'd have to have your little Walkman that had the radio station, and you'd have to put the little earbud in and just hope that he didn't see you?
Actually, Corey, no. One thing I do love about Catholicism is we like a set schedule, and we like to stay with that schedule. Now, there's all kinds of other things I don't like about Catholicism, but we probably won't get into that right now. But what I liked is they like to keep a schedule. They're like, you're not going to be here for more than an hour because I don't want to be here for more than an hour. You don't want to be here for more than an hour, so let's stay focused.
My preacher had a clock right at the back of the chapel so that you knew.
Does that make me a bad person if I switch the time we would go to church based on what time the Cowboys played? So, like, usually
No, it just
we would
makes
go
you a
to
Dallas,
the,
Texas
okay,
person.
because we would usually go to the noon service, but if the Cowboys played at noon, we would absolutely switch it up to the 10:30 service.
Yeah, it
because
makes a lot of sense.
yeah,
You're trying to plan your day.
I'm trying to
and
miss
get
that
God
game or
in,
anything
you know?
like that. From the 817, yeah. The 50 parents in DFW will thank you for mentioning that game. That game is going to be a huge game in terms of setting things up for the state championship and also the fictitious national championship. In the pro football world, I think Bengals and 49ers is where it's at. That is the game that I'm most interested in.
Bengals and 49ers. That makes a lot of sense. Like, that's you want to see the 49ers go down again. You want to see if the Bengals are kind of back up on that upswing with what they're trying to accomplish right now. And obviously, Brock Purdy's situation. Are we still in protocol? You know, like,
Yeah.
what is that?
It's going to be Sam Darnold.
Will that be like another furthering proof of it doesn't matter who the quarterback is for Shanahan as long as he has a quarterback back there?
Well, and see, this is one of the things I do see the appeal if the 49ers were to win this game, because all of a sudden, especially if Sam Darnold looks well, and they're like, I don't know. Brock Purdy looked a little shaky in his last couple games. And then you get this, like, maybe faux, maybe real quarterback controversy that carries on with people, and maybe that becomes a distraction for the 49ers. But on the flip side, 49ers lose, all of a sudden maybe the Cowboys can have a better record than them. So I see the appeal both ways, especially since the Bengals still need a win. Are there other pro football games you're fascinated by? Did you want to dip into college at all?
It's Monday night's football game for me. I want to see the Lions on the big stage. I know they did it. They did it against the Chiefs to start the season. I want to see them on the big stage bounce back from getting demolished by the Ravens.
They really did.
Their offense never looked in sync. And, I mean, obviously the Ravens' defense is one of those defenses that applies pressure well, stops the run. And if they take away the run from you, then it makes it difficult on the pass because they do a lot of good play action in Detroit. So I think that's the game that I'm really looking forward to, because that is a team that I think, Kevin, when we look at the end of the season, that's going to be right there in the mix of the playoffs, the Detroit Lions.
From the 817, you mean to tell me no one is excited about the Battle of New York with the Jets and the Giants?
Not a single person.
Not at all, Corey.
No.
And from the 512, you'll like this. Plano East does have a big game against Louisville tonight to try to guarantee a playoff spot. So there you go. The Plano East people still showing out on the college front. Oregon and Utah, and I know I don't always say this, but Kansas football. Oklahoma against Kansas. I have to admit, I'm slightly intrigued in that, although, Corey.
Why? Do you want to see Oklahoma fall? Is that why? Carter's so disappointed.
Hey, when Kansas is good at football, we need to all take note, all right? It doesn't happen a lot, and you need to take note. But then again, I don't know if I'm going to care about anything on Saturday except the fallout from Game 1 of the World Series and the lead-up to Game 2 of the World Series. You know what I'm saying? Usually I'm all college football on Saturday. I don't know about this Saturday.
I'm probably going to wake up on Saturday morning and be, a little hungover, depending on how it goes. If it goes poorly, a little hungover. If it goes really well, very hungover.
So you don't drink more if you lose?
No, I'm already, I'm going to party even more.
Know what?
Winning a game in the World Series is party time.
That actually is a segue I can't believe that I think will work. Coming up next, I definitely want to ask our Dallas Cowboys owner and GM, Jerry Jones, do you drink more when you win or lose? Plus, we'll mix in some Forgiveness Friday. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. If you want to come see us, we'll get to all of that next right here on The Fan.
When you
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, Grip runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings on over 300 new Silverados that are on the ground with unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Are we ready, Reggie? All right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. It is the owner, the general manager of my Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Kevin, Mike, who else is there?
We got Corey here, too.
Corey, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, Jerry. Thanks for asking, man.
Okay, of course, and good to be on with you guys.
Well, I know we got a lot of Cowboys stuff to get to, but we did want to ask, we might need some luck at these World Series games. Have you made out a plan yet of which World Series games you can be at?
Well, I haven't at all. Of course, I'll be watching them all, either there or of course, televised. But bottom line is I'm just so excited about the opportunity to bring home a world championship to this area, and it would be what a fitting tribute to the effort that everybody has made. It's quite a great key owner, group of owners, great organization, and they deserve a championship.
How well, Jerry, do you get to know the other owners in Dallas-Fort Worth, whether it's Ray Davis, whether it's Mark Cuban? I don't know, how much do you guys kind of text each other and throw around ideas or stuff?
Well, I think that's really a great question, one that I really haven't focused in on. I have such respect for them and how they became owners. Mark's got a great story of how he became the principal and the owner of the Mavericks, and of course Ray is from the energy business originally, and or from the energy business, and I kind of am from the energy business as well, long before the Cowboys. But bottom line is, I don't communicate daily or weekly or monthly on that kind of basis, but we obviously, our paths cross all the time. We have one common interest, though, and that is the fans of the Metroplex, and I really believe we are in the number one sports interested fan base there is anywhere, and so that's exciting. It's exciting that the rest of the country is going to get to see what these Rangers are all about as well.
All right, Jerry, so I'm going to put you on the mound to throw out the first pitch for the World Series. My question, though, is are you doing it in your suit and boots, and B, are you doing it from the mound, or are you doing it right in front of the mound?
Boy, I'd have to have all the possible help you can get. Now, I played a lot of baseball in my day. Loved it, as you've heard me say before. I've loved it more than I love playing football. I never really could say that love or love maybe, but not look forward to going out and hitting some grounders or playing catch was part of what you did in football. But anyway, I loved it. Loved to play it all the way through Little League, all the way through American Legion. Had a great time of it in American Legion, traveling all over the state of Arkansas at the time. And so it was a great sport. I'd have to I don't know if this old arm could make that pitcher's mound throw or not.
There are a lot of people that happens to, though. So now we're all pumped about the return of the Cowboys this weekend. A little surprised to see Tyron Smith pop up on the injury report yesterday with the stinger. Do you have any idea? I know those can be tricky, how he's looking and potentially his status for Sunday.
Yeah, I think I'm optimistic, period. He, of course, was involved in a couple of practices out there without his he uses a neck roll to kind of keep that that neck from going in that direction a lot, and so we've got to keep that on him when he practices. He didn't have that earlier in the week, but I'm feeling good about his availability Sunday.
Jerry, Mike calls Sean McVay a genius. He thinks he's a genius head coach, and he thinks he's just one of those super bright head coaches. And I was kind of curious how you would describe Sean McVay in a manner or is there another way that the NFL circle looks at him?
Well, I know I would concur with Mike. And the other thing I like about Sean is the way he relates with just relates. But I was going in the direction of how he relates to the players and his coaching staff. He's a great communicator and has just an overabundance of positiveness about him. But make no mistake about it, he understands has a gift for, I think, schemes, has a gift for ideas, has developed a lot of confidence over the years, and is amazing for his age. The age thing is noteworthy in that you've got to look at the experience, and when you look at what he's packed into a short period of time in his life, it's impressive. He's a top coach.
You know, I was listening to McCarthy this morning when he was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby, and he was talking about the process of communication with you and Steven and Will and how all that works. And it kind of started me wondering about the dynamics between you and Mike. And what's the difference between, or maybe the thing that you know you can trust the most when it comes to Mike McCarthy?
Oh, I would say he's got a vast depth of knowledge of pro football. He has really paid his dues. He has experienced just about everything. He has been very analytical regarding his mistakes, which we all make them by the bushels. But he's always been pragmatic about addressing ways that aren't working around the team, which are always numerous. But more important, the players believe in him, and I believe in him. And he's got a great background and got a great life's background. He has all of those things, and he's a Super Bowl winner. And so they're rare. And so I think he really brings the complete package to the table. Does he have all the answers? Of course not. You can't have all the answers. And nobody's got them all. And when you've won a Super Bowl, you're in rarefied air.
One of the things that you mentioned was Mike McCarthy will address things that aren't working. One of the things that isn't working right now is the running game, only 3.9 yards per carry for the team. Do you think this is more of an offensive line issue, running back issue, or is it naturally just a combination of both?
Well, I think they play a part, but I think you've got to you've got to go over and give the passing game some of the responsibility. You've got to get them off of you, to just use a generic illustration, but you've got to back them off. And so you've got to be able to threaten them in the passing game. In addition to that, you've got to have flexibility in there. We really thought we could run inside against the Chargers, and we didn't. And so we adjusted. And, of course, Dak did a great job for us with his legs out there. That was probably some adjustment there. and to be trite about it. But bottom line is, I think that you as a team, you need to be prepared to adjust for what the other team puts up there. And the ones that do it well in this league seem to be really thriving. That mobile quarterback has added a dimension that might not have been as prevalent 10 years ago. And so that's a good way to make adjustments between plays almost as the game goes along. I would say adjusting and being able to be flexible as to what you had planned on your game plan would be the best thing you could do to help your run.
So, Jerry, I have two of my former teammates who are scouting for the Phillies and Diamondbacks, and they were talking about their advanced scouting and how they were going to present their reports if they made the World Series about the Texas Rangers on Thursday before the series started. I was wondering, from a football perspective, your advanced scouts, how far out are your advanced scouts watching other teams? And I know you're playing LA and your concentration is LA, but I'm assuming you had people that have been scouting Philadelphia. When do they present to your coaching staff, and how does that work from a football perspective?
Well, don't make more of that than it is, but don't. But let me talk out of both sides of my mouth. Don't make any less of it. But it's important to understand what has tendencies and what has been working for the other team. But let me just generalize with you. 90% of your effort, 90% of your from 99% of our players and coaches out there need to be spent on what we do, how we execute. If we'll do what we do right and make the basic adjustment just as to philosophically how the Rams are planning on stopping us or the Rams are planning on running against us, if we'll just generalize that rather than specific that, but be specific about how we block, specific about how we tackle, specific about how we know our assignment. That's that's the big adjustment right there.
You know, earlier in the week, Jerry, Mike McCarthy was saying that Jalen Tolbert has progressed tremendously, and I was just kind of curious if you're wanting or anticipating seeing more opportunities, or if it's just tough to crack in right now.
No, I think we've got there's a term called "get them going," and it seems as when you get any receiver the ball, get him going early in the game, get him a couple of receptions, that it seems to be contagious as to what he does in the next quarter, So to a degree, we need to get Tolbert going. We need to get some catches under his belt early. Same thing can be said, frankly, about the others. So the ball's got to move around. That's a challenge, but you don't just move it around just to make sure you get everybody going. You move it around on a basis of where they aren't, the opposition. So anyway, I know all this is pretty elementary, but it's pretty true. I think we're have improved, doing a much better job of routes, how we're running our routes, doing a much better job of being on the page with Dak. I think all of this will start showing up in really every phase of our offense, whether it be at midfield into the red zone, which we've got pretty good stats, but we want to make it show up as we get in that red zone and get some touchdowns.
In addition to the game itself, Sunday we're getting the DeMarcus Ware Ring of Honor induction. I was just hoping maybe you could tell us a story about him or what this induction means to you, anything you like.
Well, I think I've got the story early, very early in his career regarding when we drafted him, how we got him. We've had a lot of fun telling that story, but we had quite a controversy, and we made it. Our personalities made it that way, but we kind of got to the point of where we had a little debate of whether to take Spears with the first of our 2 first-round picks or whether to take DeMarcus. And so I decided to go with DeMarcus. Bill Parcells was our coach. We kind of had a dramatic time of it there, if you will, before the pick all morning long. And so Bill sat down beside me, wouldn't say a word, and didn't look. And I told him to turn the pick in for Ware, and he wrote up a contract in a legal pad that basically said if the player, he didn't mention the name, didn't have average 10 sacks a year, he would use my plane for 5 trips a year. He would get that. That would be his compensation for having picked Ware.
That'd be nice.
And with his significant other. And so I replied back. He handed it over to me without even looking in my eye. I wrote back on the bottom of it, I so agree. But should player make an average of over 10 sacks a year, the plane will go as planned, but Bill won't be on it. It'll just be his significant other. And, of course, we've all gotten a kick out of that for 100 years, and it's one of DeMarcus's favorite stories as well.
The last thing that I was just kind of curious about, I know you've been uber supportive of the Rangers in their World Series run. I was curious, is there any level of, I don't know what the word is, envy or jealousy that comes along with they're in the World Series? The Mavericks were just recently in the Western Conference Finals. Same for the Stars last year, and then they were in the Stanley Cup Final before that. Is there any of that goes along with we're still waiting for the Cowboys to get to that spot again?
Yeah, every human frailty feeling that goes with being a human being. You can imagine how much that I would want the Cowboys to advance deep into the playoffs and deep into possibly getting in and winning the Super Bowl. Every feeling you can imagine, I feel. If it's a human shortcoming, mark me down for about 3 of them. So I feel all of those. On the other hand, I can't tell you how much I admire, how proud I am for our sports fan base, how much I recognize what people paid the price to get that team at the place it is today. That far overshadows any feeling I've got of, well, it doesn't feel good for the Cowboys not to be out there. Plus, believe it or not, and I know you believe it in me, there's tomorrow. And there's this, as a matter of fact, there's this year. So I'm, if you will, I'm buoyed. I'm really inspired by their success into thinking that we can have that kind of success with the Cowboys as well. In the meantime, I'm so proud for our sports fans in this area.
Man, appreciate the time. Yeah, appreciate the time very much. We're looking forward to Sunday's game, looking forward to DeMarcus Ware as well, and we can't wait to talk with you next week, sir.
You bet, guys. Good talking to you. Bye-bye.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Optimism on Tyron Smith in terms of being ready to go on Sunday. I hope that is the case. I actually wanted to pivot just a little bit, Mike. I know you never need forgiveness.
Okay.
But for the people who do, maybe we should do a little Forgiveness Friday right here. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Let us know at 877-881-1053. And Mike, I'm going to fire off Jeopardy first, and I think this might infuriate you.
Okay.
Let's go to cut number 15. This is Jeopardy contestants diving in to the sports category.
Always goes bad.
Let's see how it goes this time. Feel free to give the answer as soon as you know the answer, Mike.
And mind you, before I hit play on this, it's the category is Hall of Famer by position. So it seems like
they'll list like 3 guys, and then you have to guess the position.
That's right. Here we go.
A Hall of Fame by position 400? Joe Namath, Joe Montana.
Quarterback.
Mason.
What is quarterback?
Right.
In the form of a
Hall of
question,
Famer
Mike.
by position, 800.
Bill Russell, Bill Walton.
Center.
They are basketball centers. Mason.
Hall of Famer by position, 1200.
Bob Feller, Bob Lemon,
Pitcher.
Bob Gibson. They're baseball pitchers. This might be a long category. 2 left, Mason.
Let's try Hall of Famer by position for 1600.
Okay, sports fans, I believe in you. Jerry Rice, Randy
Wide
Moss,
receiver.
John Stallworth. They are wide receivers. And let's
This
finish it
last
off.
one's tough.
Gump Worsley, Shrimp Waters, Rat Westwick. It just sounds like I'm making people up. These are hockey goalies.
So
Why
they
wouldn't
got
they go with like Patrick Waugh?
that is
I know that.
They got one. So they got one. They didn't know Jerry Rice. They didn't. Some of the names they didn't know are astonishing. Now I realize that the people on Jeopardy know all kinds of stuff that I have no
Right.
idea. But I feel like you'd know Jerry Rice, right?
Yes, but these people have they have no passion at all for sports their whole life. So they've never watched it. They've read a lot of books. They are historians. They, right? They know all of these things. I'm sure they're not great, but better at pop culture. Where,
Yeah.
like, I know a lot about a little. They know.
Okay.
They know. I feel like this isn't fair to them. I feel like you can know a little about a lot or a lot about a little. And I fall in the category I know a lot about a little. They know a little about a lot, right? There's so many categories that they're super good at. Now, are they super educated in all of those categories? I don't know, but they do know a lot about a little. They just are like, I'm never going to know anything about sports. I have no passion for it, never watched it, never will watch it, not going to read a thing about it. So I understand you can't know everything.
That is fair.
Because probably in all the other categories,
They
I would
aced
die.
it, yeah.
Right.
I would love to see you, if you could just guarantee there's a sports category and you just wreck shop on everybody, and they
Yeah.
would be like, ancient Roman history, and you'd be like, sure, pass.
Axe. I would say that I forget what I was going to say.
Man, why does that only happen when it's me and you?
Cheers. Did you ever watch the old Cheers episode where Cliff Clavin's on Jeopardy?
Yes.
And he's dominated because he's the mailman, knows all these things.
And then he bet everything.
He bet everything when he didn't need to. He'd already won the game, and he just put, my mom has never met, like, whoever that person was, Bob Lemon. and he's like, I am right. My mom has never met Bob Lemon or whatever. And it's like, you still got it wrong. That's not the answer.
From the 214, I need to ask for forgiveness. I have to go to Arizona on Sunday for work. I'll be there all week. I'm just asking forgiveness because when everybody sees me, I'm always going to have Ranger shirts on. I think that's fine. From the 214, ooh, this one's dicey. I need forgiveness because I told my wife Robin not to buy World Series tickets. That's from Tolo Jason. Ooh, I don't know about that. From the 940, I need forgiveness. I work evenings, and I'm planning to leave work early so I can watch the game. But if you stayed at work, you wouldn't be paying attention.
Yes, I am going to ask for forgiveness because I'm trying to stop cussing. Okay. Every time something happens in these Rangers playoff games that doesn't go our way, or it looks like it could lead to something on the other side, I say the S word. I don't scream it, but I am
succotash.
I very easily say, I will just change it to shoot. I will very easily say the word shoot, the bad word of that. Just when things aren't going well, and I'm like, I'm kind of teaching my boys when things don't go well to say OS.
Yeah, I usually am saying the F word. So I mean, like, that's when things go poorly in sporting events. That's usually kind of where I am here.
That is a tough one.
This is from my buddy Kyle.
Forgiveness Friday. My wife's cousin, that helps. My wife's cousin is getting married next Saturday. If the series goes 7, am I a bad person for skipping the wedding and going to the game? If you're going to the game, I think you're fine. Now, I also don't have to deal with the fallout from the family and everything like that. But it's not even your cousin. It's your wife's cousin. I know the Bassics would be like, that's not even real family.
Right, you have to be blood.
It's got exactly. That's what we love about the Bassics. Look, man, it's Game 7. These are things that don't happen that often. Your cousin could probably get married a lot of times in life.
Oh my gosh.
Her cousin. That's what I would say to
her. What do you
her.
think is more likely? That person's cousin, the number of times they get married, or the number of Rangers World Series they win in their lifetime?
I don't want to answer that question.
Oh, that means you have distinct
Look,
thoughts
man,
about
it's
that.
It's 50-50 in marriage.
I know we're going to break, but if the Rangers do win this, I don't even know if I'll be able to fathom it. I just don't.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like, I hate saying this, it just feels like as the Arizona people are here interviewing us, I'm like, if the Rangers win the World Series, like, I don't even know if I can get to that point in my head right now.
Then, hey, you know what? I said this on Twitter, @In the Majors. I like to sponsor my Twitter sometimes. You can't win it all with one swing, all right? You can't win the entire series with one swing, one pitch at a time. Well, I mean, but you know what I'm saying here. It's game one, Kevin.
No, you're right.
So what my suggestion is, Mike, is just hold your breath each pitch. That's how I'm going to do it.
Oh,
and was it like that was a home run? But didn't, like, in 91, was it like Dan Gladden hit a fly ball out there that the Braves are like, screw it, he's tagging up anyway, it's game over? It might
Yeah,
have been,
they just walked off.
Chili Davis. It just wasn't a home run, but
he
like,
just walked off. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. Coming up next, we'll get your shout-outs fired up. We'll talk about the Stars and with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on the Fan.
Take your turn. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, as we are gearing up for the start of the World Series, Gag Nation will be out at Globe Life Field today if you're going to the game and you want to see them. And then, of course, all of the World Series games will be carried on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's look into the Cowboys side of things, brought to you by Ford and your Ford North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I'm surprised you have time to talk football.
Yeah, it is baseball centric, and I want you to be prepared.
We make time for you, Mickey.
We're going to ask for dual predictions today,
Oh.
so be prepared for that.
I don't think I was prepared for that.
Okay, and that's what we like to. Sometimes we like to spring the tough questions on people. I know we've talked about this a little bit a couple of weeks ago and back towards the earlier part of the season, but we're to a point now where the Cowboys have won 10 straight games at AT&T. Dating back to last year. It's the longest active streak in the NFL. Well, is there anything in particular or a set of things that you attribute that to? Because I don't feel like it's a dip in competition.
Yeah, even asking players and even the head coach, is there a reasonable reason for 10 straight at home? And, the first thing, it's kind of the default answer, right? Well, we've got good fans, but it's got to be more than that. Now,
sure,
I think part of it is you're a pretty darn good team, and if that's the case, and you are at home, and you don't have to travel, you don't have to go to this coast or that coast as they've done for the away games, for the majority of the away games this year, right? Started off on one coast, you ended up going, now Arizona's not a coast, but it's kind of going to the coast close, and then you're back at the coast again to play the Chargers, and they kind of went back and forth, and that's a little bit draining. So I think there's something to extensive travel that can wear a team out. And the fact that you're playing in a sterilized environment. There's no wind. There might be sun, God forbid.
Yeah, without the curtains.
Right, yeah. Because there's no curtains on outdoor stadiums, right?
Yeah.
I just think that, we're about to find out, I think, during this stretch, right? 5 of the next 7 at home. If they're able to dominate those 5 games, then I think we got a better feel for maybe just what this team is. Because right now, aren't you guys just like, well, okay, I think they're good, but I'm not sure.
Yes. I am 100% where I'm like, I know they were good, and they have, like last year, they were a good team. They're 2 times in a row they've won 12 games, been in the playoffs, and they have a lot of that talent still there. So I know it's there.
And they added to it too, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I completely understand. There's a lot more I want to see from this team, and I wonder if it's kind of like just continue to let it unfold. That's kind of how I feel about it.
And I think that's kind of the answer McCarthy gave the guys this morning about, we need to continue to grow. And, you're not maybe a finished product after the first 6 games. And I think there's something to that. But now, okay, let's see the growing, and just get to where, I think I understand what happened in the playoffs, but I think maybe they spoiled everybody after Dak returned from his injury last year, missing those 5 games, because the next 10 games, they averaged 35 points a game. And maybe we're like, okay, well, they should continue to be doing that. Well, they haven't. And I think the offense really needs to show some growth starting Sunday against the Rams.
Mickey, and I know a lot of teams probably feel this way at the end of the season, but do you feel like there's a certain amount of fans, I have no idea what the percentage is, but everything is disregarded. It's only what happens in the playoffs that determines success, failure, etc.
Oh, I think especially here. right?
Yeah.
I don't know about other places where, okay, just happy to get in the playoffs, but, this team has gotten in the playoffs. They just haven't gotten very far. And I think that's what kind of sticks in everybody's craw is that, okay, fine, you went, 12-5 or,
Neat.
11-6 or, whatever. But what did you do for me in the playoffs? And I think you're exactly right. That's why I thought, last year, whatever took place in the regular season got clouded over by getting eliminated by San Francisco and scoring just 12 points in that game.
Mickey, you've seen the guys like Bruce Smith, Reggie White, all these guys that come through and have really dominant careers, and then at some point maybe they do fall off. When will Aaron Donald fall off?
That's a great question, because if you talk to the guys here, he hasn't fallen off one bit, right?
No.
Maybe he doesn't have, just a bushel basket full of sacks, but as Zach Martin said yesterday, you better account for him on every play because he's a load. I remember back during the Senior Bowl that year, would have been the 2014 Senior Bowl before that draft, watching Aaron Donald work against the Senior Bowl offensive lineman and then Zach Martin work against the Senior Bowl defensive lineman. And I think the only guys to beat each other was each other because they dominated, Zach dominated the defensive line and Donald dominated the offensive line until they went up against each other. And it was the highlight of the Senior Bowl week, seeing those two guys go at each other. And then as it turns out, Donald gets drafted 13th and Martin 16th. And the Cowboys would have taken Donald if he'd gotten that far. And I'm sure somebody was scooped up Zach Martin if the Cowboys hadn't. So that Senior Bowl exhibition was a pretty good light on what these two guys would be when they got into the NFL.
I feel like we've talked about this a lot the last couple weeks, and we've talked about the efficiency of CeeDee Lamb. I'm curious from your perspective, what would you like to see improve in the passing game? Like if we're going off of, we'd like to see a lot of things on this team improve. What would you like to see improve in the passing game?
Well, first, the protection, and I know
Sure.
that's not what you were thinking of. But then just, more explosive plays. And I understand what's been happening against these defenses. I think the Cowboys' opponents understand the big playability of this receiving core. And they're basically, and I think I've said this before, they're saying, you know what, we're playing our safeties deep. You throw the ball underneath, and we're going to try to take away that part of the game. So I think with this offense evolving, they've got to figure out more ways to get big plays, the 20, 30-yard type plays. And one of the ways to do that is to run the ball more successfully, so teams have to go, I just don't think we can stop that running game with a 7-man front or a 6-man front. We're going to devote more guys to stop the run, and that'll allow these receivers to face more man defense than they have faced without those safeties hovering over the top. So I think that's one of the things we need to see, more explosive plays from the offense and not necessarily have to keep grinding out, driving down the field, getting in the red zone and, trying to score a touchdown from close quarters. Some more big plays that can take place. And I think that would open up this defense and maybe help the running game too, because no one here, I guarantee you, is happy averaging 3.9 yards a carry.
Yeah.
So, Mickey, could you eat $15,000 worth of Taco Bell if I gave it to you?
God, Mike.
Over what period of time, Mike?
Your lifetime. So
No,
there's
no.
in this World Series, there's Topps has cards that have come out that are called Taco Fractors. And because they're a sponsor of the World Series and Major League Baseball, if let's say you have that Marcus Semien card, you can turn it into Topps and Taco Bell, and they will give you a $15,000 Taco Bell gift card. And I was just wondering if you got that, how much Taco Bell would you eat if you had an unlimited supply of Taco Bell?
That's funny because I had a question for you, and that wasn't one of the questions I thought I was going to face. I would hand that certificate to my best friend or something.
Okay.
For like a small fee, or you're just handing it
No,
over
I'm
for
just
free?
handing it off. Yeah.
You could feed the Cowboys for one day, I guess. You could be like, we're having a Taco Bell party.
$15,000 worth.
There's things I could say here, probably get myself in trouble, or your
Okay.
Taco
Yeah.
Bell promotion there. I wanted you to tell me something about the Diamondbacks that I need to know.
Well, I do think this. They're a little bit different, but I do think Corbin Carroll, a somewhat comparable, obviously different hitter, but from the right side, left side. I do think Corbin Carroll is the next Mookie Betts of baseball. So that's their superstar. He's going to win Rookie of the Year. He was an All-Star this year. So if you're like, hey, I know Corey Seager's our superstar, who is theirs? Well, their guy is a rookie, but I do think he is a future face of Major League Baseball.
All right, I think that's a good answer. I probably have only watched one Diamondbacks game, and it would have been this past one. And
He went 3 for 3 with a sac
I was
fly,
pretty
I think,
impressed.
in that game.
I was like, who is this guy, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that
Now-
my scouting talents are still intact.
Do you feel like the Rangers will win this series, and in how many games?
Oh boy, I still worry about the pitching staff. I guess I always will, no matter how well they pitch, right? I think they will, but I think it'll at least take 6 games. You know, I don't know if
I have the Rangers in 6, Mickey.
Do you?
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how I've done this. It's pure luck. I picked the Rangers to sweep Baltimore, and I picked the Rangers in 7 here on the show. So I don't know how I've gotten those right. It's pure luck. I am picking Rangers in 6 and hope I'm right again.
And to be right, Montgomery and Evaldi have to win their games, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it kind of reminded me back, I don't know if Mike might remember this, with the old Milwaukee Braves with the saying, spawn insane and pray for rain. Because when they got into the World Series, they had 2 starting pitchers, and they figured if we can get a rain day in there, then those guys could, bump back and have more games to pitch. And I'm thinking in this, it's Montgomery and Evaldi and pray for Scherzer.
I could see that.
I believe that was 1957 because there's a super cool card of Mickey Mantle and Hank Aaron together at the World Series.
Yeah, when the Braves were in Milwaukee, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
and if they can just, I mean, I don't know, when's the last time 2 pitchers have won that many games in a playoffs?
It might have been Arizona in 01.
Yeah. With Randy Johnson and Kurt Schillingham, we've been talking about the potential shifting landscape of baseball when it comes to maybe only needing 2 as opposed to 3. Do you have a Cowboys prediction for us as well?
I'm going to give you, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit more of this team that we expected, and actually better see more of what we expected.
Yeah.
And maybe be able to win this game 27-20.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. I love it.
What did you
very
guys
much.
do, by the way, in case I missed it?
I don't think we made Cowboys.
Oh, you haven't. You've done your
Cowboys 30-20.
We save it for the end of the show.
Oh, you teaser.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
You can save yours. I just said the Cowboys 30-20.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. All right, Mickey, we'll catch up with you on Monday.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. If you want to come see us, got brand new Lucy passports if you want to grab one of those. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about those Stars, and we will talk with former Texas Ranger and MLB Network analyst Mark DeRosa. All of that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
A chance for Marner with a shot, scores! Off the turnover, Mitch Marner with authority restores Toronto's lead.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. We're going to have Mark DeRosa coming up in just a few minutes. But also, I learned in addition to the cool swag we got given out, we have 30 G-Bag flags available if you come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie.
10 gold, 10 blue, 10 camo. So you got options to choose from there, Kevin.
Realistically, 9 when I steal one of each for Peace-a-thon.
Hey,
Is that what you're saying?
The goalie for the Maple Leafs is good. I watched.
Joseph Wool.
And our streak of stopping the power play, because we got like a big one.
With our penalty kill, yeah.
But, yeah, that's over. So
do you feel
17
sad?
in a row.
Do you feel sad that you had just brought it up that we were 16 for 16 going into the game, and then it goes away?
Shouldn't have knocked the stick out of that guy's hand for Toronto. I can't remember the exact penalty at the exact time, but
do you find yourself?
I've enjoyed this.
Okay, and I know you're enjoying it.
I've watched every game.
Have you started to get upset when, like, the other team scores a goal or you see the penalty kill not live up in that one spot?
No, I don't. It's not like watching the Mavs where I texted you guys 73 times
You
and
did.
you didn't want to respond to my Mavs text. But, yeah, like I'm enjoying watching it. Like when the Stars scored their goal, they had the puck for like 2 straight minutes, and just everybody on the ice for Toronto was like, I'm dead tired. I'm tired of skating around. Just score so we can get off the ice.
And that's a good thing. Like that's a positive thing, the influence on how you can affect that.
Yeah,
and take advantage of
I'm
it.
watching more. I'm learning more. I'm getting to know the players better. And that Toronto team looked like a really good team. I know they always lose because they're from Canada and all that stuff.
They're the NHL Cowboys. They really are.
They had old Klinger on their team and Dome, who are former star, so I remember those guys. The Klinger, number 3.
Man, I really like that you remember those players. But, yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs really do feel like the Cowboys of the playoffs in terms of they have the biggest fan base. They're in a humongous market, and they consistently disappoint in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I really did like Duchesne's goal a pass over to Marchment last night. He had that perfectly timed out and set him right in front of the net. And it was a great goal, and I was like, all right, we're in this thing. And then I went over to the football game for a minute and came back and was like, oh, okay, it got out of hand quickly. So it happens.
Couple of questions from the fan texts. We're at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of Interstate 20 West if you want to come see us. And then, did I get my AEW wrestling tickets for December? No, because we might have something big happening for Peace-a-thon. But right now, we are going to turn our attention to former Texas Ranger, now MLB Network analyst. By the way, MLB Network's live coverage from Globe Life Field gets underway at 2 p.m. today with Mark on MLB Now and MLB Tonight. Later, it is Mark DeRosa. Good morning, sir.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Well, as you can probably guess, our hype level is off the charts, and some of us can't even believe still that the Rangers are in the World Series, no matter how much we talk about it.
You know, it's funny. I'm not that shocked they're here. I thought the American League was wide open. I love the aggressive nature of – I think you look back, right? I played with Chris. I've known Chris since my time in Texas. I remember when he signed Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, I was like, whoa. We're just throwing $500 million at a middle infield, and then he backed it up with DeGrom, and then at the deadline he brings in Scherzer and does all. I mean, there's just a lot of guys with pedigree in that dugout and clubhouse that we're not going to waver, and then you put Bruce Bochy on top of that. I mean, kind of lightning in a bottle. So I'm not shocked they're here. I think National League side, yes, certainly Arizona Diamondbacks is a shock for a lot of people.
See, but that makes sense from a analytical and a watching the game point of view, and you're 100% right. The Rangers fan in me, that's the part that I still think can't believe it, even though I know it's happening and we're all so pumped.
Yeah. I mean, look at the lineup. I mean, Corey Seager's been unconscious, setting the tone early, first inning, bombs, kind of taking the pressure off. The starting pitching's giving them length where Bochy hasn't had to really get too creative with the bullpen. I thought it was interesting in the Houston series when he left Spores in to face Alvarez. And, I kind of watched the game, managing it or trying to think along with him. And, everyone, I think, was waiting to see Chapman in that scenario, and he kind of stayed with Spores and then turned it over to Leclerc. If his starters give him length like they've done previous, I think it'll be more of the same where the offense takes flight and Texas could be scheduling a parade here.
Yeah, so Mark, that's what we've been kind of praying for every game for the Rangers, is that you can get the game to Spores, Chapman, and Leclerc and avoid the other guys in the pen. And nothing against the other guys, but they haven't really done the job when asked either to hold the game, hey, hold it here so the guys can come back. So that's the goal of this. I'm wondering, as a former player, obviously I was a starter and a bullpen guy, but how much do the lineup guys talk about getting to the starting pitcher or making that guy work so hard that maybe you get to hit guys that aren't considered shutdown bullpen guys?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think especially if I'm on Texas's side, Torey Lovello has kind of tipped his hand that he's not going to let his starter even entertain going 3 times through an order. Maybe Gallen might have a little longer leash, but Merrill Kelly was rolling the other night, and he went right to Thompson, right to his – that's the strength of what they're doing right now. Their bullpen just presents so many weapons that – I kind of – during the WBC and managing that stuff, I've always been kind of an old-school thinker of, starting pitching's the draw, and you want to keep them in there as long as you can. But, man, when you're looking at your lineup card, you just got a stable of monsters waiting to come in from all different arm angles. I know as a hitter, if you give me a look at somebody 3 times, I'm going to hit something hard at some point. You give me 3-4 different arm angles and different looks that night, I'm going to have my work cut out for me. I know it's not the sexy way to watch a game, but I think Arizona's proved it effective.
Mark DeRosa joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You spent a couple of years in San Francisco with Bruce Bochy. What is his secret? What is his secret sauce?
He's an awesome guy. That's his secret sauce.
Yeah.
He's got great feel for – he builds a relationship with every player so he can come at you with brutal honesty about what his expectations are. I don't think he ever got in a car and drove home not knowing exactly where you stood. I think that's the beauty of what he does. He creates roles for everybody where they know, how can I add value to this team today? And they don't try and do any more or any less or feel like – if they, knock down the world, he's going to ride the hot hand. He'll certainly do that. He's just got a great feel for the ball player and the room. He knew when to call a meeting and kick our tushes a little bit. He knew when to call you in and put his arm around you. And I think the ultimate thing is he knows who the dudes are. He knows who needs to touch the ball in what situation. There's been so many times in my career, and Mike can probably attest to this, where you should be able to kind of close your eyes and think along with the manager, not worry about who's warming up and kind of have a feel with, all right, I know who's coming in, boom, boom, boom. But over the course of my career, there was moments where I'm like, the bullpen door would open, I'm like, really? I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know that guy was coming in. With Boch, that doesn't happen. He just builds ultimate confidence in the guys to trust him, that he's going to put him in positions to be successful, and that he's got a feel for everything that's going on.
You mentioned the honesty of Bochy. Do you think, because a lot of times the national narrative is, oh, athletes don't want to hear the truth, blah, blah, blah. Do you think most baseball players, they do want to hear the truth because they probably already know and they just need someone to reinforce it or whatever the case might be?
I think if you're a good dude and honest evaluator of yourself, I think that's how you want it. At least that's how I wanted it, and that's how I was raised in the Atlanta Braves organization with Bobby Cox. He was always brutal truth, but you wanted to run through a wall for him. I felt like Boch was the exact same way. I can tell a myriad of stories of my time in San Francisco where he just had perfect timing with a lot of things. Struggling offensively, hey, cancel BP. Next thing you know, you walk in the clubhouse, there's Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds. Ask them, talk to them, pick their brains. You guys don't need to go out and take BP. He was always very good at when to do that, when to call a meeting, when not to, have a feel for it. So I absolutely, I was blessed. I played for a bunch of Hall of Fame managers in my career, but he is certainly right up there with just one of the greatest of all time and just one of the greatest, guys, period.
So you bring up the Atlanta Braves, Mark DeRosa joining us, the organization you grew up in, and I know this is probably unfair to Evan Carter because I'm putting a lot on this, but he's having an Andrew Jones-like effect on this team. 1996, I know you were just drafted by them then, but can you compare at all what Andrew Jones was doing for the Braves in 1996 in the playoffs and what Evan Carter's doing here for the Rangers?
I think the thing, Mike, that I'm blown away with is just the consistent quality of the at-bat this kid is having. I mean, I know the moniker has been him coming up through the minors was a guy who controlled the strike zone very well. But to do it at this level and to look so quick and to look like you belong and to look like you want the moment and to be – I mean, he's impacting the game in such a variety of ways, right? He's kind of a five-tool guy, at least he presents. And then he's got the six-tool where the game seems slow to him. So that's kind of where Andrew was when he came up. I mean, the game just slows down for the real elite player. And I think for me, just kind of watching him go about it and watching kind of like my history with certain teams going through the postseason, you need that one young stallion to kind of come up and kind of infuse a little bit of life into your lineup, take some heat off some of the guys at the top of the order the way he's been able to do. And he's certainly been special. And Boch has protected him, too. He hasn't given him the tough lefty assignments to start, but then he rolls them right in there. So I think he's been just an awesome addition for this team.
All right, so I'm going to put you in the manager's role. The Astros had no lefty relievers, so you could bat Seager and Carter 2 and 3. Where are you putting Carter in the lineup knowing that the Diamondbacks have some stud lefty relievers?
Yeah, I'll break it up. I don't necessarily think he needs to hit 3. I mean, I get what he does with Robbie Grossman. I don't think Robbie Grossman himself, if you asked him, profiles as a 3-hole hitter. But it kind of was breaking it up with the right, left, which is something that, I do believe in. I thought, honestly, watching that series, not to, go in a total different direction, it was funny to watch that series. I thought there were some interesting moves with Dusty Baker. And like you say, and have no lefty in the back end of the bullpen. It was quick to J.P. France, even though Urquidy was out there. It was Martin Maldonado was still getting at bats down 8-2. There was some, as a guy who's sitting there watching the game, trying to manage along with them, you're on it with Boch. But I was kind of not on it with Dusty and what he was doing.
Do you view that bullpen of the Diamondbacks as their biggest asset? Because obviously Carroll, Marte, Gallen, they have plenty of excellent players. Is it the bullpen that makes them stand out?
I think the scary thing is the fact that they waltzed in the Philly and won 2 games. That not one person outside that organization thought that they were going to win. Maybe Game 6, you might win Game 6. You don't win Game 7 in Philly against that team at that time, in that moment, in that ballpark. And they did it. So that is a uber confident team waltzing into Globe Life. All the young players performed. Brandon Pfaadt turned into a monster for them. So he's brimming with confidence to get the ball again. Corbin Carroll offensively started to get going. There's just been Gabby Moreno looks like a franchise pillar for them for the next 10, 15 years. So I think if I'm Torey Lovello, I'm more excited. Yeah, I got weapons in the bullpen, but I feel like we're riding a serious high right now, because I think back to 2010 when I was fortunate with Boch and the Giants to win the World Series against the Rangers. We felt like once we got past Philly, are you kidding me? We went into that territory, in that yard, in that environment, and beat Halladay and Hamels and Cliff Lee and all those guys. The Rangers are in trouble. They don't even know what's coming. So I think that's the thing I'm looking at. I want to see how confident Arizona takes the field today.
Man, we appreciate the breakdown, the insight. Can't wait to see y'all's coverage on MLB Network get going from Globe Life Field today at 2 p.m. Mark, thank you very much for the time.
You got it, guys. Talk to you later.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mark DeRosa right there on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. And like he just alluded to at the end, there is plenty of reason for the Diamondbacks to have the utmost confidence going into this series.
I can't imagine you make it to the World Series, the NBA Finals, the Super Bowl, the Stanley Cup, and you're like, oh, geez, this just isn't the right matchup for us. You've gone through so much to get to the championship point that you're going to have confidence. We can look at different matchups and say advantage Rangers, advantage Diamondbacks, or a Super Bowl or something, but you're going to have a lot of confidence that you've made it to this point.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of 20 West. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Let's talk some Thursday Night Football, plus the first ever NFL game of its kind this weekend. We'll do that next live on 105.3 The Fan.
Attention taxpayers, if you or your business...
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, Grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground and unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Kincaid on the left, Murray in the backfield. Allen in the shotgun, going to roll out to his right. Looking for somebody, throws it back across the middle, and Kincaid waltzes into the end zone for his first touchdown as a Buffalo Bill. 22 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of 20 West. It's a happening out here. We're doing stamps on the passports this week. Corey, you just gave away a CeeDee Lamb jersey.
Yes.
And there's a lot of fun times happening around here.
I gave away a CeeDee Lamb Funko Pop also, as well as a Cowboys shirt, another Cowboys mini helmet.
Yes.
We have more mini helmets. We have more jerseys to give away.
G-Bag flags.
G-Bag flags. The gold ones are gone. I will tell you that. All the gold ones, unless we can find some more back in the back of that truck over there. I'm going to go dig around here.
Yeah, and
in
if
just
you
a minute.
do, I didn't get mine set aside just quite yet. Whoops.
I got one for you. Don't
okay,
worry about
good.
it.
Okay. But also, somebody asked, are you doing shout-outs today? It's a shout-out Friday. We have had
It's
a
been busy.
breakneck speed to this show thus far. So, from the 940, shout-out to 10 a.m. Saturday, flag football, the 6U Mineral Wells Kaufman versus the 6U Springtown Stanton. Both of those teams are excellent this year. That's for the best record going into the playoffs. So shout out to y'all right there.
That was a mouthful.
Now, you ready to go?
Way too big of a shout out. Like, they should have paid for that shout out.
Fair point. Now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Let's go Rangers.
Let's go Rangers. Let's go Rangers. Let's go Rangers. All right, we're going to kill Reggie if we go any longer.
Awesome.
That was outstanding.
A whole
work
restaurant full of
right
people
there.
chanting, "Let's go Rangers."
I
This
told
stadium's
you
gonna be
there's a
rocking
doings
tonight.
transpiring
This stadium's
here.
going to be rocking.
Were you guys invested in Thursday Night Football last night? The Bills get the win, 24-18. Mike,
I stars hockeyed it.
stars
I really
it.
did.
Okay.
Toronto played a great game. I'll give them credit. I thought the Stars had a great second period. It just didn't pay off. It was still 1-1. It was 2-1 after the period, but you didn't get any advantage there when you played well in the second.
I did flip over to watch some of it because I wanted to see Josh Allen, and he had a rough game before. He's had a couple of games where he's been kind of back and forth.
Turnovers.
Dalton Kincaid looked fantastic. He finally has a connection with Dalton Kincaid.
Does that make you sad?
Why would it make me sad?
Because a lot of people wanted Dalton Kincaid to make his way around these parts.
Well, I mean, I will say that they also have Dawson Knox. I got to go look at his injury because I don't know if that's season or if that's
no.
something else.
It's not for the season. I don't believe.
But that's one of those things that I got to key in on is what's going on there. But yeah, man, it doesn't make me sad because I knew he was a talented player, watching him in the draft, and I was like, okay, that's going to be interesting. I understand what you're saying. You want everything. You're like Sean, where you're like, I want all the guests.
Sure.
But hey, man, it's good to see a really young player making an impact on the game like that. So yeah, I was paying attention a little bit last night what was going on.
Josh Allen had his 43rd career rushing touchdown, tying him with Steve Young for the second most ever at 43. Who do you think has the most quarterback rushing touchdowns of all time?
Michael Vick?
No.
Randall Cunningham.
No.
Lamar Jackson?
No.
Like that old Fran Tarkenton.
No. It's a.
Oh.
They're not. They don't play right now, but it's a fairly.
Rob Van. Is it Steve DeBerg? Oh, I say it's Steve DeBerg.
Reggie, I want to be upset that you brought up Steve DeBerg, but guess what, Corey? I opened a box of 1991 Stadium Club football over the weekend, and I pulled a Steve DeBerg card that I set aside just for you.
Were all the cards stuck together?
No, actually, they were in great shape. You know why? Because I got it from Worth Collecting, and he got the best stuff out there in Waxahachie. It's Cam Newton. Cam Newton has 75. So still 8 ways to go for Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, or anyone else who is active right now.
I think in a weird way their careers are going to be similar. The way Cam Newton could care less about his body
and he gets knocked.
And and it was like, I think that's kind of the way that Josh Allen plays, and there's going to be major injuries. I love that people that would cape for Cam, and I totally get this. Like, they won't call the late hits and all this stuff, but then Cam also didn't want it. He would get upset if the ref blew the whistle a little bit early, too. It's like, which one do you want, Cam? Do you want complete and total protection?
Yeah.
Or do you want the play to be possibly extended by the refs, giving you time to maybe get out of this situation?
Now, I told you a couple days ago that in-season Hard Knocks was the Miami Dolphins. Here's a not-so-glowing review from Xavier Howard. Hard Knocks is BS, especially during the season. And you might be like, ha, 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 what a scamp. Well, he fired back and he continued his comment, no, I'm serious. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
And then Tua was like, yeah, you probably have to adjust some of the things. He said it in a more diplomatic way that led you to believe he also doesn't care for it. But yeah, and he also didn't edit the BS part. So not a fan of Hard Knocks.
I'm very interested. Like with the Cowboys, I feel like a lot of the players come into this thing and they just like, it's part of the gig. You know, like everything else. That is one question I wanted to ask Jerry. I'll probably get to it next week. When did fame become a factor for you? Because did he always want fame, and then, or did he like, oh, I'm famous all of a sudden?
Yeah,
kind of like us, you know, over at Tom Thumb and stuff like that.
Or here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings. But like that is with the Cowboys, it's just part of the gig. Every other team seems to be like, don't want that around us.
And then the last thing I wanted to throw out for you, I didn't even think about this. I know it's rare the way the draft falls like this, but the Texans-Panthers game will be the first time in history the top 3 NFL draft picks from the same draft play in the same game. Which
that makes sense. It'd be tough for 2 teams to have the top 3 picks.
Exactly.
I remember the
Colts. They had Steve Emptman and
was it Quentin Coryatt?
I think that is correct.
Yeah, from A&M, right?
Yes. And so Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, all in this game as rookies. That's pretty crazy, and you might be like, I still don't care about the game. That's a neat fact, but I still don't care about the game.
Hey,
fair enough.
We're getting close to a sellout here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie. I'm just looking at the tables available and the people waiting to be seated. We're getting close.
Each week, man, it's been packed. It's been awesome to see this. Last week was great. The Tolos have been showing up.
But you know what the brilliance of this is? While you wait to get seated, that's where the sign up is for our giveaways. So you can still be like, hey, maybe I can win something while I am waiting.
And we have tickets to the big game?
Yeah, you can say in the segment,
oh my gosh,
Miller Lite is giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets if you want to sign up for that
game,
as well.
Yeah.
No, just to the regular game.
The big one.
Oh, wow. That's how much he's out on the Cowboys. He calls it regular games.
Just
now.
regular football.
You know what? Right now, Sunday does feel like a regular game compared to the World freaking Series. Because you know what? Rangers are in the World Series. And from prop bets to presidents to a $250 sandwich, this World Series has it all. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the KNC Masterpiece.
Looks like you've been missing a lot of work lately. I wouldn't say I've been missing it.
On 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Parody.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of things I want to share on the shout-out front. I want to shout out everybody who does come up to Buffalo Wild Wings and they share their stories. They share stories about their family members. They share stories that are real, man. Like, sometimes they're happy stories. Sometimes they're stories of people in pain or people struggling. And I do really like all the positive stuff, but I like being able to have those real conversations as well. And then from the 214, I want to give a shout out to Kevin, Corey, Mike, and Reggie. You guys make a not so great day turn around to awesomeness. That's what I love to hear. And then Corey, another person texted in and said, I want to give a shout out to Corey because Jerry didn't.
You know, it happens sometimes. Jerry's a very busy man. I don't expect him to remember me whenever it comes to that. But I'm glad he remembered you guys this morning. That was really awesome.
Did he say Kevin and Mike?
Yeah, he looks Kevin, Mike.
And he goes, who else do we got out there?
Who else is there? And he asked me how I was doing. So that was nice. Yeah. Well, did you just call me the core dog?
Yeah.
So K-Dog and the core dog.
That is not bad at all. I think that is not bad at all.
That is going to stick, isn't it?
And like a core dog, you know?
Yeah.
It has a stick in it.
Every state fair season, that's going to come back to play, isn't it?
And if you're watching on the fan cam, yes, I also believe Corey is putting alcohol in his cup underneath the desk.
No, wow.
I don't know that for
I'm
sure.
making a shake.
Okay, well, you might not want to do it just like that. That looks very dicey.
Vodka.
Oh, my goodness. All right. The Texas Rangers are in the World Series, and this World Series has it all. Do you guys want to start with the president, some of the prop bets, or the $250 sandwich?
Well, Mike already spoiled the president for me. So
well, I'm going to say this.
That's true.
Your tease had the Buffalo Wild Wings audience interested in a $250 sandwich.
So,
Wild Wings.
Thank you, Mike.
And I apologize, Mike. Earlier I said
I'm about to eat the sampler platter.
George W. Bush was 01, 04, and 2010. It was 01, 2010, and 2017 before this World Series. So George W. Bush, former president, will be throwing out the first pitch for the World Series.
Oh, he threw it out for the
tonight.
Astros, huh?
Yeah.
Did they win?
'Cause he was the
They
governor
won.
of Texas.
Did he know they were cheating at the time?
I don't think anybody did. Well, I guess some people. I mean, I guess like Banister, who's here right now, not at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, he just texted me back.
But I guess that they had an idea they were doing something. Maybe they didn't know exactly how they were doing it, but a lot of teams had an idea Houston was doing something.
So at Globe Life Field, you can buy a sandwich for $250.
It seems like a lot.
It better be a Hurtado sandwich.
Ooh, actually, Hurtado's has got their own beef shank going for $99.
Yeah.
So that
it
might
looks
be
good.
even better and cheaper. So it goes like this. For $250, you get you get the boomstick. All right? You start off with the boomstick. Okay? And then we also have the new addition to it is the 3-strike lobster roll.
What?
Yeah. So the 3-strike lobster roll is also 2 feet long.
Do they catch that in Hulk's Pond? Mark
Holt's Pond.
I don't know if I said that.
Maybe they just had a lobster hanging out in that pond over there.
Yeah, it's a lobster pond.
You know what? Probably, Mike.
I don't know about that. So essentially, it's 3 2-feet sandwiches.
How is Eric going to eat all that?
Or 1 6-foot sandwich.
Yeah.
Yes, just separated and different, but I guess you could put it that way. Now, they're only making 10 of these per game.
Oh, okay.
Lobster's tough to get. Like, you go to Papa Do's, there's only so many in the tank.
That is probably true. And it will only be sold, and I like this,
or Long John Silver's.
At the 24.
What if they had a lobster tank at Long John Silver's?
That
I would not
be
eat that.
super weird.
I would not eat it.
That would be super weird, but they're all dead and deep fried already. And you can only get it at 24, which is outside Section 133. Here's my only concern. I don't want Section 133 or 132 to be distracted with the biggest sandwiches in the world and not going crazy for every pitch and doing chants. Corey, do you have enough friends that would want to go in with you on a $250 sandwich? They're only having 10 per game. They expect them to sell out every game.
Well, you know I can't afford that alone.
That's true.
Because my family is ridiculous. But I think
your family likes sushi, though.
I need to bring a rich person. Yes, they do like sushi. I need to bring a rich person because I want to see Chiafalo try this alone. I really do.
Oh.
I think that he could do this alone. We've seen. Well, he's a beef eater, though, right? He's a beef guy.
I forget what they call it because it's not just the boomstick.
The boom burger.
The boom burger. It might be called that. I don't know, but that's only 2 feet, right?
Yeah, I think it was 2 feet.
You're saying he could do a 6-foot
I want to see him
roll?
try. I want to see him try to do it.
No, and remember, the lobster roll is 2 feet.
Boomstick
So
and
it's
lobster
a
roll.
combination of these 3 different things.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the boomstick, the burger, the lobster roll with the beef.
Yeah, 6 feet of.
So there's no way he could because he barely accomplished
No,
one.
he would die.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want
Professional eaters, I bet, could do this.
I bet, yeah. No, Kevin.
In one game, you
how sad
Yeah.
would you be though? Let's say you're
I
on
watch,
that row.
I watch like Beard Meets Food and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I think they could.
Let's say you're on that row where the dude's like, "Hey, I'm buying this thing. We're sharing it across this group of people here," and then Evan Carter hits a home run into that section, and everybody stands up, or one person stands up. I mean, I think everybody's standing up in that moment, and all of a sudden the lobster's flying everywhere and all that stuff. Like how that would be so sad to watch lobster hit the ground.
I would try to keep as much of the sandwich as possible and hit somebody with the bread to get the home run ball.
I still struggle with this. I like lobster. I think lobster is great, so I'm not taking a shot at lobster. I just don't think it's so much better than shrimp that I want to pay like 4 times the money of shrimp to lobster. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, you're talking to the man who loves coupons. Of course,
I
that
know,
makes
but
sense.
that makes
I don't
a lot
know.
of
Maybe
sense.
maybe I'm way off on this. I think lobster's great. I love when lobster is being served to me. But after I eat lobster, I think to myself,
That's the fanciest thing I've ever heard.
Is this way better than shrimp?
I don't think it is, and I've had lobster in Maine.
It's
It's good, but
Yeah.
that's right.
It's
What
like
I'm fancy as hell,
I feel like
man.
it's extra large shrimp. I feel like it's the same product almost.
Yeah, if you're a giant, that's giant shrimp. That would be like the same thing.
So if you're a giant, you're just like, give me more
that's
lobster.
just popcorn lobster right there.
All right.
I can just see our friend Blythe Beck listening right now.
She
She's
just-
like prepping food, going, "Lobster's so much better than shrimp." But I feel like it is better, but not that much better.
From the 214, you know you can go to Subway and buy 6 footlongs for much less.
With lobster?
No, and I think they load these up because another person said, I can absolutely eat 3 footlong sandwiches in one sitting. I think they load these sandwiches up with like maybe more than you're getting at Subway, even if you're one of those people that they have to use the knife to fold the sandwich over because it won't close on its own. Maybe you could handle that. All right, so out on the $250 sandwich, but in on George W. Bush throwing out the first pitch.
This is awesome. Yes,
I'm in on both.
Okay. Oh, how
Yeah.
many people do you think it would take to
3.
finish 3 to finish the whole thing in the game?
If we're really serious about
6.
it. Yeah.
Each gets a foot.
Okay.
Okay, fine. 6.
I feel comfortable with that. All right.
Pick your foot.
Let's talk about.
Left.
Let's talk about. No, that's not what he means, Reggie.
Right foot?
Oh my gosh. One better. He bet $500 on the Arizona Diamondbacks to win the World Series when the Arizona Diamondbacks were 180-1. He has kept the ticket, not cashed out. If they win, he gets $90,000 for this bet. Would you cash out right now?
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
Do we know that this is like deal or no deal?
Yeah, well, at a lot of the sports books, they have places that will cash out to mitigate their risk and then potentially try to buy you out at slightly less than it's worth because Arizona is still an underdog for this. So I would say that ticket face value right now is probably like $40,000, give or take. So maybe they're like, hey, we'll give you $35,000 for it, something like that. And then if the ticket hits, obviously you don't take that hit.
I would cash out.
That's probably the smart move.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. If I'm a fan of a team and I made that bet,
you can't, right?
I'm riding the whole thing.
Like, if you had made that bet on the Rangers, same exact parameters, you couldn't cash that out.
I would
could
be
you?
like, you know what? me doing that means that I don't believe they can win it, and I want the max value of this.
Now-
I put the bet in the first place to get this. This is what I want out
A
of it.
$500 bet, right?
Yep.
For $90,000.
Yep.
That $500 bet will give you $40,000 right now.
Yeah, I know, right, Mike? Any other?
You're still
let's
go-
say I bet on Baltimore. Okay,
Yeah.
a long time ago,
I
I put
understand.
$500. I would be like, you know what? I'll sell that thing, but I'm not doing it with my team. There's just something a little bit different about that. I spent that $500 with a purpose of I believe that my team can do it this year.
All right.
I like, man.
I would cash out.
It's probably the smart thing to do, but again,
And this is a good question. Why don't you just put $500 on everybody? But remember, the Diamondbacks are a long shot.
the odds are very different.
So yeah,
across the board, yeah.
that's 15 grand, right? Well, guess what? If the Dodgers would have won, your ticket would probably be worth $2,500 to $3,000, and now you're like, well, crap, that didn't work out. Shout out to my buddy Jason on a Shout Out Friday. He put $1,000 on the Rangers to win it all at 60-1. Woo, lordy!
Hey, Tolo just tweeted us and said, I'm driving right now. I work for a lobster supplier. And so he's driving lobsters around DFW right now. So
That is crazy timing right there.
Hey, yeah, pull up over here. Pull up over here and we'll take care of that for you.
Man,
That one box just fell off the truck. You know what I mean?
All right. In terms of World Series MVP, I'm going to give you the odds, and then you tell me if you like any of these at a specific number. Because Mike, I believe, who is almost out of his Evan Carter cards, the two favorites are Corey Seager at 5-1 and Adolis Garcia at 6-1. Tops for the Diamondbacks, Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll are both 9.5-1. Then a little bit further down the chart, Evan Carter is 16-1, and I wonder which number is intriguing to you, and does Jonah Heim at 35-1 do anything to you, knowing how much the Diamondbacks will like to run?
Okay, I like that. I wonder if a catcher's ever won the World Series MVP for catching. Don't they have to do something spectacular?
No, he'll have to be good offensively, but I do wonder if he is picking some people at second.
Okay.
Or at first.
Can I ask you this?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Do you have other odds there? Because to me, like, Josh Young would be a solid underdog.
See, I only got the top 7 on the board because Marcus Semien 14-1, Christian Walker 16-1 as well.
Because Josh Young can get hot.
He can.
Where he's hitting bombs.
I bet his number's pretty far right now because, you know, he's had some struggles, but also some amazing games.
Like he hits 3 or 4 home runs in the series, which is very doable. He makes 3 or 4 great plays at third base, which is very doable. Opportunity presents itself. I would like to put, instead of Jonah, I'm not knocking Jonah here, I would maybe try to put my underdog money on Josh Young.
Okay. Now, I have another one to go with you, and I'm curious if this is where you think about the Evan Carter bet. Most home runs in the World Series. Seager's the favorite, 3.5-1. Adolis, 4-1. Christian Walker is the best bet for the Diamondbacks at 9-1. Evan Carter is 80-1.
Okay.
I know he's not like necessarily a home run hitting machine.
Right.
But those are long odds. Same thing for Gabriel Moreno if you're looking on the Diamondbacks side.
I wouldn't put any money on Evan Carter
I don't
for that.
think he will either.
Just because like he's so good at situational hitting, he understands that so well. Like Seager's going up first pitch trying to put one out. Adolis is trying to put one out, but Evan Carter's going up the plate trying to wear out a pitcher and get on base.
I will say this, from the gap to left field in Arizona, you can get some cheapies.
Really?
It's easy to hit home runs there. Now, in center field, it can be difficult. Obviously, the wall's so high. In right field, I feel like it plays fair. In left field is where it plays a little bit unfair. So in that, if you're looking at the parks, I think it's pretty fair all ways at our ballpark.
Yeah.
But it might be easier to be a right-handed pull hitter for home runs in this series in games 3, 4, and 5.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been talking about it all day. We've been talking about it all week. We are now less than 7 hours away, so it's time for your official World Series prediction. Want to hear from the folks on YouTube, the Twitch, and if you want to text in at 877-881-1053, time for your official World Series prediction. We'll get to that next live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of 20 on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
It's only the top of the third. Rangers are leading here 5-2. The 3-1. Swinging a high fly ball deep out into left field. Hayes going back. Mitch Garver, can you take me higher? You most definitely can. A grand slam for Mitch Garver to give Texas a 9-2 lead.
Man, I know that happened a couple weeks ago, but it still gets me hyped up. We've almost made it. The game is less than 7 hours away. Game 1 of the World Series right here on your home of the American League champions, 105.3 The Fan. G-Bag Nation will be at Globe Life Field to get you ready for Game 1. It's time for your official World Series predictions, and it is also a shout-out Friday. Some of these are biased, but I appreciate them nonetheless from the 972. Let's give a shout-out to the amazing KMC Masterpiece for all this outstanding coverage of our World Series. Let's go Rangers. And we really appreciate everybody who's been listening, whether you've been listening since we were on the weekends, whether you're new because this is the best game in town. Y'all have helped us crush it with the ratings, so thank you very much. I'm going to read you some of these, and then I'm going to kick it over to you guys. From the 972, Rangers in 6. From the 817, Rangers sweep. From the 972, we're going to get that final strike this time. From the 972, they said, sadly, Rangers in 5 because they want them to win it in Arlington. If we win it, I'm fine with wherever we win this World Series. Who wants to start with their World Series prediction?
World Series prediction, Mike. I'm sticking with it, dude. I am saying Rangers in 4. Look, dude, you're not supposed to be able to do that. You're not supposed to be able to win and just sweep a team. And at this level, at this point, they're going to adjust to you. They're going to make those adjustments, and then they're going to adjust again after something else happens. But I'm going with confidence, man. Walking in crotch first on this one.
Sometimes you gain momentum, and the other team just can't seem to take it away. So I'm not predicting the Rangers in 4, but I can see it. Now, it will be very scary. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I am going to pick the Rangers here. But if for some reason the Diamondbacks were to come here and win both games and it was Eovaldi and Montgomery, and then you're down to somewhat 2 bullpen days, and you can't do what you did in Game 7, you can't use, let's say, Eovaldi in Game 3 to back up Scherzer, it could get really scary in that situation.
Yeah, I agree with that. And honestly, I think some of these games might get scary if you fall behind from the jump. You know, because we've talked about all day, all week, how good that Diamondbacks bullpen is.
Yeah.
I feel like look, if you're winning, you're probably good with it either way. But I feel like the Diamondbacks would be the team more comfortable coming from behind because, hell, they even did it in Game 7 of the NLCS because of their bullpen. But I realize at this point, both teams' confidence is probably extraordinarily high.
And from the Rangers' standpoint, they're facing Verlander. It's 2-1 in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
And you hit a 3-run homer. Yep. And it looked like you were going to be able to hold on to that game. Obviously, Altuve did what he did. But yeah, I think, can the Rangers sweep? Yes. I'm not going to predict that. I am going to predict the Rangers win the Eovaldi and Montgomery starts. And that means Rangers in 6.
Okay. All right. I like it.
So that would be, I do. If you don't win one of these games here in Texas, I do think that Arizona has a great chance to go back home and wrap it up. I don't think that's going to happen. You definitely need to win Game 1 or Game 2. I want to win both. They can win both. You have you'll be favorites in Vegas, whatever that means. You'll be your favorite tonight. You'll be favored tomorrow. You gotta win one of those games to make sure it gets back to Texas.
I absolutely agree with that. From the 817, Rangers win in 5. Game 5 final score 5-2. Jonah Heim MVP. Evan Carter catches the final out. From the 214, we win in Game 6 by a routine flyout on the right field warning track.
Okay.
Y'all trust Adolis if that happens, right?
Who's their David Freese?
Ooh.
Do I trust it? When the ball is hit to right field, in Game 6 and we're up 3-2 and the bases are loaded, I will trust nothing.
Yeah.
Until the ball hits the glove, stays in the glove for a second, and they say he is out. That's when I will believe.
I remember.
I don't care if the ball's popped up
Yes.
straight to Marcus Semien or like whoever it's hit to, and it looks like a routine play. I will not celebrate until they catch the ball.
Did he show you the video of his son running around his house the other day?
Oh, no.
On the doorbell camera.
Oh, no.
So when Adolis hit the home run, he's running around and going nuts. And it was just so fun because the doorbell camera caught him because instead of screaming inside, he wanted to just run around the neighborhood screaming outside.
I feel like that's what going to be Mike. He's going to have footage of himself pulling his shirt off, running down the street.
We're not there yet.
Not
We're to
yet.
Game 1.
Not yet.
But if we get to do a show, hopefully next week, where we're talking about if the Rangers win, they're the champs. 2011 will always be special to me. I don't know if it'll get better than the Mavericks and beating the Miami Heat, but this will be – it'll start to compare to that moment, and I'll be like, is this going to be bigger in my life that I grew up a Ranger fan? My father didn't play for the Dallas Mavericks, and I didn't play for the Dallas Mavericks. We both played for the Texas Rangers, so it will be – even though we'll have nothing to do with it, we wouldn't have played on it. Maybe I'll get a ring, because, I did do 1 radio game and 2 television games.
That's true.
So,
That is true.
do you deserve a ring for doing 3 of the 162?
Does the baseball game he did in Arizona count, or was that this year? Or was that
DC, you mean?
No.
For spring
For
training.
spring training.
Obviously, it didn't count. Jared put me in my place. It wasn't on radio. It was on some sort of whatever you call it.
It was streaming.
Streamed.
Yeah, that's some
Whatever
kind
you
of thing
call
you
it.
call the internet.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, keep this in mind, the crazy ebbs and flows that are still to come. Because just think about this time last week. Huge game, 2-2. You hit the Adolis Garcia hits the home run. You're going to win, and we're all going crazy. We're going to win, take advantage, and go to the World Series. Less than an hour later, you lost the game, you lost momentum, and the season feels like it's over.
Right.
So tonight is a huge game to take the lead and take the advantage, but both of these teams have been in a position where it looked like they were cooked, whether it was before the series, in the middle of the series. So just prepare yourself, everybody. There is going to be some crazy ebbs and flows here.
And I know it was a long time ago, and maybe younger Ranger fans don't remember this, but you were up 5 or 6-1 against the Yankees in Game 1 in 2010, and you blew it. You blew that game. I remember I've talked to Murph about this, David Murphy, and he is like, after that game, and they were the defending champs, the New York Yankees, he even, as a player on the team, was like, you know what, maybe they are the Yankees, and all of the players that they had. And it was huge to win Game 2, and then Cliff Lee dominated Game 3. But I can remember as a Ranger fan, I was at that game, Game 1, thinking, dang it, it's the Yankees. And then the Rangers won Games 2 and 3, and were able to close it out in 6. And you just never know how things are going to go because you feel like there's a huge momentum swing. But in football, as long as nobody gets hurt, your quarterback's always the quarterback. Dak Prescott doesn't change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you have Evaldi to Montgomery to Scherzer to, I'm going to say, Heaney or Dunning.
Yeah.
This is so different that the momentum changes so much with who's starting on the mound that day. And all the other sports, that doesn't change.
It would be wild to think, oh, yeah, but in the second quarter, we got Patrick Mahomes coming in. And you're like, ooh, then Blaine Gabbert, and then Jalen Hurts. Like, it would be wild to think, like, those are the directions that you go in a football game. Now, this is a clever shout-out I think you're going to like, Corey. Shout-out to my friends Chris and Monica, who are getting married today in Leonard. Congratulations to you both. And please forgive me for leaving early to watch the Rangers. I know you'll understand.
You're forgiven.
They're taking care of a lot of business in just that one text.
Yeah, listen, I think you're forgiven. Just, and I don't even think you have to tell people. Like, you can just be standing there doing something, and then people, like, just walk off. and people will be like, he must be going to watch the game right now. I think people need to just understand at this point, especially if you're in the DFW area. But if you're around the country, just wear a Texas hat proudly and let everybody know.
Man, I'm with you on that. Shout out to from the 469. Just like Mike, I have also predicted every series right so far. I don't know if we would say that for Mike. Rangers in 6 with Seager getting his second World Series MVP. You got the last 2 series right. Not the first one, though.
No.
Okay.
I felt like after that Seattle series, the travel that they had gone on, I did not feel good about the Tampa series. I can't remember if I said Tampa in 2 or Tampa in 3. In a weird way, I don't even think I said Tampa in 2 or Tampa in 3. I just said I think Tampa is going to win the series. But then from there, I picked a sweep.
Yeah.
Because I was honestly worried about game 4 because we didn't have a starter. And then I was like, all right, you go back to Baltimore. I feel good about Monty, but I'm like, let's just go with sweep.
Did you watch the hype video that starts with that loss against Seattle?
No.
It's like the
It's like
Rangers
10 minutes
put it out.
long.
It's
I watched it last night.
It is 10 minutes long, but it starts.
No,
I'm a crier.
I'm excited. No, and this, me too, Mike. But this was one of those where I was just like, nope, I'm just excited. It was
okay.
It got very detailed, right? Like
It
got,
did.
I was like, okay, we could have
did.
cut this short, but I'm glad you're playing it like this.
did.
K-Twiz tweeted to us, Kevin, and said, my official World Series prediction: Rangers in 6 at home, and the city of Arlington will crumble after all the celebration. I hope that doesn't happen.
Oh,
but
my
I know
gosh.
the city of Arlington will be partying, and then everybody from Fort Worth and Dallas and all the surrounding cities will probably be partying with them.
Maybe I just missed the beginning part of this text from the 682. It just says 7.
Oh,
so one way or
man.
another, we're
7.
going to
7.
Game 7.
7.
From the 210, Arizona in 5. But they also said Astros in 5. So, yeah, they're a little stitious.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So they're not superstitious, but definitely a little stitious. From the 804, Rangers in 7. From the 817, Rangers in 6. Same from 903. And from the 469, the Giants swept us in 2010. No, they didn't. But
Colby Lewis won it.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Game 3, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah. I'm 99% sure. I did go to those games. I should remember.
I
just remember some young fart named Madison Bumgardner. I was like, this dude looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And he shut us down.
From the
And he ended up winning a World Series on his own pretty much.
Yes, he did. From the 214, I'm picking the Rangers to win, but I also need Forgiveness Friday. I admit to being dreadfully wrong about the Saints. I don't know if this is the same person who was so furious with our show when we did not have confidence in the Saints. If it is, I appreciate that apology very, very much. I'm also going Rangers in 6. I'm really excited about this series, not only because it's the World Series, but everything we say about the Rangers, and if anybody says Team of Destiny, the Diamondbacks can claim every bit of that same narrative, if not more so, with what they have been able to do. So both of these teams, as you would expect, are streaking at the right time, and people didn't expect either one of them to be there. So I'm sure nobody can tell Diamondbacks fans they're going to lose. I told you, if the Rangers beat the Astros, there is nothing that would change my mind. I am picking the Rangers in 6 to take this World Series.
And I'm proud of you. Except for it feels like you don't have any faith in them. You know?
Because I didn't say 4?
I'm just happy you're here. Usually you're on vacation during these
Hey,
segments.
I was here the last time we did Buffalo Wild Wings, and you were not. Thank you very much. From the 817, do you want this
You're
kind of
correct.
confidence? Rangers sweep and win all 4 games by double digits.
That's awesome.
I'll tell you this.
Dude, how many double-digit games?
If the Rangers were up 3-0, if it was 11-1 in the 9th inning, I would be like, all right, I think we might be able to do it. But I would still be like, but I don't know.
I'm with Mike. Until the ball is in the mitt, they've only had They've had 2 games where they've scored double digits, Kevin. It was a while.
In the postseason?
In the postseason. It was a while between the middle game in Baltimore and then before they got the last one here. So hopefully it won't be that long of a stretch before they get back to double digits, because that's been a big detail we've been following all year.
That is true.
On the KNC Masterpiece.
And this is where I am. They just need to, from the 2-1-4, they just need to win 2 at home, 2 on the road. Doesn't matter which ones. I don't care what games we win, how we win. If the Rangers win the World Series, I accept. Whatever that combination is, deal. Let's do that.
You could make it through a game 7. Like, can your heart? That's the thing, Mike. just knowing
I
what
don't
we
know.
dealt with the last Game 7, I don't know if I can emotionally take this.
So baseball is so different from the other sports because I talked about this at the end of the Astros series or the night of Game 7 is you get breaks when the Mavericks are in the playoffs and they're making a run. You never play back-to-back, literally never. The first round takes a month because of all the games on TNT and ESPN.
Yeah.
You're like, are we ever getting done with round one? Because there's so much break in between each game. The Stars, we just went through it. Now, we didn't get to the Stanley Cup, but you went through it where you have this game. You discuss the game. The night is off. Sometimes there's 2 nights off because of travel. And you do this baseball thing, and you're talking about Game 5 and the devastation of it, and you have a day off to travel, but then your Game 6, like, oh my God, what a win. And we're starting in 3 hours Game 7.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my God, I can't take this. Games 3, 4, and 5, there's no break. And like tonight, after it's over, you're like, we're playing tomorrow.
To your point, for better or worse, the World Series will be over in 8 days.
Yeah.
Like, one way or another, hopefully it goes the Rangers' way. It's done in 8.5 days.
I was talking to Coach McFadden, is the head baseball coach at Bishop Lynch, and I love the guy. And we were talking yesterday baseball, and it's like, if it's this emotionally draining for us as the fans, how is it as a player?
Oh, I can't even imagine.
But I wonder, as a player, we're hanging on every pitch. Like, as in, like, oh, what's going on? But when you're in the dugout, you're excited for your team, but you're going over kind of your at-bat. You're just kind of seeing what is, let's say, Gallen tonight. What is he doing against this guy? Could he repeat the same sequence against me? Is it playing out that way? I just wonder the emotional investment that we have. I was like, as a player, I never remember being that emotionally invested in, like, I played in playoffs in the minor league, so it's different, but Game 2 against Scranton and I'm on Buffalo, like, I'm not pitching this game. Like, I am watching it, but I'm not as emotionally invested, so I'm not going to be totally drained because I'm not playing in the game, and I am a fan of my own team, but I'm not, like, invested the way a fan is, where you're like, oh, the emotions of that was so much. Now, Game 7, probably a different story, but I was wondering, like, the emotional investment from us versus the players, and maybe that is a question for Derek Holland or David Murphy or these guys. Like, when you got to Game 7 against St. Louis, how emotionally drained were you after a month of this, or were you just like, Evan Carter, baseball is baseball?
Yeah, and you have so many things that you need to do. I think you make a really great point. From the 254, double shout out here. Want to give a special shout out to my amazing girlfriend who's an epidemiologist who's at a conference right now trying to keep us safe in DFW. Also, shout out to you guys that came up to Buffalo Wild Wings, had a blast. Unfortunately, I had to go back to work, but I'm glad I got some goodies. Love you guys. That is delightful. Right now, we're going to switch it up just a little bit. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the Diamond Factory, where they sell diamonds. And tonight, the baseball game will be played on a diamond.
But aren't most baseball games on a diamond, Mike?
I hope so. It would be a weird game if it wasn't.
Yeah. What does the future hold? Nobody knows.
Is that a song?
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, maybe you could play on a square in the future.
You do a lot of good things, Kevin.
Not that. Dang. Back to
All
you,
right.
Mike.
Okay. You tried your best. All right. So I find this interesting article. It's on MLB.com. And there's different categories. There's 4 different categories. And you've talked a lot about Jose Leclerc in this series, right, Kevin? And explain why Jose Leclerc is arguably the most important person in this series.
Just because you have questions about our bullpen, even if you shrink it down to essentially 3 people, those last 3 outs or 4 outs or 5 outs are the toughest to get. And you could definitely see some close games in this series. I think he's the guy because you can get a lead. Can you hold that lead?
You used to be a writer, but now you refuse to write, right?
Facts.
I mean, not.
When was the last
he won't even write a letter to
When was the
people.
last time you wrote something?
I wrote a couple things last year for the station website.
Okay. So in this article from MLB.com, this is interesting. They named 2 relievers that are key pieces to both teams. And I think they're trying to not go with the obvious, if that makes sense.
Sure.
They're not going with Seawald and Leclerc. We know that those are the closers. Those are the guys getting the last 3 outs. They will have, when the game's over, if it's within 3 runs, we'll see winning pitcher, losing pitcher, and guy with save. So I think they're trying to avoid that here, and I really like what they use here. The reliever that's going to be most important for the Rangers, and I agree with you with Leclerc, but I understand how they have to write this. They say Josh Sborz because he's such a key to get it to a certain point, and he's a guy that has been pitching, I won't say multiple innings, but he's getting more than 3 outs in a lot of these games.
And he's been pitching out of his mind.
He's the bridge. Like he extends a starter basically and gets you to the bullpen, which is Chapman and Leclerc. That's really the key there.
So here's what they write about Josh Sborz. They say the Rangers have many options in their rotation. Almost too many options. And I get it because we don't even know who's starting game 4, and we know Scherzer's starting game 3. By the way, did you guys see that he has a cut on his thumb, Max Scherzer?
Why?
Like, he said because he hasn't calloused, because he hasn't pitched in a while. I never had this issue. I never had, like, the blister issue with my fingers that a lot of players have. But for some reason, some guys do, and he has some sort of cut on his thumb, I think it is, that is bugging him. But he thinks it'll be fine and no problem when we get to Monday night in Arizona, the game that he will be pitching. I guess if it's still bugging him tremendously, I guess you could move him back to game 4 if you needed to, but that's only 24 extra hours.
Maybe enough time for that Neosporin to kick in. Who knows? Because it does heal 3 days faster. I remember that from the commercials back in the day.
Yeah, and you know what? If he's in Texas now, talk to Nolan Ryan. You eat a Whataburger with jalapenos and you take Advil and you're good to go.
Yeah, that's the way you do it. Yeah.
You're ready to go another 9.
Rub some of that stuff that they put on the cow udders. You know what I mean?
Here's what they say about Josh Sborz on MLB.com. The Rangers have many options in their rotation, almost too many options, but when it comes to relievers, they trust. They have Jose Leclerc and ... Sborz. That's probably it. Aroldis Chapman's surface level numbers have been much better than his underlying metrics. And when you watch him pitch, you can't help but suspect a Craig Kimbrell-esque reckoning is coming. The Rangers can see that as well as you or I can, which is why they avoided using Chapman in Game 6 of the ALCS. I agree a hair with that, but that's okay. This is his article, which was tight until Texas put up 5 in the 9th. This all points to the Rangers relying heavily on Sborz in the late innings. You can tell Bruce Bochy would like to save Leclerc for the 9th if he can, which means Sborz is going to have to lock down the 8th, maybe even earlier. Leclerc will only get the chance to close games if Sborz gives him that chance.
Okay.
Great article. Love that paragraph on Sborz. Now here's how to know the other side. The Diamondbacks, and I hope I'm saying his last name right, Joe Mantiply. He's a left-handed reliever. If I'm saying it wrong, it's Mantiply.
It's like when you have one thing and
almost
one thing.
Multiply, but we're multiplying here. Okay? Multiple men. Much has been written about how the Diamondbacks lost 110 games 2 years ago. Just how much ground they have covered, how far behind they truly were. Here's another example of it. Last year, the Diamondbacks were one of the teams that only had one All-Star. And it was a random relief pitcher you probably never heard of. A year later, that random relief pitcher in a tight series may be the most vital piece of a World Series winning roster. With the quite understandable struggles of fellow left-hander Andrew Saalfrank in the postseason, the Diamondbacks are going to rely heavily on Mantiply against the Rangers hitters like Seager, Carter, Lowe, late in the games in stressful moments. Frankly, any game that even is slightly close, we're likely to see Mantiply in a game-saving moment. Get used to extremely close-ups of his face. Some of the most tension-filled pitches in this series will be thrown by him. So it gives you an example of who's the lefty they're going to bring in. We know Seager's staying in the game.
Sure.
We know Lowe's staying in the game. I don't think they're going to pinch hit for him. They could, but I don't think. If he comes in against Evan Carter and the Rangers are tied or losing, I do think they're taking Evan Carter out if Joe Mantiply comes in to pitch against him. And you will see most likely Robbie Grossman, I'm assuming, come in to hit in that situation. Okay, next one. The categories of stars. I think we know Corbin Carroll and Corey Seager. They go with Simeon and Christian Walker. It's almost like I feel like they went with secondary stars here. But I remember
Christian
what they're
Walker's
writing.
a heck of a player.
Well, and Simeon,
So is Simeon.
For a long portion of the season, we were saying, hey, he could be in that MVP status.
They don't go with, I think just like they didn't go with the closers, they're not going to go with the obvious answer here. So they're saying, look, Marcus Simeon is so underrated. And while that's partly true, the guy has finished in the top 3 of MVP voting twice. I think people forget that are even Ranger fans.
Yeah. That's the same as Bryce Harper.
He's done that. Well, he won them.
I know, but they did both finish in the top 3 twice.
And it says he's going to get votes again this year. Not Harper, that bum. He can't be that underrated, right, because of that. But for a team built with top-shelf stars often brought in via free agency, Simeon, for all his success in the regular season, has been a near zero this postseason. He was 1 for 9 against Tampa, 3 for 14 against Baltimore, and 6 for 29 against the Astros. Simeon had 29 home runs and 14 stolen bases this season. He doesn't have a single one either in this October. That's a full month that this MVP level player has struggled. The Rangers have a lot of other talent, but Simeon is supposed to be the straw that stirs the drink around here. Getting him going is imperative.
Okay, let me ask you a question. And I don't mean this to sound negative. I'm really asking
Kevin.
I really want to know if y'all feel the pulse of the Rangers fans right here. I know everything is great. We're in the World Series. But doesn't it feel like the frustration about Simeon has been building?
Yeah.
Like every day we get questions about why won't they move him off of leadoff?
Now, I will say in Game 6, he did go 2 for 3 with 2 walks. So he had an 800 on-base percentage that game. It's one game, but that was a good sign,
And that was
I
an
think.
important performance.
In a weird way, maybe this is stupid because all you got to do is add one more due to it, and that's usually what happens. But I feel like he is due to hit a home run.
Yeah.
He is due to start playing better. Everybody goes through slumps. Everybody goes through streaks. Unfortunately, it has happened in the worst moments for Simeon, but the team has picked up his production. Luckily, it hasn't hurt you, and you've made it to the World Series. Maybe he will, but I just don't feel like Simeon's going to struggle in the World Series. I just feel like he's going to produce.
Kevin, I don't think frustration is the right word for it. And maybe it's not frustrated at him, but frustrated with him is what I am. I think he's frustrated just as much as I am as a fan. So I'm not frustrated and mad at him.
Okay.
Because the dude got us here. Like, he's a huge key to the Rangers being in this position.
Right. He's going to win the Gold Glove and the Silver Slugger at second base this year in the American League.
There might be a football season where everything's going right with your quarterback and everything's great. He puts up great stats, and then you have to rely on the running back to get through the playoffs.
I hear you on
but
all
I'm not
of that.
Frustrated.
I'm just saying, when you say Silver Slugger and Gold Glove, are we to the point, because of how far the Rangers have made, people would have been like, hey, and that's great. Where were you in the postseason?
That will be that's the way fair or unfair it works. I mean, I'm not going to go off on a Dak Prescott tangent, but that's Dak. I don't care if you go 12-5 this year. You need to beat San Francisco. You need to beat Philadelphia. Whether you did it or the team did it, we don't care.
Yeah.
Beat the best teams in the playoffs, and we will give you props. If you don't, you have to live with what everybody says about you. Christian Walker, he has 33 home runs this season. He has had 1 home run. He had 1 home run against the Dodgers in the NLDS, but he was 2 for 9 in the series and then struggled in a big way in the NLCS, going 2 for 22. It is very much to the D-backs' credit that they reached the World Series despite one of their most reliable power hitters giving them almost nothing. But it's tough to find a path for them to win this series that doesn't feature Walker getting back to normal. So they have their guy too. So in this, they pointed out, we're going to go with 2 guys that we think could be stars, that have been stars in the regular season, but 2 major contributors have not contributed in the playoffs for both of these teams.
So he's in the same boat then. Walker, you're right. That's a great comparison. I like it.
Now we're out of time. We're about to go to the C block, but their starting pitchers category is Game 3. They say, what a difference, pretty much. I'm just going to kind of summarize here. Max Scherzer, the future Hall of Famer, the multi-time Cy Young winner, the everything you'd want on the mound if he's completely healthy and in his prime. He's neither one of those. He is healthy, but not like to go 100 pitches healthy. And then you have the rookie that you have no idea what's going to happen. And so many times Game 3 is such an important game because if you're down 2-0, you have to win it. if it's 1-1, it can really swing things in a favor that makes you feel a lot better about winning the series. So their starting pitching kind of matchup in this thing is Game 3 will be an interesting one to watch because rookie versus the veteran going into the Hall of Fame, trying to hold on to what we've seen him do before.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget that Gag Nation will be doing their show live out at Globe Life Field, and they're stacked today. Kevin Burkhart's coming up at 3:20, and Colby Lewis at 5 p.m. as they are live at the ballpark. But coming up next, the segment that is always stacked. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, we're sticking with baseball on this run right here.
I laid your face, Kyle.
I'm going to ask you all the questions next in The Fan.
From G-Bag Nation's Eric Giafalo getting in trouble sitting on the players' couch in spring training. No one told KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grand Prairie off of Interstate 20. Holy cow, this place
Thank you, Mike.
has been popping today. It is also a shout-out Friday, and this is a serious one, and this is amazing. From the 956, shout out to me for making it 25 years sober this week.
Look at you. Congratulations.
That is amazing, dude. Congratulations to that person from the 956. So that's the serious part. Here's the joking part.
They must be old.
Well, or they got started young.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know. Here's the joke part, hopefully, on the Twitch and the fan cam. One of our fans has brought me a bag of Breaking Bad style blue meth. Now,
and you're not a meth guy.
A couple weeks ago, it was the bag of quote-unquote cocaine. Now it's, I hope, not real meth. I'm fine. I was just sick, not in rehab.
Okay.
If that's what you want to say,
yeah,
we support you, bro.
What you say is what you say.
Yeah, your reality is what we're here for.
No, that's called being
If
an
you
enabler.
believe putting on your right sock first makes you a better person or a better player, then it is true because you're mentally messing with yourself if you do it a different way.
It's your life.
It's now or never. I don't think it matters which sock you put on first, just as long as you go sock, shoe, sock, shoe. That is the only way to do it. Now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Corey,
that seems irresponsible.
Can we C block this real quick?
Yeah.
I put on both socks first before
I do
shoes.
too. I'm the
silly.
same way.
That's silly and inefficient.
Yeah, it's both socks
then
and then
shoes.
shoes.
Think about it. You put on a sock, change foot, change foot, change foot, change foot. If you go sock, shoe, you change foot one time.
Well, here's what the way
It's more efficient.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and it's
No,
dumb.
no, I
but
disagree.
the thing I feel about it most,
Efficient.
Mike, maybe this is kind of in the same boat with me.
Yeah, we're saying.
I kind of use the socks and shoe putting on process as a way to stretch the lower back. So when I sit down and cross my legs and put them on, I'm like, oh, I'm getting a good stretch in the morning. So that's how I
I'm
rock
45 years old. I am scared to death I'm not going to be able to put on socks and shoes at like 60 years old.
Yeah,
the
that
way
is.
my back is going.
It happens, dude.
By the way, that person, on a serious note, 25 years sober, followed up and said, thank you guys. I was in radio for 20 years. I've traveled around the country, listened to tons of big market sports stations. 105.3 is by far the best, and y'all's show is the best, in my opinion. Thank you very, very much, and congratulations again. I don't know if congratulations is the acceptable way to put it, but that's incredible
That's
to
the
me.
smartest person I've ever heard.
25 years sober,
That's
20
amazing.
years in radio. So that's 45 years right there. So they got to be at least
I'm sure part of that was ran together, right?
50 or 60 years old.
Yes, I would imagine, and it's not like
Are you
nobody. At the expense of getting myself in trouble, it's not me, but it's not like nobody in radio has ever had addiction issues. Not me again. I'm saying like other people. I don't need you to rage at me or anything.
Do you want to do you want me to name them all off or rank them? Is that
I
how
feel
you
like I
want to
kind
do
of
it?
tried that just a little bit. And if you put both your socks on first, what if there's an emergency? What if there's a burglar? You're gonna
Wait, you think
slide
having
around.
one sock and just a bare foot is more efficient and more helpful
Yes,
than
you get more traction with your foot, and if you put on a shoe, you feel better, more comfortable about running outside if you need to with that one shoe.
Well, you're not a real athlete. I can run in whatever, to be honest.
You're right, Reggie. I am not a real athlete.
I think I did watch Reggie run in his socks out in my front yard. Remember when he was racing my kid at my birthday party?
I do.
Can I throw something out for another baseball nugget during C Block?
Absolutely.
How
dude.
lucky are we that there is a roof? I was just talking to a Tolo here.
Yeah, then being in the sun here today would be tough.
There is tonight,
Or rain, right?
starting at 6 p.m., 70% chance of rain, 84% later during game time. Like, we wouldn't play game one. If this was at the old ballpark, I think they would have to move game one back to tomorrow, and there's rain in the forecast for a while. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
This indoor stadium, by the way, did you guys know this is the first ever indoor World Series in the history of baseball?
Really?
Yeah. No dome teams have ever faced each other in a World
Wow.
Series. Back to you, C.
Somebody did point out that I don't typically wear socks. I don't typically wear
That's
socks.
true.
Most of the time, you can find me sock
So what you
free.
say was a lie
What do you mean?
when you said you put on your socks.
Oh, I'm wearing socks right now.
Wow.
And
Why does Corey hate
socks.
undergarments?
I don't wear underwear either. All right. So Kyle had a dentist appointment. So I said, you know what? Screw it. We're going back to Rangers.
I love it.
When do you think you started to think this team was a contender? And when did you believe it was a contender?
Okay, Mike, I'm really curious to get your take because
You should be.
I always am. Is when I know people are focused in on, the Rangers only had 90 wins and they're in the World Series. I think it's really easy to forget that for the first half of the season, the Rangers were the best or top three, one of the top three teams in baseball for all of the first half of the season. And then obviously they had some struggles, especially going into August. But the first 3-4 months of the season, the Rangers were in first place continually, and they were a really, really good team.
Yeah.
Around that All-Star break, I really did think they could contend. Now, the flip side to that, Corey, is obviously there's been peaks and valleys since then.
At 40-20, I was like, I can't believe this, but that's when I believed. And you started doing the easy math, which we did on this show. This is the easy math me and you can do, Cordell.
Yeah.
Kevin over there does hard math.
Yeah, he's doing trigonometry like Sir Isaac Newton.
Yeah, he's building toothpick bridges and making them, do great. That's geometry. I failed that one. My toothpick bridge failed tremendously.
He's going down a path that I don't know.
I know. And then when I do that, I've been forgetting things. So you keep
When
going.
did you start thinking this team was a contender, and when did you believe it?
40-20 because of the math. I was just like, well, they're going to play 500 at least or better. So that's going to give you 91 wins, which they fell a hair short of that. So I just thought at 40-20, I think they're going to get really close to 100 wins. And then you looked at the American League at the time. Houston was struggling. Seattle was struggling. You looked at the Central. Nobody impressed you there. And then you looked at the East, and you did at that point, you're like, dude, Tampa's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you can beat Tampa. I'm not saying you could. Baltimore was doing well, but not great. And so I guess at 2 months into the season, I'm not saying they're going to the World Series, but I thought there's a legitimate chance here for them to make it. And then they started crushing our hearts and then building us back up throughout the rest of the year.
So, Mike, because of the off-season stuff that they did, I was like, man, I don't know how it's going to be able to come together fast enough. When we got to spring training, I saw what I saw. We talked to these guys. There was a lot of belief in the room. But then whenever Philadelphia, that's when I started to think, the first series of the season, I was like, look, we don't stink. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, it was great to not stink at baseball. But I didn't believe they were contenders until they beat Baltimore in the playoffs. I really was like, okay, now we're legitimately, this is a legit thing right here.
And I wonder if the Diamondback fans are the same. They made it to the playoffs the day before the end of the regular season, and then they were like, good enough.
Holy crap.
Was
Here
it
we
you
are.
yesterday that said they were 3-17 right after the All-Star break?
Yeah, right before, because the Rangers at 4-16 mid-August through early September, the third worst record ever for a team that made the World Series. Worse than them, the Arizona Diamondbacks this very same year, in which they went 3-17 from mid-July to early August.
Yeah, it was the whole, like, I felt like they ran out of gas and maybe better luck next year, get more pitching, all that. And then all of a sudden they came back to life whenever the playoffs started. And that's something Bochy's talked about too. I think it was that hype-up video, Kevin, that I saw. I heard him say that. Will Adolis Garcia have a new set of cleats for the World Series?
I think you have to go with the same. I call him Sherbert, but
Sherbet.
Neapolitan?
It's Sherbet, Mike.
No, Neapolitan's brown, pink, and white.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And yes, it is that, but I'll still say Sherbert because I'm from Texas, dang it. So I just feel like those look like, to me, rainbow Sherbert shoes, but we did look them up. They're Hispanic heritage shoes from Adidas.
Oh, okay.
Boost Hispanic
And
heritage
you wouldn't
shoes.
buy them because they were cleats, and you can't just walk around.
Yes,
in
I was
cleats.
hoping they would make some sort of like trainer shoe out of those, or like a runner shoe with the same color scheme, but they don't.
Just go buy some Jordans and spray paint them the way you want.
They're
Or
Adidas.
Okay, go buy some Gazelles and spray paint them.
Okay.
Your face.
Why is that in my face?
Do you think he'll have new shoes or not?
I don't.
No.
All right.
Do you think Evan Carter sticks with the red Adidas?
I think he needs to change that up.
Oh, he hates Evan Carter still.
He does.
His first couple series were better, or I guess his first series was better.
Now they're picking up on what he's doing. What's the pregame meal tonight?
Wade Boggs, fried chicken.
You eating fried chicken tonight? I like it.
Fried chicken is always delicious.
It is delicious. My son Carter is just absolutely. He's like, Dad, I want fried chicken every night. And
My
I'm like,
son
"All
wants
deal."
pizza and wings tonight for the game.
We're at a wings place.
Yeah.
So just grab some and take them home.
True.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Mike will eat a bunch in the car and be like, "Oh, they were out."
We almost made it.
I had the sampler platter. I'm pretty full right now.
Okay.
What's your pregame meal tonight?
And that's a good question. I actually don't know because Brandon's birthday was yesterday and we're celebrating tonight. He asked for a whole bunch of stuff from the store so he could cook.
Okay.
But I actually don't know what all he's making. So I kind of hope it's not like I made this artisanal thing and I'm like, is that for the game?
He makes
like,
fresh artisanal
Yeah,
bread.
yeah.
He's gonna make a quiche on it.
Yes, I don't want him to make a quiche.
Does he like quiche?
He likes, Mike, you would love his palate compared to mine. All of the things that you like, he likes. He loves to cook. I'll say exotic things that are probably just fairly run-of-the-mill.
Stuff with spinach in it?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's a quiche. I'm going to go with a salad tonight. I had that on the last win, Game 7.
So basically,
So I'm sticking with
you
it.
just stick with
I'm sticking
what
with
was
whatever,
working.
whatever
Okay,
works. So I'm
I get
going to keep
that.
rocking that.
I do.
What has been the move that contributed the most to this World Series run? And you can go back as far as you want. And the moves that have this current roster built the way it is, what's been the most significant move
Mike,
that contributed this?
I'm going to take this first because I'm going to need you to hear this.
I think Mike's going to all JD stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we were doing so awesome those last 6 years with him. I think the most significant move in getting them to this World Series right here, right now, and I'm not kidding, was bringing up Evan Carter. Because this team, hear me out, this team for this season.
And they were kind of forced to.
Yes, and they had progressed seemingly as far as they were going to go, and they felt like they might be a little DOA in terms of making some noise. Evan Carter, and we talked about it with Mark DeRosa, he was the guy who swooped in, who gave you that jolt that you needed. I know there's other long-term selections, but I think bringing up Evan Carter is the jolt that this team needed.
All right. I am going to go with what you kind of teased a little bit. And I hate saying this. I do like the person, but I do think it was letting go of John Daniels. I think it was time.
Yep.
Yes, his fingerprints are on this organization. There's a lot of players that are here in this World Series because John Daniels and his staff drafted him or signed him. But there's no Bruce Bochy. There's no Mike Maddox.
Yep.
There's no attitude
Yep.
possible change. And so I'm not trying to blame John Daniels at all. I don't want it to come off like that. But I do think Ray Davis, one, opening up and saying we're spending a whole bunch of money, and two, this isn't good enough, and I'm going to trust Chris Young. And Chris Young wasn't happy John Daniels was let go.
Yeah.
That was his mentor. I'm sure they still text almost on a daily basis. But I do think that right after All-Star break decision of Chris Woodward, and then 24 to 48 hours later, I think led us to have this opportunity to be here.
Yeah, I think, to add on to what he just said there, I mean, just think about the speech that Chris Young gave after they won the ALCS. He's speaking as a player, but also a front office guy.
Yeah.
He's talking to those guys the way that he knows how it gets them all fired up and ready to go, and his aggressiveness has just been off the charts. I'll then go with Bochy being the manager hired, because Bochy made Chris Young promise to get pitching. And I think they probably would have been like, we got enough pitching, but at mid-season, he was like, we don't have enough, so we got to go get more. And then they add Jordan Montgomery. They add more to this thing.
Yeah, and Jordan Montgomery obviously has been one of your MVPs of this run. I still remember the phone call I got. I was in the hospital when baby Noah had just been born, and they're like, hey, can you believe the Rangers news? And I was like, I'm in the hospital. I have no idea what you're talking about. They fired JD. I was like, what?
Yeah, I didn't even send you a message. I just was like, I'll talk to him the next day.
Because it was somebody who called me who doesn't usually call, so I thought it was probably really important.
Yeah. And you had just had a baby. I wasn't
Yes.
going to talk to you.
I appreciate
He's
that.
busy, man. He can't, what?
Wasn't in his body.
That's true.
Yeah. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Congratulations on Noah.
Right
Hey,
here.
These people want it. One more time. Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! One more. Let's go Rangers!
That
That's
is
awesome.
outstanding.
That's awesome.
Coming up next, here's your reward. Even more national predictions for the World Series, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio, and it's coming at you next live from Buffalo Wild Wings off of 20 in Grand Prairie on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
All right, adventure seekers, this month is for you. It's coming to a close, so take advantage of it this weekend. Jeep Adventure Days at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is for you. Located just minutes from the Metroplex, it's worth the short drive to beautiful Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram. There's so many trim levels to choose from on a brand new Jeep like the Gladiator, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and more during Jeep Adventure Days. My guy, General Manager Mike Brown, and his team are ready to serve you the best auto buying experience. Get incredible savings that I promise you won't be disappointed when you drive the difference. Hey, you want to custom your vehicle? You want to custom it up? They do that at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, so you can get exactly what you want through their e-shop. Check that out at southwestcdjrtexas.com. All the inventory is updated daily online. You can purchase online at southwestcdjrtexas.com. Drive a little further, save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, today is World Series Day, all day, right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Celebrate your home team with gear from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shop in store or online at academy.com for officially licensed team gear from Nike, Under Armour, Adidas, and more. Have fun out there.
RJ Choppy here for Boomer Jacks. Who loves football? That's right, me too. And Boomer Jacks is the best place to catch all the college and pro football action. And it's not just for weekends. Any day of the week is a great time to head for Boomer Jacks. You also got baseball playoffs coming up, wall-to-wall TVs, ice-cold beer, drink specials starting at just $3 all day, every day. It's the best happy hour in DFW, the best place to watch your favorite team. 16 DFW Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, this is Travis Kelce, NFL tight end and proud member of the Lowe's Home Team. Lowe's knows when you've got the best price, you've already won. That's why we offer the lowest price guarantee. If you find a better price online or in-store, we'll match it. Now you can score on the top brands from the Lowe's Home Team picks, like Scotts, LG, and DeWalt. So take on your projects with confidence. Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retail partner of the NFL.
Price match applies to same item, current price of qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Discover, this is Danny.
Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? Because everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Introducing Discover Cashback Debit, a checking account with cash back. It pays to Discover. Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
Everybody's choosy about something. It might be your favorite snack.
2 scoops of Rocky Road, please.
Your style.
Those earrings look amazing on you.
Or the things you like to do with your best friend. You can be choosy when it comes to getting a COVID-19 vaccine, too. If you're thinking about getting an updated vaccine, there's more than one type available. You can find out more at WeDoVaccines.com. This message was brought to you by Novavax.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just gonna love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch. Adolis swings and hits a high drive to deep left field. That ball is way back, and that ball is history. Adolis Garcia clears him off with a grand slam after 4 consecutive strikeouts. Not quite the celebration he had 2 days ago, but another slow jog around the bases.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings off of 20 in Grand Prairie. This is going to be a packed segment. By the way, if you still want to make your way up here, Miller Lite's going to be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. I saw this text earlier. I want to get to more predictions, but we didn't really get to chop it up. They wanted to know more about Merrill Kelly because we've talked about Zach Gallen and some of the struggles he's had. So Merrill Kelly can strike some folks out on you, and I think has pitched better in the postseason than Gallen. Obviously, the first game against the Phillies, Merrill Kelly got roughed up. But on either side, really excellent performances from Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, and you know what Merrill Kelly has done? He's avoided the big inning, and Zach Gallen, for some reason, hasn't. And so it's like Gallen has been dominant in a lot of the innings he's pitched in the playoffs. It's just that he's kind of had that a little bit of the blow-up inning where you give up a 3 spot, and it in the playoffs
numbers,
that can really hurt you. Where Merrill Kelly, yes, he can give up a run here and there, but he's really avoided damage, a big damage in 1 inning.
I'm going to give you national predictions in just a second, but for people who want to know, and they always want to know, I'm going to take you to the Corey News Desk for Game 1 news.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate that doot guy. Mike, as you said earlier, rain is on the way.
Yeah.
The roof will be closed tonight, so be prepared for that. They're not going to play in the rain, they said.
That's probably for the best in the world.
Also, what's that?
It's not football.
Yeah. Also,
high school football is going to be sloppy tonight.
Yeah. If you are one of those that likes to dress like the team, and I know every week we always get this every game day, Rangers will wear white jerseys and blue caps for Game 1 of the World Series. And Mike, I think we got a Tolo right here.
He's like, I knew. Don't worry.
It's kind of wild too that they threw out those City Connect jerseys throughout the playoffs. They were like, nope, we're not doing that at all. That's a regular season thing. We'll see you next time.
Also, no powder blues either. You know, because my son even said, they haven't even worn the powder blue. So they've gone to white, the blue, or gray.
That bums me out a little bit, but I understand where you go with your more standard issue jerseys during this. All right, I have more national predictions. Would you like to go with MLB.com or ESPN?
MLB's been giving us guests.
That's a good point. Corey, here's what you're not going to like.
Uh-oh.
MLB Network has 58 experts.
That is too many. They could have just picked 2.
They literally asked everybody who works at MLB Network.
They said, hey, Grip, come over here and help us out real quick.
So, who did Al Leiter pick?
I didn't look by the individualized votes just quite yet. Okay. All right.
We got time.
This will tell us a lot.
Yeah, man.
Okay. I don't.
We'll wait, dude. We'll wait.
I don't see
It's
the
fine.
individualized selections. I just see the composite of everything.
Maybe they were like, he's biased because of his son. I can
he's
see
definitely
that.
going to pick the Rangers.
Yeah.
So most everybody thinks it's going to be a lengthy series. 54 of the 58 said it's going to go 6 or 7 games. Only 4 people said 5 games. No one had the guts to be like Corey and say that it would be a sweep.
Thanks, Mike.
Of those 58,
gutsy core,
30 picked the Texas Rangers, but 28 picked the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Dang.
Just to the point where we show you how close it is, at least from MLB.com.
Or how little
Still
MLB.com knows about either of these teams.
That's how you win the presidency.
That is true. Are those electoral votes then? Because actually, never mind.
Yeah,
We're not
because
getting
some
into
of them,
that right
some
now.
of those votes weigh more than other votes.
We're not. We're probably not going to get into that right now.
Okay.
Who will have the most strikeouts in the World Series from a pitcher's perspective?
Oh, okay. So I was going to say the pitchers will.
I'm going to go with Evaldi. Gallon.
Yeah, no, you're. Well, yeah.
I'm going to go with Evaldi.
Evaldi.
Big game, Nate.
Got more than half of the votes. Gallon had 13. Evaldi had 29. Everyone else
Nasty Nate.
lower than that. Who will steal the first base and win America a free taco?
I think I have to go with Corbin Carroll just because he will be up in the first inning of this game. I know Evan Carter will too, but it's in the second half of the first inning. The
Will
second
he?
part. What do you mean?
Because he probably would get moved in the lineup.
You think he's not going to stay at 3?
I don't. No.
Okay. The
There's-
lineups haven't been released yet, so
I will be surprised if they have Seager and Carter batting back-to-back with the left-handed relievers that they have.
Josh Young maybe. Okay.
49 of the 58 selections were Corbin Carroll.
Yeah. And the Rangers don't run much.
That's true.
Now, if I had to bet on a Ranger, I guess I would bet on Evan Carter, because if he's coming up, let's just say he's batting and then Jonah Heim's up, or because even Leote, they don't like running with Leote because if he gets on base, they have Simeon up or Seager up. And that's one of the reasons for Simeon. They're like, we don't want you running because we want the guy holding the guy on first. It opens up a little bit more of that side of the infield, and Corey Seager can hit a home run, and we don't want to take that chance of you not making it.
The only people that got votes for the Rangers, 2 for Evan Carter, 1 for Leote Taveras. ESPN, they only have 12 experts. Would you like to hear from them?
Sure. It sounds like you're demanding it, so yes. The answer
You
is yes.
want to hear from them. 9 picks for the Texas Rangers, only 3 for the Diamondbacks. All 3 of their voters said Diamondbacks in 7. For the Rangers, 7 picked the Rangers in 6, and the other 2 picked the Rangers in 7, with Corey Seager and Nathan Evaldi getting the majority of the votes for MVP of the World Series. So ESPN feels much more confident in the Rangers' ability to win this World Series than MLB.com.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
We did it.
What's happening, friends?
Hey, Reggie.
Reggie, we made it.
We did indeed. To the World Series. That's
Oh, my
crazy,
God.
man.
And to the end of the show.
Oh, yeah, that too. Now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week, which is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. Who would like to go first?
I just have a feeling Kevin's going to win today.
Really?
Oh, I guess me.
Are we force voting for Kevin, or is
I don't
there?
know. I feel like Kevin has said multiple things that have gone off the rails.
Well, weirdly enough, I have only compiled one. Now,
Okay.
You're doing a great job, Reggie.
Well, we'll see if you feel that way when you hear the one thing that I pulled. In fact, let's start there. Kevin said this.
We have so much to get to, but I really
Another day, another time.
I really want to know more about that toe thing. Is
All right, let me just give me 1 second. Let me write something down.
Okay.
Are you Rex Ryan?
No.
Sure sounds
you have,
like though.
you have a fetish.
I don't have a foot fetish. I mean, like, I'm glad people have feet so they can walk around, but I don't get the, like, oh, that's hot.
He's dealing with other things.
Addiction.
I'm not addicted.
To feet.
Sounds like you have an addictive personality, though.
I don't.
That is true, actually.
I don't
That's
get
a good
the foot
point.
thing either, Kevin. I'm with you.
Thank you.
Feet are pretty.
Can be.
Sure.
Some of them can be nasty. It's like, oh my gosh, you can make a salad with all those croutons you have on your feet.
Oh, my goodness.
Croutons?
That's a saying? Wait, that's a phrase.
I feel like he just made that up.
You can make
did
a
make it up.
salad with all those croutons on your feet.
Yeah. You want me to say corns instead?
I don't know. You can make a salad with all those corns on your feet? You're making a corn salad? All
It's
right.
called elote, Mike.
They call it elote. They don't call it corn salad. All right, Reggie.
You can make elote with all the corns on
There
your
we
feet.
go. We workshopped it. We got there eventually.
There we go. Now we got there.
Very good. Other things that have been said on this program, said or just kind of exclaimed. Mike did this.
Jacksonville.
Yeah!
that was absurd.
Why
You gonna be all right?
Screaming like that.
That was his reaction to Jacksonville being number 6 in the power ranking.
Not even number
I
one?
saw that video.
No, play it again. Number 6. That's why he was so excited. Jacksonville.
that was absurd.
See, I knew even then. I was like, that's stupid.
I didn't even know I sounded like that.
I don't think I've ever heard you sound
He was like
that.
putting his arms up in the air.
I
And
saw
he
the
was
video.
pumped.
Yeah, that's a good video. If you want to check it out on Instagram or 105.3 The Fan's Twitter at 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so Rangers win the World Series. Is it? If that's 5, what's the number 1 to 10 on the reaction from Mike?
Oh my God, 10 for
30.
sure. That goes outside the scale.
11.
I think
I'll
I'll
allow it.
cry. 10 is crying.
Okay.
I turn into, what's the coach? Dick Vermeil.
Will we be just hugging and crying? Is that what we're gonna do on whatever
We'll all
day?
just be huddled up together and be like, we did it!
Kevin said he might cry for this.
I might.
Corey,
I wonder if my wife will get mad. Sorry, Reggie, because I didn't cry when the baby was born or when we got married.
Huh.
So if I cry for this, she might be like, something's wrong with you.
That's correct.
Tell her that Noah changed you.
Good point.
That's actually a winner. Keep that one in your back pocket. But Corey, you were talking about the reaction and whether you guys would, cry and do other things. Is that what this is in reference to?
So I want to barbecue hug you right now.
What does that mean?
So Tim, the Hurtado delivery guy, had texted into the show, and Alec Medford did say, "I have. What does that mean?" And I was like,
"Yeah,
I don't know. I just feel like barbecue guys know. I think that if you've been barbecuing all day, you know what a barbecue hug is.
That
you gotta
sounds
smell
even
like
worse.
it. It tastes like it.
Yeah.
Barbecue people. all
Taste
right.
like it?
Yeah, see, that's the part that gets me concerned because you're like, just slather some sauce on it, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Thanks for cueing me.
Barbecuing.
Okay.
Yeah, you shortened it.
You don't need to shorten BBQ, Mike.
It's already shortened from something else.
It works.
I think we need to add more to the what does that mean file with this.
But I did text you last night, and I was like, can we stop? Can we stop trying to pull this dude's stuff? Just
What the hell, Corey?
What is that about?
I don't have a clue, to be quite honest.
Oh, there's a
but
camera out
it
there.
sounds like we do need to stop. If
Yeah.
I'm saying it.
Yeah.
I think that might win so far for me.
I'll give you a little bit more context here, see if that helps.
But I did text you last night, and I was like, can we stop? Can we stop trying to pull this dude's stuff? Just go opposite field.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense because they were trying to pull everything to the left, and I was like, just drive it out to right field. Everybody's trying to hit 6-run home runs. That's not a thing. Get runners on base, baby.
Yeah.
It's a good way to play baseball. Now, that's baseball. Whatever Mike is talking about here, I don't know if I can, co-sign.
All right, USOB, I ain't giving you what you want. You think I'm going to give you what I gave you. I'm not giving it to you anymore.
What?
Sounds like a
You know
said.
what, Mike? One of my questions was, do the Rangers pitchers have to be stubborn?
Yeah.
And I think that kind of lines up with that. Is you're going to try and be stubborn, and I'm not throwing you something you want to hit. I don't know if I might be wrong about that, but I feel like that's where you're at with that.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the cat and mouse game right there.
Which cat and mouse?
That's not what
Nobody knows.
That's not what it sounds like.
Pitcher hitter.
Or you
I'll
hold
tell you
that
what,
on us.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you
I
something.
think you were talking about the cat and something else game.
All right.
I just beat you, Corey.
Hot dogs. What?
I just beat you, as in I'm now voting for that.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember who I'm going to vote for, so when Kevin gets mad at me because I forget,
Well, could you go? What's the second one? What was that one?
Yeah, or you're like, can we play them all again?
all right, guys, stop talking. I'm going to forget. What's the next one?
Hopefully helping you forget Mike's entry.
Why would you put the P just to throw one in there for fun?
What?
I have no idea.
Why would you put the P?
Oh,
just for fun?
Is that for the Diamondbacks pitcher?
Fat.
Oh yeah, his name.
How do you say it?
I think it's Fott.
Do you pronounce the D?
It's PF.
All right.
Not even PH.
Yeah, no, I get that. No, it's PF, but like, is the DT, is that a sound?
Oh, God. What is
What
happening
other
right now?
word sounds like that?
Where did they get that language from?
Nobody
What do you
knows.
mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know where his origins are from.
What'd you say?
Origins?
Yep, that's right.
There's no P and F should never be together.
Pflugerville.
Never?
Pflugerville starts
P
that
and
way.
H, I guess, because we can't just use an F. P and H makes the fuss sound. Well, then good. Just use an F. Let's get rid of P and H.
What about the balance in swimming pools?
Yeah, those are elements. The pH factor.
Yeah.
What is that? Protein and helium? I don't even know.
That's right. No, he got it right, guys. He got it. That was 100% correct. Yep.
Back to you, Reggie.
Thank
Those
you.
elements?
And finally,
Phosphorus? Is that what it is?
I thought you got it right the first time. No, I mean,
another word that
don't
starts
keep
with
guessing. You're
PH
already
for no
correct. Joe Davis was on, had a good time with him, and I heard this and I thought it was funny.
And you should see me. It's just a freaking mess. Me trying to get that to blow where I want it to. But I'm glad to know that it turns out okay by the time we get on TV.
That was Joe Davis talking about his beautiful hair and how it's always perfect. So he has to use the blow dryer. He said some of the blow dryers in these hotels don't always do what you want them to.
Anyways, that's what I got for you, fellas.
Moly.
What are you going for?
I know what I'm voting for. When I was talking about the cat and mouse game of pitching and telling that SOB at the plate, I ain't giving you what you want. Sucker.
All right, you SOB. I ain't giving you what you want. You think I'm going to give you what I gave you. I'm not giving it to you anymore.
It's hard to argue.
Setting them up.
With that.
Putting them down.
It makes sense in the pitching context, I suppose, but that is not the way I hear it at all. I also vote for that.
I'll vote for it too.
Sweet.
Oh, you jerks. All right, you're going
Just
to
like
leave
the
me.
Rangers.
All right, I will vote for this thing then.
We have so much to get to, but I really
another time.
I really want to know more about that toe thing.
That's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
That's good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation. They are live at Globe Life Field. We'll talk with them next right here on The Fan.
The stupid P.
RJ Chiappi here for the great team at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. There's over 300 new Silverados on the ground with unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Bregman swings. It's a high drive to deep left field. Going back is Carter. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the catch at the 366 sign. Altuve all the way down to second base, returns to first. Another tremendous play by Evan Carter in front of the garage door in left field.
In your face, Kevin.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike, courtesy of D&M Leasing, we're going to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, but I know you got something you really want to get to.
I didn't get this in during Baseball Nuggets. This day's flown by. I can't wait for 7 o'clock. Can't wait for the G-Bag Nation to get us ready for pregame with Jared Sandler at 6:30. But Zach Gallen, just to give you an idea, 49% fastball at about 94 miles an hour. Curveball, 22.7% at 82.5. Changeup, mostly to left-handed hitters. Will rarely throw it to right-handed hitters. That's at 14% at 87 miles an hour. And then he uses his cutter 10% of the time at 90 miles an hour. His whiff rate, so swing and miss rate, on his curveball is 40.6%.
Nasty.
So when he gets to a curveball situation, he can get a lot of swing and misses on his curveball. So that gives you an idea of if you're like, hey, I heard Zach Gallen is good or Gallen is good, but what does he have? And the fastball, 93.6 is average. It seems like in moments like this, the adrenaline kicks in and guys will throw the ball a little bit harder than what their average fastball has said throughout the season.
Well, G-Bag Nation, you're at Globe Life Field for Game 1 of the World Series. This feels like a foolish question, but how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the hell are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic. I love the Mike Maddox, if I have that correctly, that you got going on for the bet payoff.
Yeah, it's a double bet payoff Friday. Broadus has the OJ Mayo, which is drinking OJ doused with mayo, which should set his gastrointestinal system into fits. So that should be interesting. But I'm pulling off the Mike Maddox here. I shaved off my beard, leaving a mustache and a soul patch, which I then dyed black. I got the black shades on. As soon as they open up the pro shop, I'll get me the Rangers New Era fitted cap to complete the look. But I got the Maddox blue hoodie on right now. I think I'm doing pretty good. So I'm working on my pitching tips for people. You know, I think we still want to pound the inside, but we don't want to use the fastball to set up the off-speed stuff anymore, Mike, do we? We're just kind of leading with off-speed now, aren't we? How's that going?
I
agree with the first part of your advice.
I would say that, a lot of pitchers are, but that's what makes Evaldi so great tonight is he's been on in the playoffs, and he's been unpredictable. And that is, from a pitcher's standpoint, when you have different sequences that you can get people out with, that's what makes you really successful, especially in playoff baseball.
Right on. You know, just trying to get in these guys' heads, make sure they know to go out there and be confident. And if we do got to go get Evaldi early, I'm going to have every bit of confidence that I need my guys, whether it's long relief or going to Spores there in the 6th or 7th. Hell yeah.
Chiafalo, with all those bet payoffs, did you think about carrying over Emo Chio for a while? It seemed like that was a big hit.
Oh, it was huge.
Yeah, man. I thought I might do the old use and repackage, send back, get the refund, but I might hang on to that garb, man. That was something pretty special with those fishnets.
I bet your wife liked it a lot.
She was. She's a big fan.
Yeah.
She's a big fan, and now I think she's going to be using the fake nose rings and stuff. I think she's going to be rocking those herself. She thought it was pretty cool.
This would probably be all kinds of HR violations if it was in the building, but is there any chance that you guys saw what happened at the Sam Houston UTEP college football game the other day?
No. Is this the mascot situation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Potential bet payoff to be in a giant ding-dong outfit.
Yes, I did see that. I did see that. They're carrying the giant wang out of the...
I thought the security was tough but fair. They didn't eject him from the game. They said, if you want to keep the costume on, then you're out. If you want to take it off and wear other things, then you can stay at the game, which I thought was surprisingly considerate of security.
You can stay, but the wiener has to go.
Pretty much.
Isn't there like a Hostess ding dong that's like a chocolate cake with cream in the middle that's good?
Yeah, it comes in foil. It's a 1970s kind of 80s dessert. But there's a Hostess ding dong. Mike, you're right on to something.
I do like that. I do like the idea of that as a payoff, though. I think we could work that, even if it was just maybe you're not in an establishment, but what if you're just kind of hanging out by the light post like Wolchuk did in his Speedo a couple of weeks ago? He's planting the G-Bag flag, letting them know. I think we could pull something like that.
We could call it the Richard Hunter.
There you go.
I don't know how many people get that reference, but I appreciate that reference very, very much. All right, you guys are at Globe Life Field. What is your official World Series prediction as, oh my goodness, we are only 5 hours and 14 minutes away from game time?
I'm rocking Rangers in 6. And when you walk into this building, like, Mike, you got to get out here, man. It hits you. Like, it's real. You start to see the field that's painted. You got the TV going, World Series. They're showing the trophy in there. Like, guys, this is surreal right now to just be here and be a part of this after 6 years of what we went through. The Rangers are in the bleeping effing series, boys. This is crazy, but I'm going Rangers in 6. I think they got to win the Evo and Monty games. And who knows? That game 3, like if you want to get a gentleman's sweep or think about a sweep when you got Scherzer going up against Fott, the rookie, that's going to be a big one. But I think the D-backs are competitive. I'm going to go Rangers in 6. They get the win here back at Globe Life Field.
Give me Rangers in 5. I'm just buying this. I'm buying these starting pitchers. I'm buying our aces, Evaldi, Monty, as you mentioned, Wolchuk. I think the offense is going to be extremely consistent. It's going to challenge these pitchers for the Diamondbacks, and I think Marcus Semien comes alive in a huge way.
Well, I've been going back and forth. I'm gonna go with 5. I think sweep is just a little too much, a little too spicy. So my official one is 5. Hagee, they're gonna dominate these Diamondbacks.
Man, I see this thing going back and forth. Rangers in 7. I think we're going to have to go through the struggle of dealing with the Game 7 at home. I think it's going to be very, very stressful. But I think the Rangers are the better team. I just feel like, though, that the Diamondbacks have a little bit better relief pitching, so maybe that if they get a lead, that might hold a lead. This thing, they could trade games back and forth. Rangers take this thing in 7.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Oh, man, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Let's just get that out of the way right there. But it is a packed show. We're going to have Stephen Jones on at 3 o'clock. Kevin Burkhardt at 3:20. He's hosting a World Series show, and, of course, he's the football man, so we'll be talking with KB coming up at 3:20. And Colby Lewis at 5.
Woo! Stacked G-Bag Nation out at Globe Life Field. Remember, all games of the World Series can be heard on your home of the American League champion Texas Rangers.
Wait.
105.3 The Fan.
What else can we hear?
Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Goodbye.
Yeah! You are dialed in to the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. It's the KNC Masterpiece, featuring former Rangers pitchers Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
champion, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboys social media. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, ready for 4.5 hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Of course, you got your Nosebleed brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They are present. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And Don Pridemore, DJ the DJ, is on site doing a double remote engineering as he's setting up the folks on our news station, KRLD AM, as well. But yeah, it's here. It's game time, and guys, I think I'm coming down with a little something of what Chiafalo had a couple of days ago, to be honest with you. But the excitement is just powering right through it.
Yes.
I feel amazing. And it's not that bad, actually.
It's adrenaline.
It's not that bad at all.
No, but thank the Rangers, man. The Rangers were my medication this week. Like they kept me in the studio fired up because all they've done is win. And now we're here at the World Series. First ever World Series.
First ever World Series, man.
Planting the Gag Nation flag, having ourselves a ball.
Yeah. That's right. These Rangers are fortifying, aren't they?
Dude,
yes,
they'll have you back on your feet in no time.
Literally healing for me personally.
It was surreal walking in. I mean, Gavin and I were looking at the field. I mean, you can see the MLB Network set, you got the Fox set. I mean, just to see the actual World Series logos here inside the stadium.
Yes.
Like, I'm pinching myself, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just unbelievable. We're here. The Rangers are in the World Series. Game 1 is tonight. We got Nathan Eovaldi on the bump. You've got a red-hot offense. This is amazing. And just soak it all in. Enjoy this, Ranger fans. And if you're coming out here to the ballpark, even if you're not, just soak in every single second of this.
Absolutely, you got to. This is my first time at a World Series as well. In 2010, I was working with Greg Henson still at the time, doing Afternoon Drive, and they wouldn't make the room for us over there at the old place, because you had a lot less square footage to deal with, and we ended up doing like the show at a bar down the street on Division, and rolling up like an 18-wheeler with a flatbed and a giant LED TV to have like a giant watch party for the Tolos, or the fans at the time is what we called them. So this is my first time being in for a World Series game as well. I'm ecstatic. Man. I might even stay for the whole game. I'm not quite sure, but I probably will.
Mom and Dad are still coming, right?
Yeah, Mom and Dad are coming. They're sitting in 137, row 8.
Ooh, perfect. They got a good spot.
So if you see a couple of 70-somethings that look like Oregonians, that's my mom and dad.
If you ask Gavin's mom and dad, like his look today, your son looks just like Mike Maddox today.
Yes, it is a double bet.
Do you think your mom and have your mom and dad seen you with the Mike Maddox look?
Yes, it was pretty funny. I was hanging out with them and Remy this morning. Remy just turned 2, and right as Mom gets home for lunch, I came out of like the shower with fully shaved down and ready to rock with the bet payoff and everything. And my mom just kind of looked at me and thought something was off, but then fiance wife walks in and she immediately started laughing. She said, "Honey, I'm sick of these bet payoffs that have you looking just ridiculous."
That's what I was going to ask you. Like, have we got to the point though? Because every one of your bet payoffs tend to be something that changes or alters your physical appearance.
Yeah.
So now your family's kind of like, oh, geez, Dad lost again.
I think I've done 5 bet payoffs, maybe 6, and yes, 2 of them have significantly altered my appearance.
The cul-de-sac is an all-time classic.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
That was unreal.
Onto Facebook, you can see pictures of last November when I attempted to recreate Brian Broaddus's hair.
Yeah.
So today's the Mike Maddox. I'm waiting for the for the shops to open up so I can get the fitted hat to complete the look with the World Series logo. It's just such a majestic and festive afternoon.
Yeah, honestly, the more I think about it, I feel like we should have gone the extra mile with this Mike Maddox thing. And remember the fake Klay Thompson?
Yeah,
that made it into the bowels of the arena at the Warriors facilities, and he's putting up shots and whatnot. I believe we could have had Gavin Dawson down there right now, running through some level of pitching practice.
Standing in the bullpen, just like waiting for people.
Yes, just arms crossed, just mad dogging that
standing on the mound out there.
He looks so much cooler than I do pulling this look off. I mean, he has like a slim, angular face with a nice like chin, that is strong.
Yeah,
the stash is also very thick.
Yes, and he's he's got like that Wyatt Earp thing.
Yeah,
you know, I was looking at it and studying it today, and I was like, man, this is a hell of a mustache. And I'll tell you what, the attention to detail that he puts in that bad boy, the symmetry from side to side, the consistency from picture to picture, year to year, he's got it dialed.
Wow, dude.
He's got that thing dialed.
You went through all the different eras of that dog.
How was he looking in 2010? All right, what's Washington Nationals, St. Louis Cardinals?
It's the same every time.
The interesting thing now, he's like 60 years old, but I think he's got a couple of white ones that have started to pop out. Maybe he's dyeing those from time to time, or maybe he just clips those out from time to time. I'm not quite sure, but he's the man.
If I'd like to make a comment. Chief, I noticed that shirt you're wearing was on the promotions table yesterday as we were doing
I know. I considered taking that one. I left it for the listeners.
What happened there? Did some Tolo not get a Rangers Hawaiian shirt because of you?
Yes, the same Tolo that didn't get the beautiful powder blue bucket hat because of Walchuk is the same one who didn't get this shirt.
We had
from
more
me.
bucket hats, though. That was the only one of those shirts. That's why I didn't take it, or I'd have taken both. I'd have just said, screw this. These are mine now.
I didn't look past this shirt. I was so locked in on it. For all I knew, there was a million of these shirts.
No,
Apparently there was only one. I feel bad about that.
So you felt bad about wearing the Napoli jersey like another day? Is
Yeah,
that the problem?
I was like, man, I've been hammering home this Napoli jersey. It's the World
bro.
Series. It's time to freshen things up
And
a little bit.
it's a hell of a shirt.
And it's a
You're
great
killing
shirt.
it.
Shout
It
out
is
to the
a great
Rangers.
shirt. It looks very breathable.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it feels fantastic.
Airy.
Really does.
Okay, if you were in for crosstalk, I did go Rangers in 5. I think that is still kind of extreme, but I feel like both teams are hot. Both teams are the team of destiny. The Rangers are just a lot better when I look at them.
Yes, yeah. When you look at them, when you hear them, you know, from time to time you taste them, and you know they taste better as well.
Do you?
These guys are locked in. The momentum is there. They've been for a good chunk of the season one of the best teams in baseball, if not the best team in baseball, and now they're getting back to playing like that. I think the lineup is going to really show itself on a national stage in a huge way. And a guy like Marcus Semien, I think it's time for him to – he's going to get rolling. He's going to get rolling. He's the leader of this team. He works too hard. He cares too much. He's about to go rock and roll, and he's going to make up for some of the lack of production over the last couple of weeks perhaps and go out with a World Series and a championship.
You know, maybe I'm wrong on this. I think Arizona's hot, but you know, I look at their roster and I see guys like when the Rangers were bad. You know, I see them having to depend on guys like Janko, where we're like, yeah, just hang out and watch, and if we need a fast guy at the end of the game, we'll put you in. You know, they're like relying on dudes like this.
I'll tell you what, though, they're a young team and they're fun to watch because there's always something involved with them because of the youthfulness of their game. And I'll tell you what, though, if they get on base, they're not afraid to take the extra base or to try and put pressure. Their whole game is to try and put pressure on you the way they play. But they have built this roster as far as with their pitching staff and stuff like that. They've got some starting pitching. I mean, the fact that they went into Philadelphia, and Philadelphia had been just a buzzsaw of a team to deal with at home in the playoffs, and they went in there and they won the games that they had to win to advance. Man, I'm going to give them full respect on I don't think this will be too big for them. That's why I got the Rangers winning at 7. I think this thing is going to go back and forth each night. The Rangers have got to be on their A game for this
Well,
one.
I'll definitely give Arizona a chance because the best team doesn't always win in baseball.
Yeah.
And that's the cruel reality of the game. That's what they've done for 3 straight series.
No doubt. They certainly have really good pitching. The one thing that bodes well for the Rangers, the Diamondbacks are also one of those teams, much like we saw with the Astros here in this park. Like, they've got to get the lead early, and then they're going to use their pitching. The Rangers have rallied several times. D-backs also aren't a team this postseason. You look at it, they haven't won a lot of shootout games, and we know the Rangers can put up runs in bunches. So I think if you hit about 7-8 runs, I don't think the D-backs are necessarily going to be able to answer that. I know they won 6-5 in Game 7 against the Phillies, but this is not a team offensively. They've got some guys that can get on base, but they have not been winning shootouts like the Rangers are capable of.
At 877-881-1053, we'll be looking for your thoughts on this World Series that gets underway. The pregame coming up at 6:30 tonight right here on your home of the American League champions, the Texas Rangers. I also feel like the Rangers are definitely not a regular season team, and maybe the Diamondbacks aren't. But I think the difference in these teams, if they were going to, restart the regular season, would be even more significant than it is already. Cowboys and Rams Sunday at noon. The point spread currently at 6. I think that number is insane. I can see the Rams winning. I can see the Cowboys winning a very close game. I mean, anything could happen in this contest, I feel. The Rams do have good corners. They have Aaron Donald. They're coming off a brutal loss, and they have run the ball well, and they have multiple weapons in the passing game, which I just feel like, guys, this is not going to be easy at all. And if the Cowboys' offense is not ready to come out and be efficient for one of the few times this year, could absolutely see them losing this game. And I'm going to pick it. I'm going to pick Rams 24-20 here, gentlemen.
Man, I'm
crazy.
I'm very, very close to doing the same. The only things that are giving me the hope is, one, just the general nature of being off a bye, I think is beneficial. Two, the West Coast team coming to Texas in the Central Time Zone to play a noon game, I think is challenging. The Cowboys have just been dominant on the road over the last, it's 10 games in a row now. 10 games in a row at AT&T Stadium. They can come out of there with a victory. And the pass rush, ultimately, for the Cowboys, I think will suffocate these dudes. So the Cowboys are going to have to come out to a fast start, but I will pick the Cowboys to win 23-17.
I like that. Yeah, Cowboys been really good at AT&T Stadium. In fact, Brian and I, we have not done a post-game show together there yet after a loss, and we're hoping to keep that rolling. I do think the home cooking helps. I think that's a great point, the Rams starting at noon, and the Cowboys coming off a bye. McCarthy's got a good record after a bye week. I think Tony Pollard gets going a little bit better in this game than he has previously. I think the Cowboys can run the football. I think it's going to be a close one, though. I don't think they cover the spread. I think the Rams do cover the spread. I'm going to go 24-20 Cowboys.
Yeah, I picked the Cowboys to win the game 28-20. I think the game might be a little bit closer than that. I just kind of feel like that there'll be that one time where it might be a little bit closer, and then all of a sudden Dallas finds a way to push their way ahead. You mentioned all the things about going to have to worry about a little bit with the Rams, with the pass rush. What's the status of Tyron Smith going to be in this game? Is Adoga going to have to step in at left tackle? We won't know these things until probably tomorrow or even into game time. The Rams have a nice group of receivers, too. They will challenge the Cowboys in that regard. And Matthew Stafford, when he deals with blitz or pressure, is one of the better quarterbacks playing. And that's the thing the Cowboys do the best. Their pass rush can get home. And so I think if you gave me a choice, give me coverage over pass rush in this particular game because of the way Stafford is able to play. But Dallas 28, Rams 20.
Stephen Jones is coming up at 3 o'clock. We got to ask him, how confident are you or how much are you expecting that a trade will happen? The deadline just 48 hours after that game concludes, so they'll have a couple of days to work on something if they want to get that going. Bills and Bucks last night, the Thursday nighter. Buffalo won at 24-18, was not easy. Josh Allen did account for 3 touchdowns, but had another INT. The stat, 68 picks in 85 career games. Is that too many to be a good quarterback in today's game? He's still been a good quarterback. I mean, despite all of that, he's still been a good quarterback. But it takes a unique guy like him, who's a physical monster, who can throw the ball all over the place, who's got enough weapons around him to go, okay, there was the 1 interception, but what did you say before that? There was 3 touchdowns there. Yeah. And how much did he do on the ground with his legs? Like, he has to, thank God he is able to run the way he runs and throw the big-time touchdowns that he's able to throw because he has to make up for those interceptions. But he's proven. I mean, you're kind of an outlier if you're able to overcome something like that.
I think he certainly is a good quarterback. The question is, can you be a championship quarterback with that many turnovers? To me, and we did see Matthew Stafford 2 years ago, led the league in interceptions. Yeah. They find a way to win it. But the fumbles are an added implement when you talk about Josh Allen. I think that's what's held the Bills back from being able to get over that hump, and we'll see if he can correct that come playoff time.
Well, I did like his rushing last night. He did rush for a touchdown, and I think he was around what Dak's goal should be, 40 yards. Go give me about 3 or 4 first downs, maybe a touchdown, a big play in the red zone. Keep a drive going when you're at your own 30 at one point in the game and the drive's about to end. You're like, nope, now we're at midfield. Like, get me 40 yards. And I think, maybe you won't be able to do that every game, or you won't have to do that every game. But I'm going into every game thinking if things aren't operating perfectly in the first couple of drives, it's time for me to put it on myself. And I just love the way that Jerry was talking about that more this morning with KMC about, making plays with your legs, and yesterday at practice as well. It definitely appears to be what the team is thinking, and they finally acknowledged it. It was a good idea after his injury to try to see if we could grow him as a quarterback to not need to run. I would say at this point, your answer is obvious. If you want to, have your best chance of him being an all-pro or being the kind of quarterback that can lead you to the Super Bowl, it's got to require plays with the legs, and it appears the team is acknowledging that. That's exciting for me. I've been pessimistic as a mofo about this team and their chances of winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
If you tune into the radio. But if he's going to run, I got to be like, hold up, time to reevaluate. Let's see how this plays out over the next 2 or 3 weeks. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is World Series Game 1 tonight. Pregame is 4 hours and 13 minutes away. We're going to take you all the way up to there with Jared Sandler. Stephen Jones coming up at 3. Kevin Burkhardt at 3:20. And Colby Lewis at 5. Little sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we heading?
Yes, sir. Let's hit you with some NFL Survivor picks. And does this World Series fact scare you? Next, right here in the Nation.
I'll tell you a great place to watch the game tonight if you're not going to get in. It's Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty.
find a job. Visit expresspros.com today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Celebrate the 817 and join Revolver Brewing in Fort Worth on August 17th for some 817 Blonde. Brewed with Southern grace and charm. Say hello to the new blonde in town. Check out Revolver Brewing on Facebook and Instagram for more info.
Yeah, welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 8 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe for World Series game number 1. And we have a sports hodgepodge here for you. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art in the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And now here he is, Eric Chiafalo.
All right, do these World Series coincidences and connections between the 01 D-backs and these current D-backs scare you at all? We'll get to that here in just a second, but we have to do some housekeeping when it comes to NFL Survivor picks.
Housekeeping!
It was a triple bet payoff week here in the G-Bag Nation. I suffered my punishment yesterday as Emo Jimmy Butler. We have Coach Mike Maddox here, a.k.a. the General, and we have Broadus doing the OJ Mayo, a giant tub of Duke's Mayo that we will be squirting into a cup of orange juice.
Yeah, into my Ranger championship
When
glass.
do you want to do this?
Whenever.
I mean, it's really up to you because you're going to end up having to spend the next segment in the bathroom most likely.
I hope you brought a golf towel.
Yeah, this is a dangerous combination for me because orange juice, we kind of all know, soy sauce, orange juice.
Not good for your innards.
Very explosive, and so this could be. This could be interesting today.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, whenever you guys want to fire this thing up, maybe at the break, I'll start on it if you want to do that. Just let me know.
You know what I just realized, though, is, Brian can't say groin and he can't say soy.
Mm-hmm.
He says soy.
Soy sauce? Soy sauce? Did I say it wrong?
Say it one more time.
Soy.
Soy, you got it right that time.
Did I?
Yeah.
Say
sauce. So why, right?
Soy.
Soy sauce. I say a lot of words wrong, Gavin. You've worked with me now 4 years. You should know that.
Yeah, but you continue.
we all do.
You continue to surprise.
It's shocking.
It gets
really
worse,
is.
right? Is it what you're saying?
I'm still
over there?
holding strong with the litmus test.
Yes, you are. Yeah, and the umbilical cords.
Umbilical cord.
Okay, where are we at here with Survivor picks? Does anybody feel confident in who they're choosing this week? Walchuk
I
is
do.
raising up two sausage
I feel
fingers.
confident.
Go ahead, sir.
Give me the Lions, baby. I'm taking the Detroit Lions in Survivor this week. I've been saving them. They're taking on the 80s, and they're coming off an embarrassing loss. I'm hoping that they bounce back this week. Give me the Lions in Survivor to knock off the Raiders. I don't know. Is Jimmy Garoppolo even playing? I don't know. I hope they play Brian Hoyer again, because if they do, it's a guaranteed L.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Dan Campbell and the Lions are getting that Monday night victory. I was 0 for 1 last week on Monday night. I will remedy that, and I will go with the Lions as well. So we double down that way. Mike Maddox, where are you at with this, sir?
Man, I'm going to go with one of my favorite Red Raiders. Mike Maddox is fond of the Texas Tech program. He's often seen in Lubbock taking in all kinds of sporting games. And I'm going to go with my man Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs at the Broncos minus a tud.
Nice.
Oh, it's a guaranteed victory. Guaranteed victory. I think I already picked the Chiefs. Otherwise, I might be right there with you. Krusty Krust, where you at, sir?
You know what? I'm kind of looking at the Houston Texans.
Ooh, battle of the rookie QB.
Yeah, the Houston Texans at Carolina. It scares me a little bit. I've already used the Vikings. I think the Packers are in a little bit of some trouble right now. I was looking at them, but I've already used the Minnesota Vikings. Let's go the Houston Texans at Carolina.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right, Broadus. I
Going
like
C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young.
I dig that. That's a solid pick. I mean, how often can you feel just supremely confident about the Texans? This is as good a week as any. And C.J. Stroud has been the better of the two rookie quarterbacks, and the Texans have obviously just been the better team. They're a 500 team, right? Aren't they saying they're 3-3 right now?
They're 3-3. They've been a scrappy bunch.
So
they're coming off a bye.
I'm typing in the official. Dawson went. Which way did he go?
Chiefs.
Dawson went Kansas City on this one. Okay, I like that one.
Eric and me both went Lions.
Detroit on both, and then I took the Texans. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
we're all official now. All official.
Okay, does this scare you?
No.
It obviously doesn't scare me to the point of being concerned about the series, but it is a little bit eye-opening. And if I was a D-backs fan, I'd be riding this. This would be some big-time hopium. Because the coincidences and connections between the 2001 Diamondbacks who won it all and these current 2023 Diamondbacks are a little bit scary. So the ace, of course, the big unit in 2001 hit a bird. We all remember that.
He did.
He sure did.
Now, what you guys might not remember is the fact that earlier in the season, while doing some pregame long toss, the ace of these current D-backs,
he did.
Zach Gallen,
he did.
Randy Johnsoned a bird right there on the baseball diamond.
I think it might have been in Oakland even.
Yes, it was. It was in Oakland.
A lot of birds flying around.
I forgot
Oakland.
all about that. Yep,
Yeah.
he sure did.
That is coincidence number one. Number two here, all the dates of the 2001 World Series are the same dates as these current 2023 World Series games.
What? That is weirdly ironic.
It's starting to get under your skin a little bit. The All-Star game in 2001, where was it?
Seattle?
Seattle.
Crap.
Where was it this year?
It was in Seattle.
You're right, Walchuk.
Diamondbacks in 7.
And finally,
because they beat the Yankees in 7 that year.
President George Bush, America's ace.
Oh, he threw out
the ball. The damn first pitch.
He threw out the first pitch in 01. What's he doing tonight, boys?
Throwing out the first
pitch.
So listen, I'm just reporting the news
Why
here
are you doing this?
as it was given to me, and I'm curious because it doesn't concern me enough to not pick my Rangers. I got them in 5. I'm still crunch first, but I don't know how the rest of you take this because it does feel a little bit like, oh my gosh, the stars seem to be aligning for the Snakes.
Yeah, it is also, they certainly are saying they've got Team of Destiny vibes as well. Now, these numbers probably they're going to use and be like, it's even more Destiny. Now, to me, I'm just saying bleep all of that because today is the anniversary of my guy, Emmitt Smith, breaking the all-time NFL rushing record. And it's also Game 1 of the World Series. The Rangers will defy all of that. They will get the win today. That momentum will propel them to win this series.
What did we do that day? Where? Yeah, what did we do that day against Seattle? What was the final on that?
They might have lost.
No, we did lose. I was sitting right there.
Emmitt won the day.
Loss. Yeah. Where did Emmitt Smith go play after the Cowboys?
Arizona. He went to Arizona.
And what has Arizona been for the Cowboys? A house of horrors.
They sure have.
Does it translate to
baseball?
No,
Arizona
it
in
does
6.
Not. It does not. It does not transfer.
I didn't think so either.
No, not at all.
No, I'm feeling great. The only thing that really scares me is the bird thing. That's just kind of spooky.
The bird thing is weird. And the dates. That's
the All-Star game is kind of freaky to me.
I'm kind of jealous too.
Maybe the Rangers should just swap W, and he should throw out the first pitch tomorrow. We get Beltre out here tonight.
Yeah, I pegged a crow with a golf ball once when I was 13 years old.
Oh, I'm glad you specified golf ball.
Heyday of playing third base. I can pinpoint that thing, dude. Whole season, no errors, no throwing errors.
Wow,
I might have had one go through the wickets a couple times. Wasn't focused enough, but
best that never was.
I did hit a duck with a drive one time, though. Remember I told you about that?
Was it the same day as the accident?
No, it wasn't during the baseball, but yeah, I hit a low screamer to hit a duck in the side, and all his buddies were a little upset with me.
There it is, a little sports hodgepodge and something just to make you a little nervous there. Little butterflies before Game 1 tonight, pregame 6:30. We go into the Pimp Cup now. It's time for the G-Bag of the day.
Yeah.
Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Hey, man, with that mustache and that soul patch situation you're rocking right there, Dawson, it looks like you pegged a crow in your path.
That's right. Yes.
It looks like it.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, you look like it, fam. It look like you co-starred in Dallas Buyers Club. Looking ass. You look like the leather man from, what is that group? The Village People. You look like the leather man from the Village People.
Village People.
Yeah, Evan Dawson.
Young man.
Yeah.
You're on a roll. Free Dick Joke Friday.
Oh, yeah, I'm fired right here. All right, so Tolo Eric from Baltimore is our winner and champ so far. He heard our very own Brian Broaddus talking about all the merchandise from different places he has in his house. And Tolo Eric, the Baltimore just jumped out of him. He hit me up in my DMs, was like, yo, I think I want to rob Broaddus.
Hey, yo, if I ain't with Broaddus, I would hit a lick on Broaddus. I'd run all up in his crib. He got mad yo.
He's got mad, yo.
Like, Broaddus just be on the radio telling people all the he got. Like, fam, we know where you live at, yo. Like, I come up on one of them Mickey Mantle hats and one of them classic-ass Derby cups. It's a couple bands right there around with Broaddus.
That soul patch is hilarious, Dawson. Oh, my God.
Thank you, dude.
Thank you. I hope he got that DFW security. Snatch his crib like they did that truck. But I Broaddus, though. He's cool people.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, I rock with you though. What size some shoes you though? You got on though?
Yeah. 14s.
Yeah, that's my size. That's amazing. You guys ever heard of Joe Tex? Hold on, little Joe Tex.
Joe Tex.
Hey, it's a Friday, baby. You made it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
World Series vibes in the building. We ain't seen this since what, 2010?
Hell yeah.
Oh! All right. Let's see what I got next for you boys. Did you guys see the lady have a medical emergency at the Warriors game the other night?
No.
What happened? Yeah, she had to take out. They had put like a little oxygen mask on her. She put her thumbs up as if she was injured in the game. And she was walking out. She's like, "I'm good, y'all," and everybody cheered for her. You know what I'm saying? But Charles Barkley made fun of her though during the Inside the NBA coverage after the game.
But look at this. She's waving the towel on the way out. And you know what?
After that, what happened?
Golden State went on a 25-4 run after that incident.
That lady, I got it, Chuck. That lady's about the same age as the Warriors starters.
Oh, you're too much.
It was probably a situation where old person took edibles. We ran into that a couple of years ago in Oxnard.
Oh.
And the paramedics show up and they're like, "What's going on? Have you taken any medication?" She's like, "I had some edible cannabis earlier." And the paramedics were like, "Okay, yes, ma'am. We've seen this one before. You're going to be fine."
You're fine. We're going to go now. Thank you for wasting our time.
No.
Yeah.
Listen to this part. This is what I like about this song. Hold on. Hey, he's on the dance floor dancing with this girl. But she got a big old booty. She wearing them out. So he says, "Hey, with no big fat woman, hey, I ain't gon' bump no more with no big fat woman. Hey, I ain't gon' bump no more with no big fat woman." But I will. But I will. I don't discriminate. I will. I will 100%.
More cushion for the push.
I love it, fam. Let me curl up on you, girl.
Let's go.
Let me use you for a pillow, baby. Let's watch some Netflix. Let's see. Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou. What's his name?
Ngannou.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ngannou. They're fighting this weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tyson Fury's pop is a wild boy.
Yes, he is.
He is a wild guy. I see where Tyson Fury gets it from. And who is Tyson Fury named after, by the way?
I don't know.
Come on, man. It's right there. It's a layup.
Mike Tyson?
Thank you.
Mike Tyson? Oh, it's Mike Tyson.
It's Mike Tyson.
Gosh, it's Mike
Tyson.
Of course it's Mike Tyson.
Yeah, so Mike Tyson is out there talking to John Fury, which is Tyson Fury's father. And Tyson Fury's father, his pops, wants some respect put on his name because he made Tyson Fury. He said he bred him.
The Mike Tyson then made me son after me son Tyson. But you know what? Give me a special mention. The man who bred him. John Fury. Fears no man. Fears no man on earth. No matter what they've done, no matter what the accolades, John Fury only fears one person. And he's not even of this world. That's God Almighty. Here I am! Any man alive want to fight John Fury? I'm here ready to go. Mike Tyson, what have you got to say to that, my brother?
Hey, brother, I'm just looking forward for this fight to start. And when this came to me, I said, there's no way this is going to happen. And then I watched him spar. And listen, Spence was there too. He hit this guy. I don't know what sparring about some white guy. He hit him. But not only did he hit him, he broke his leg when he went down. And I said, man, there's a possibility something good can happen here.
Let me tell you, my brother, the world is going to see what's going to happen to your man. Your man will get his head boxed off and stopped at will, my pal. Don't you worry about that. And if I'm wrong, me and you will fight straight after.
Oh.
Yeah! Yeah, man! Yeah, man, the great man!
No.
Scotland!
No, John, don't do that,
John.
John.
Is a wild
No.
boy, dude. He's
Is it
gonna
actual
box
boxing?
my head off. He's gonna box your head off.
Yeah.
I made him. Unbraid him. Give me respect. Who wants to fight me right now?
Oh, man.
Give me my damn credit.
Give me my credit.
I humped his mother.
Should have heard the pains.
I'm here for the John Fury.
I picked a good strong lass.
Yeah, you did.
She was in the field.
We were here for breeding.
You know how hard it was for me just to get aroused?
Yeah.
She was giant.
She was a giant dude.
Look like Shrek out there.
Hey, man, you gotta
Let's see,
relax.
come here, lass.
All right, dog,
Let's
you
make
gotta
a box
relax. You gotta relax, bro.
Let's make a box out.
You gotta relax.
She looks like Shrek.
Coach Maddox.
That's hilarious, fool. All right, we up against it, but I'm going to play this before we get out of here because it's a football weekend. It's not our squad, but Raiders stands and fans, stand up.
Stand up.
I know you're mad at Josh McDaniels. There's a diss track right here for him.
Fire McDaniel. Fire McDaniel. Ass can't win us a game. Punk ass can't win us a ring. McDaniel.
I'm so tired of these always laughing at us. We got a coach that's a bum making us look dumb. Now looking at the plays he called. How the fuck we gon' pass at the goal? We could have scored it all. Floyd McDummy. Ain't even funny, got us stressed out. And all the fans spending money. Davis need to listen to the fans.
Fire McDaniel.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I like that it's Bay Area style, too.
Yeah. Hey, cuz. Hey, man. Fire McDaniels, man. We had enough of that buster over here. Fire McDaniels. Yeah, man. Him and them skeezers he called football players, cuz.
All righty. Is it our champ, Baltimore Eric?
Hey.
Who's the first challenger today?
Oxygen Lady.
Yeah. Charles Barkley. He has no idea what that woman's condition is, but he had to get that joke off.
Is it the UFC Ngannou versus Tyson Fury presser, or is it Raiders fans stand up? I'm going to go with the boxer, I think. Is it John Fury's the dad?
Yeah, it's John Fury.
How about you, Chief?
I'll rock with our champ.
We're tied at 1. Lucius.
Tyson Fury and his father. His Faja.
His Faja. His fat her.
Fat her!
His fat her.
What's 40?
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
I'll throw the McDaniels song a vote.
Brian?
Tyson Fury.
By a score of 3-1. Mandy O'Neill, she back with a champion. It is the press conference for that pay-per-view bout that's coming up on Saturday. Twin Peaks is going to be a good place to go watch that, by the way, if you're looking for a spot to do that. Krusty's Corner's coming up next as we broadcast live from the Globe. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, we have Matt Hicks.
Fellow Krusty.
We're going to talk to him next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers do at home? Cowboys-Rams recap and a Blink 182 ticket giveaway. It's a Monday morning.
World Series. The Rangers have won their third American League pennant.
Your proud home of your American League champion Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
It's Classic Truck Month here at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find the road, yo.
That's right. It is the Gag Nation live at the Globe. Stephen Jones is coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk Cowboys, Rams. We'll talk NFL trade deadline. But Matt Hicks, Rangers Radio, sits down with us now. Center field, suite level at Globe Life Field. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
It's so good to have you. It's so good to still be here, coming to the Globe. You know, I said, last Friday to a bunch of people as I was heading out, we'll see you next week. And it was hopeful. At that time, you're heading down 3-2. But, man, this is just it's so much fun. Is this your first World Series?
Yeah, it is. Not only my first World Series as a broadcaster, but my first World Series ever. I've never been to a World Series game, so this will definitely be a first. I know people think, well, you've been in the business since 1989. Surely you hit one of them or something. But no, that's not been the case. When you're working in the minor leagues, you're doing minor league games, and then your season ends sometimes as late as mid-September, and you just want to have some time to yourself when the season's over. And so most of my playoff viewing has all been on the television, never in person.
Well, it's a special opportunity for all of us. This is my first World Series game, too. In 2010, we were over there. They wouldn't let us in, though. They didn't have the space.
How about that?
Now they have the space to accommodate everybody, and it's just another great benefit of this ballpark.
Yeah.
What's on your mind coming into a World Series? Are you clearing it and just waiting to see what happens? Do you have expectations? Where's Matt Hicks right now?
I think I'm more the former than the latter for sure. I kind of have always been of the philosophy of let the game come to you, and then you get a sense as a game progresses of just exactly what's happening and how to sort of gauge where you should be in terms of your level of excitement and whatnot. In terms of expectations, if you actually have expectations for the 2023 Rangers, you haven't been paying attention this season because you really don't know what you're going to get. Yeah. And so I can't sit here and predict like a Rangers in 6 or Diamondbacks in 7 or anything like that. What I kind of think is going to happen is we're going to be incredibly entertained, and it's going to be a very fun series. You're talking about two teams that in many ways have had similar type seasons, pretty much got here in a very similar fashion. We've never had a World Series where the two combatants both won games 6 and 7 on the road to get here. Mm-hmm. So this is a first. And really both teams, I believe, clearly have exceeded expectations this year. So I think that if you're looking in the realm of expectation, it's that we're going to be entertained by these two clubs, however it falls.
Going back to 6 and 7 in Houston and the wildness that series was, and you know as well as anyone, we have not fared well at Minute Maid Park over the last 6 years. It has been tough. What was that like for you to be able to watch the Rangers celebrate in Houston?
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to see the guys bouncing right after the final out. But just the way that it all happened, with what transpired here in Game 5, we knew that going into that building for Game 6, it was going to be an incredibly hostile environment, especially any time that Adolis Garcia was involved. And when they announced the starting lineups, 10, 15 minutes before the game, whatever it was, the level of noise of this vituperative nature, this just hatefulness that descended upon Adolis was incredible, and how loud that was. So when he came up his first at bat, it was deafening, really. And then it clearly, I think it impacted him. He was swinging out of his shoes. He didn't look to be himself, even though from time to time he does swing out of his shoes. But one of the things that you can say about Adolis this year is that for the course of the regular season, his chase rate was down. He was a little bit more selective. His walks were up. His walk rate was up. And he was the kind of guy that he was getting better pitches. But in the postseason, that hasn't been the case. So he strikes out that first time, roar. Strikes out the second time, roar. And then all the way through 4 strikeouts, and you're like, well, Adolis has just taken himself out of this game. But we kind of had it under control, looked like we were going to win. And then he hits that grand slam his last time up. And, oh, my goodness, I mean, the people were like, ooh. Then Game 7, when he came up the first time, the decibel level of the boos was about half of what it was his first at-bat on Game 6. And then, of course, in Game 7, every time he came up, he drove in runs, basically. Made it out his 4th time up, but then hit his last at-bat, he hit his 2nd home run of the ballgame. And by then, everybody had left. At least all of the Astros fans had left. So to see this progression that was basically orchestrated by Adolis, of a fan base that was ready to go to yet another World Series, to a fan base that, to a person, left Game 7 really early, it was a lot of fun.
How does one broadcast under such stressful conditions? I mean, you sound so calm and you get excited, but it's, as somebody that listened to you for 100 games this year, and I loved every single one of them. I love the way you broadcast. But in these last few series, they've been so stressful, and you just maintain this level of calmness about you.
Well, I guess the first thing I have to say is I'm getting paid to do this, so I have to be at that level. You can be a fan, but when you're on the air, you really can't be a fan. You have to be a conduit for the fans. So there are times, like there were a few moments in Game 7 where inside I got a little emotional, not whether or not we're going to win the game or anything, but just thinking about my career in broadcasting and baseball and where I've been in my family. And I remembered, we got to the bottom of the 7th, so that's my final inning of calling play-by-play, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric in the top of the 8th. And during that commercial break, just a lot of thoughts came flooding into my mind. And the one that was the most prevailing was my family. And then thinking about my family at the moment, here I am in Houston. My wife's listening back in Keller. My daughter's on the East Coast. My son's on the West Coast. And that's kind of been the story of our lives, of always being separated. And so I was getting maybe just a little bit emotional about that. But during the commercial break, I'm like, you got to introduce Eric, and you've got to come up with something that sounds really good, that's worthy of Eric Nadel, and so then you quickly snap out of it, and then you go about your business. But I can't be I can't be nervous and tight when the game is tight. I can tell you this, for Game 2 of the series, that was started by Nathan Eovaldi. And you're not supposed to talk to the starting pitcher on the day that he pitches, right?
Right.
So we have a team breakfast available for everybody at the hotel. And I went down for the breakfast that day, and I see all these families, and I'm like, I'm not going to sit at a table with any family or anything. And I see Rich Rice at a table, and I'm like, I'm going to get my breakfast, and I'm going to go sit by Rich, and we're going to chat. Oh, and Marcus Simeon's at the table. Well, that's fine. And then there was another guy, and I couldn't tell because his back was to me. And then I get my breakfast, and I walk around, and I sit next to Rich, and son of a gun, it's Nathan Eovaldi, sitting right there, and I'm like, oh, my goodness. Well, I can't get up. This is awkward. And, yeah, it's definitely awkward. And, all right, I'm only going to speak to him if he speaks to me. Yeah. I'm not going to start a conversation with him. So I start talking to Rich. So Rich and I are talking, and then Marcus gets involved in the conversation. And then Eovaldi, eagerly jumps into the conversation. And so we're talking. The four of us are talking, and then Rich has to get up and go because he wants to make the early bus. So he leaves, and as soon as Rich leaves, Simeon gets up and leaves.
Oh,
now
no.
it's just me and Eovaldi. Uh-oh. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. Eovaldi wanted to talk. He wanted to talk about things that weren't related to that game, that weren't necessarily related to baseball. And at some point, he starts telling me some things, and, oh, no, I didn't know that. Then he pulls out his phone, and he pulls something up on his phone, and he hands me his phone, and I'm like, I'm holding Nathan Eovaldi's phone. He's got to start Game 2 of the American League Championship Series tonight. Oh, hey, Nate, that's really cool. Let me hand this back to you. And I hand it back to him, and we go on, and then finally breakfast is over, and I'm like, oh, goodness. So I get up, I'm going to go to the elevator, and I'm going to get back to my room, and I'm like, okay, he talked to me. I didn't talk to him. Right. All of that is good. But I'm sitting there waiting for the elevator 2 minutes, and Eovaldi comes up to me, and he walks up and he goes, hey, slowest elevator in a hotel in the major leagues, right? We start having a conversation again. So that night, I wasn't concerned about the outcome. I was only concerned about two things, that Marcus Simeon had a good game and that Nathan Eovaldi had a good game. Simeon had hits at the first two pitches that he saw. Yep. Eovaldi had a quality start, and we won Game 2, and I feel like, all right, I'm good to go.
So we're getting together for breakfast tomorrow then, too, huh?
No, I tell you, like you said, that was an awkward situation.
No worries. Everybody knows
That's
Jared
hilarious.
Sandler does all the jinxing around here.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
you're
his
good.
bailiwick.
Hey, do you know if Jose Leclerc's mom got here?
I do not.
You don't know that yet?
I do not know that.
I'm looking for a follow-up on that one.
Yeah.
To see if, that's a great story, isn't it?
Yes.
She's never seen him play in the big league. She hates flying.
Nope.
She said, if you make the World Series, I'll be there.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
That would be a lot of fun. Have you ever got to meet W?
I have never had the opportunity to meet him, and I know that Eric has met him on numerous occasions and has even interviewed him. Ooh. In fact, it was a few years ago. It may have been 2015 or 2016. Eric interviews the manager. I do the other interview, and we were told that we were going to have George Bush on. And I'm thinking, oh, my goodness. But no, he wanted to talk to Eric, so I had to do the manager that day. So I didn't get an opportunity to do it, but I've never met him.
It is. It's awesome whenever he's there to throw the first pitch, and I think you should throw out all big league World Series first pitches.
Well, he's going to throw a strike.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes. He's going to throw that thing. He's going to hum that thing. Probably 75 miles an hour.
Hicks, have you learned that people figured out that you're not SeatGeek on tickets for the World Series? Have they figured out if you get a lot of calls about, oh, hey, long-lost buddies calling you up asking for World Series tickets? I did that for the Super Bowl when we were in it that one year.
So yes and no, because I have handled some ticket requests for people that maybe I've not known on a daily basis but knew a few years ago.
Okay.
But
you're a lot better than me about that,
I think a lot of people just automatically assume, there's no way.
Right.
Don't
ask.
I'm just not even going to ask, and I think a lot of people have just held off. But I have gotten a few, and so we've taken care of the people that we can take care of.
There you go.
Do you think Dawson's pulling off the Mike Maddox look today?
Put on the sunglasses for him.
I need a hat.
Pretty
I need
solid.
a fitted hat.
Yeah,
wait for the shop to open.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
I got to drop my chin a little bit to give me that angular chin look. Maybe lose about 15 pounds.
You need a leather jacket or something like that to go with your.
You talk about somebody that's got some World Series experience and knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And Mike Maddox is right there at the top of the list as far as guys in a Ranger uniform.
Absolutely.
Are concerned.
It's great to have these gentlemen, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, Bochy and him, and it just gives you so much confidence they're going to make the right moves.
Yep.
It's amazing rooting for a team where you can just have trust in a coaching staff. It's not that common.
I would say no, it isn't. And for these guys that have been around and have done it and have won rings, I think what that does is that immediately permeated throughout the clubhouse in spring training, is that you know that you've got people that are not going to just be telling you stuff to be telling you stuff, and they're not going to be hawking over you the whole time that you're doing your job. One of the things I think that this staff does really well is they make themselves available to the players, but they don't helicopter over the guys, and players will come to them when they feel like it's beneficial, and all of the information that's available is there. All the players know that. It's not like a pick and choose kind of thing, but they give them the pertinent information that they feel is necessary for them for that game. And so, it's been a lot of fun to watch. And you know what? And this bunch has been the same all year long. There really has been this even keelness. You hear that phrase often, but there really is that among these players. And they, to a man, they don't get too high, they don't get too low. But I think we saw. You think about Corey Seager and how stoic he is, and then after he hit that home run in Game 7, for the emotion to come out, that it's there. Which is kind of cool.
Matt Hicks, Rangers Radio. I feel like we could just talk to you for the next 3.5 hours till the pregame show starts, but we got stuff to do, and I'm sure you do too.
He's itching to prep.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me. Yep.
Rangers Radio here on the Fan. When he was just talking about the Rangers coaching staff and how the guys know they're not BSing you. When they're talking, they got the goods. It's like the 49ers talking about Kyle Shanahan and how much that puts a player at ease. I don't have to worry about what the game plan should be. I don't have to worry about if I think it's a right call or a wrong call. When you have a coach or manager that good, it's just all the focus on go out there and execute. Thanks so much to Matt Hicks. Stephen Jones joins us next. We're live at the Globe here on the Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening.
We'll squirt, 4 or 5 tablespoons of mayo in there. He's going to mix it up and drink it for his bet payoff. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, 75 and Fitzhugh. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo and Carter Freeman. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Stephen Jones joins you now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How you doing?
Well, we're at the baseball park, so it's kind of hard to be anything but outstanding right now, I got to tell you.
Absolutely. Boy, hats off to the Rangers. What a run, and had their backs to the wall there going into Houston, and did what they had to do to get themselves an opportunity to win a world championship. Certainly hats off to them, and good luck to them.
Yeah, it's never over until it's over. I'm sure you guys know that well, and it's been a tremendous story. Now, for you guys, noon Sunday here on The Fan, how important is it for you to come out of the bye and get this win against the Rams?
Well, every game you play, as we all know, when you play a 17-game schedule, is so important. It can be the difference in getting in the playoffs, not getting in. It can be the difference in, getting a bye or not getting a bye or a home field advantage. We all know how important each and every one of these games are, and certainly we're going against a hometown hero and Matthew Stafford, who I have nothing but the greatest respect for. He had a great career at Highland Park, then at Georgia Bulldog, and certainly now winning the World Championship with the Rams. Always been a big fan of his. Obviously won't be rooting that hard for him come Sunday, but any other time I'm a huge fan of his. And certainly the Rams organization goes without saying what we think about the Cronkies. Certainly their football team, and Coach John McVay is one of the best in the business. So we got our work cut out for us. And one of the big things, though, that certainly has become a big deal is our home crowd advantage. I think we're putting together a nice little string of wins here, and think this defense we have, which is a top defense and one of the top ones in the league, and I think they feed off the energy of this hometown crowd that we put together here, and hats off to them, and hopefully they'll be come out in full force and ready to get our team juiced up.
Stephen, what was the focal point for improvement throughout the bye week and now looking ahead for the rest of the season?
I think it just continues to be, execution. I mean, I love, I love this football team. I like the makeup of it. I like our leadership. Certainly love our coaching staff, what they bring. And the big thing is, we've got a lot of football left to play. We still have majority of our season left. It was good, to get a blow and even get more healthier, but feel like we're a healthy football team coming out of this break, and feel like we've had a great week of practice. Now we just got to go execute and make plays, and certainly, as I said, we're going to have our hands full against a great Rams organization, and one that's won a Super Bowl just a few years ago. And like I said, they got a great player in Aaron Donald, a great player in Stafford, and the rest of their crew. They're well coached, and we'll have our hands full.
Obviously, we got the trade deadline coming up next week. Jerry's been talking about it. What are some of the variables when you're making a trade or looking at targets that need to come together to make that deal right for you?
Well, I think there's, as you can imagine, there's a lot. I mean, it starts with, what you're going to have to give up and where that player fits in. And, you've got to have a vision, a plan for it. And, for a player to come in here and help this team right now, it's more than likely, unfortunately, it's going to probably be somebody who's an established guy, and he's probably usually well paid, and they probably usually want a lot for him. So, that makes it a challenge, and it's probably why you don't see as many trades as you might think. You hear a lot of names in the rumor mill, but when it comes right down to making one, it gets hard. I mean, we were down to the wire with one last year in Brandon Cooks, and we just couldn't, between the compensation and for the team and the compensation for the player, just became very difficult to make it work. Now we ultimately made a deal and got Brandon here in Dallas, but didn't work out at the trade line because of some of the variables that go into that I just mentioned.
Stephen, we talked about continuity with you with the offensive line, and then we get into a Thursday practice, and then Tyron Smith, shows up with the neck stinger. Any update on him? And then how rough has it been that, just like you say, it seems like you take a couple steps forward or a step forward and then a couple of steps back, maybe with some of the injuries you've had to deal with your offensive line?
Hopefully it's not a step back. Hopefully he'll be able to play. We'll continue to monitor that, obviously, through tomorrow and make a call on that. Overall, I think we feel good about it, which, that's part of the business we're in. And, Brian, as you know, it's not just us. There's all 32 around the league. Maybe you can prove me wrong, but I think everybody's lost one, two more players, not only in a lot of cases for the season, but certainly, teams have to work through injuries. That's why sure the NFL is an exciting game, but it's a very physical game. And, every team out there, all 32 have to go into different games throughout the season without guys, you would hope that you could have. But that's just part of it. And you can't let it be frustrating or you shouldn't be in this business, because that's why depth is important. That's why you put together these rosters. So you got guys who can step up. Obviously, having we lose Diggs, and guys like Jordan Lewis and Deron Bland are stepping up in a big way for us. And, that's just part of the business that we're in. And it's next man up. I know it's probably a term that's abused in terms of everybody using it, but, that is the case in our league, and that's part of football.
Steven, if I was sitting on another team yesterday watching Jerry talk to the media, I think Jerry's throwing some chum in the water. Did you guys get together and say, Jerry, kind of stir some things up and see if we get our phone to ring a little bit?
Hey,
I know you're talking about not going out there and initiating the calls, but I kind of got the vibe that the boss was going out there throwing some chum in the water, see if he can get some phones to ring over there.
Well, he's anybody who knows us knows we're always open for business. We've been in here 30 years, and it's just having something that makes sense. And at the end of the day, they understand where where we think we're strong. They obviously we've lost a corner this year. We've lost a couple of linebackers between Overshone and now not having Leighton. I mean, the positions are obviously, in terms of where we've lost some guys, but, we've got good guys behind those players. And as I said, what you have to give up, what you have to pay them. And, it'd be real hard to beat one of those three corners out we have right now. They're playing pretty good. I think Bland's one of the top interceptors again in the league. Jordan Lewis has a lot of skins on the wall as a nickel corner, and certainly we all saw Bell play well the other day. So not only does a guy have to come in here, he's got to come in here and beat some guys out that might be easier said than done. All these trades don't always work out.
How's the time off been for Leighton Vander Esch? Is he coming along pretty good?
Yeah, I think he's progressing. I mean, you don't ever want to bet against him. He's as tough as they get, and certainly, that's that injury right there is one that gets your attention. But at the same time, he loves this football team. He wants to be helping this football team, and he's doing anything and everything he can to continue to progress with his particular injury.
Been a lot of celebrities at these Rangers games. Eminem, Dak. You guys going to make it out?
Boy, we're wanting to. We've got, obviously it's right in the middle of our season as well, so it's got to fit. But, boy, we're sure rooting for those Rangers, and hope they get started off good tonight, and know they probably will. And, hell, we're due for one here at home. Let's start it off right.
Let's do it.
Well, they're handing out these World Series scarves and rally towels. If you can't make it, if you want me to grab you one, just let me know.
I will. I know my son's out there tonight, so he'll do some shopping for me, but he's able to get out there, and I actually think my daughter and son-in-laws are going to make one. I think one of the ones coming up as well. So, like I said, we're rooting for those Rangers, and let's go get this first one tonight.
What's your go-to concession item whenever you do make it out to the ballpark?
Oh, it's always got to go with that hot dog and Coke beer every time.
Yes.
Yes, sir. We love it, man. Give them hell on Sunday. We'll be pulling for you, Stephen. Thanks for your time.
Hey, appreciate you guys, and good luck, Rangers.
Cheers. Rangers. There he goes. Stephen Jones, Cowboys COO, Vice President of Player Personnel, here with you. Fridays at 3 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're going from guest to guest to guest here. Matt Hicks to Steve, and now to Kevin Burkhardt, NFL on Fox, and also hosting a World Series show. He's a Fox broadcasting superstar, and KB joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and
vacation voucher.
Donate your car today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
All right, welcome back. It is the Gag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Met an usher named Madonna. That was cool. Older lady, she came through. She's Big Tolo. They're giving out World Series scarves and rally towels if you're thinking about getting here early. I think it's the first 30,000 or so. Gag Nation on your home of the AL champion Texas Rangers. World Series pregame's coming up at 6:30. This segment right here, we're going to talk with Kevin Burkhardt, MLB and NFL on Fox here in just 2 seconds. The segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. As he's part of the Fox World Series coverage. You know him and you love him from the NFL on Fox as well. Kevin Burkhardt here in the G-Bag Nation. Good afternoon, sir.
Great to be back with you guys. How are you? How's everybody doing?
Fantastic, man. How are you?
Great.
I'm doing great. I mean, this is it's a pretty awesome weekend. We got games 1 and 2 of the World Series, and then my crew has the Cowboys game on Sunday. So it's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, how do you balance that out? Of course, you mentioned it. You're going to be across the street on Sunday for the Cowboys. Then you're doing everything with the World Series today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just finding enough time to sleep. But I mean, it's so much fun, right? I mean, it's really. I'm lucky enough to get to do both and get a chance to do all this stuff. And this weekend just happened to work out. I mean, they gave us the Cowboys game, I guess, 2 weeks ago. So the Rangers just held up their end of the bargain by, getting home field and making it easy for me to travel.
Man, double dipping without even having to catch a flight in a single weekend. That is what is up, Kevin Burkhardt. That's outstanding. Now, what do you think of this matchup here? We're trying not to homer it up or think too little of Arizona. Give us the objective viewpoint on how tough Arizona is despite their regular season record.
Yeah, listen, I think the thing that's going on nationally is Arizona, they don't know, they haven't seen them play, right? And most people haven't seen them play because the reality is they had a great first half, they were in first place, and they didn't have a good second half at all. They had this one stretch where in a month, I mean, they were just brutal. Give them credit, they saved themselves, they got back to playing decent baseball, got in the playoffs and won 84 games. But I think when you do watch them play, notice is that they're as anyone in a long time. They're exceptionally defensively. They steal bases like, the 85 Cardinals. They're all over the place stealing bases. They do all the little things really, really, really well. And the reality is, look, we've seen it with the Rangers, right? I mean, we know that the bullpen was not a strength of theirs during the year, but you know what? Bruce Bochy has found the guys that are throwing well in the postseason, and it works. It's the same thing for Arizona. A couple guys weren't even really there during the regular season. One of their main guys, Ginkle, got sent down, but they are killing it in the postseason. So they're playing smart baseball. Their bullpen's been just outstanding. And, I don't think you can take them lightly at all.
You guys have had a lot of fun interviews, especially post-game throughout this postseason, but who stood out to you maybe that you've gotten to chat with the Rangers during this run?
That's a good question. I mean, I think you have to be impressed when you I think you have to be impressed when you realize what Nathaniel Lowe is dealing with, right? And his bat has come alive, and obviously he's so emotional with his mom, Wendy, dealing with a cancer. And, you look at that bottom of the order, I just think they're so loaded there. And then obviously Adolis Garcia has been out of his mind. I mean, the way he's playing, it's I don't know. They've got so many guys we've enjoyed talking to. I know that, Alex and Poppy have history with Nathan Eovaldi, and that's a guy I still think doesn't get enough credit for what he's been able to do in the postseason. So he can only build on that, this week.
Kevin Burkhardt with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What is the most interesting storyline from a Rangers perspective when it comes to the pitching stuff? Because I think you've got a guy like Monty and Evaldi that have been absolute aces, and then you get the Scherzer situation, and we're all wondering what version of him we're going to be getting here, probably in Game 3 when he starts.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows that, right? I'm not really sure if Max knows it, coming back from the injury, and he hasn't obviously been himself. I think for me it's all about the two guys you said that, right? It's about Evaldi and Montgomery. They have been simply outstanding, and you think about Montgomery, that was kind of a secondary move at the trade deadline. I don't think anyone realized the impact that he would have, but he's been just outstanding. He was great in the Leaf. We saw that the other day. I think the reality is the Rangers win this series on the strength of those two guys. I really do. They've carried them so far. I don't really expect that to change.
Does the baseball nation look at Adolis Garcia as a hero or a villain right now?
I think you can look at him any way you want, but it has been absurd the way he's hitting the baseball. I mean, he had the best 7-game series of anyone to ever play in the sport. It's just amazing, and I don't know. It felt like watching that Game 6 when he hit that grand slam to put it out of reach. It just kind of exercised every demon from Game 5. So I think it's been ultra impressive. We had Maldonado on our set after that game, and his quote to us was, the worst thing that he could have done was wake up the Houston Astros. And it actually turned out that all it did was wake him up even more. So I've just been blown away by how good he's been.
When you look and compare both rosters and lineups leading into this, is again the biggest difference maker for the Diamondbacks, their bullpen compared to the Rangers?
I think that's been the biggest difference for sure in the postseason. And I think the reality is they are so good once they get on base, right? If the Rangers allow those guys to get on base, they're just a different ball club. Earlier in the series against Philadelphia, they didn't have a stolen base the first 2 games. And all of a sudden they started getting more base runners, got on. We clearly saw the effect in Game 7. They got on and, stole a few bases and had a major impact in the game. I think of anybody in the sport, they were the beneficiaries of the new rules the most of any team, and they've clearly taken advantage of that. But, yeah, if I'm picking one thing, I think it's the bullpen, and I also think that their young catcher is just outstanding, and America's going to get a chance to see him. And we know that Heim is already an all-star and outstanding for Texas, but this kid is something else at 23 years old, Moreno for Arizona.
Man, I tell you what, I couldn't believe there was possibly a catcher better out there than Jonah Heim. They were telling me about Adley Rutschman, but now you're telling me there's another one who might be better than our Jonah Heim, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm not saying better. I mean, Jonah Heim is outstanding, and he's a terrific player. But, they went out and made a trade before the season, and they sent Dalton Varsho to Toronto, and they got back Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Gabriel Moreno, who's one of the top catchers, top prospects in the game. Well, Gurriel has had a really good career year for them. And, Moreno, he's just an A+ in every imaginable category, more defensively so, but his bat had a great year too. He's had an excellent postseason. I think his OPS is somewhere around 830, and he is a machine behind the plate. So I just think he's one of those guys that really no one in America knows who he is, but I have a feeling they will after this week.
Well, Kevin, we wore you out on those the baseball questions. I will get to you a Cowboys question if I can. From what you've been able to see, though, from the Cowboys as you're prepping and getting ready for this football game, where do you think the Cowboys are at right now when it compares to, it's the San Francisco, they get blown out, they got Philadelphia next week. Where do you kind of feel that the Cowboys are in the NFC from the teams that you've seen?
I still think they're right there. I mean, because you look at it, and every team has their warts. Obviously, San Francisco looked the best they've looked in that game against Cowboys, and then they go and they lose 2 in a row. Cleveland played them well, and the Viking game was a shocker to me. So they've come down to earth a little bit. I still think that they're great. I think the Eagles, obviously, they've got the best record in the league. I think they're very, very good. They're still a little bit off offensively. But I think I still feel the same way about Dallas as I did coming into the season. And that is that San Francisco and Philadelphia are the tip-top, and the Cowboys are, 1A and very close to that level. Nothing has really changed that, because I think they're still finding their way, too, with this new offense. They had their best game against the Chargers for sure. But I think I think they need someone else to step up. That's what was so refreshing about that Chargers game. It's like, oh, Brandon Cooks, like he showed up in that game, and I think they need more of that. I think they've been missing Dalton Schultz a little bit, especially in the red zone. Dak really loved throwing him down there, and I just think they're looking for like that extra person who hasn't really made their mark yet. But I still feel really strongly about them, especially with their defense. I think they're right there.
All right, little baby KK, you brought up Dak there. Is there a player, and you're doing this in both sports now, is there a player that gets scrutinized and talked about more than Dak Prescott?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. And look, part of me gets it, part of me doesn't get it, right, guys? I mean, you probably know better than me doing talk radio here in town every day, but I understand when you're the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys or the shortstop of the New York Yankees. There are certain positions in sports where you're just going to get crucified unless everything is perfect and unless all you do is win. So I get that. But at the same time, like, gosh, I just don't get it. I mean, I think Dak is a hell of a player. I think he's been nothing but terrific since he's gotten here. And yeah, I get it. It's all about winning the big one and for them really getting back to the big one. But I just don't understand. The other part is, last year with all the interceptions, you get a lot of critiques on that. But they scored 30 points a game. I mean, so it's like, what do you want? What exactly are you looking for? To me, it's the win. So I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. I think Dak is a heck of a player, and I think he's a great leader. So count me in the category of don't totally understand it.
Kevin Burkhardt with us here in the G-Bag Nation. He's all over the Rangers and the Cowboys all weekend long. What has your culinary experience been like here in the DFW?
Well, it's always you always have a lot to choose from. We did go to Nick and Sam's last night and crush some steaks and seafood, and nice. I'm still trying to walk after that. So that was just I ate my week's worth of calories, but. Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I love coming here. So the playoffs and this weekend has been a lot of fun to be able to come back and do both sports.
Okay, so every time we have a play-by-play guy on, we ask about the halftime in the booth eating, especially when it comes to football. You get halftime, you get a few minutes. We know Al Michaels is a big steak guy. Our very own Brad Sham for home games gets the top-of-the-line Sham sushi rolled into the Brad Sham radio booth. What, in your experience, Kevin, is the culinary experience like in the booth at halftime?
Well, Brad gets anything he wants, right? I mean, come on, Brad's a legend.
Royalty.
That's number one. But we've talked about this before, guys. It is hands down the best culinary halftime experience in the league. And you don't have a lot of time, right? Because there's a lot of times I have to talk like 5 minutes after halftime starts. So you don't have a lot of time. But yes, we get some sushi in there. They mix it up. That's probably my favorite. They also bring these unbelievable macarons, like those little cookies with little cream filling. Yeah. Let me tell you something. No joke, last Cowboy game we did, which was against the Patriots, I think I ate 15 of them. It was bad. So I have zero control when I come here. The food is so good.
Man, that's special. I mean, AT&T hooking it up, but far and away the best at AT&T Stadium compared to the rest of the league. That's good to know.
It is. KB, you're the man. Thank you so much. It's great to have you in town because, big things are happening in DFW when you're here. So we appreciate you. We look forward to catching up with you next time.
Always enjoy the conversation, fellas. We'll talk soon. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
There he goes, Kevin Burkhardt, NFL and MLB on Fox. And if you're watching on TV tonight, you'll see a lot of him. And then, of course, on Sunday, he has the Cowboys and Rams. All righty, that was a dub, but Chief's going to give us the biggest ones and the biggest L's as well, right?
Absolutely. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub next right here in the nation.
I'd love to chat Window Nation with you, though, because if you want or need new windows, then
this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY. Goosebumps through your radio.
Oh my gosh, this is the best feeling in the world. This is so exciting.
The sweet sounds of the World Series begins tonight.
That has hit a mile. That ball is history.
Right here.
A mammoth home run for Corey Seager into the upper deck.
On your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Globe World Series pregame coming up at 6:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Eric Chiafalo and Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Casey Stern's a baseball expert, and he's going to join us coming up at 4 o'clock. He joined us last week and just blew us away with his level of knowledge, expertise, and baseball passion. Casey's coming up at 4. Here's the Chief.
Doors open at Globe Life Field in 15 minutes. Shout out to Lewis in Mansfield and the 817 texting D-backs team bus number 1 just left downtown Dallas a few minutes ago, and I booed the S out of them. Hopefully that is something that type of Lewis and Mansfield energy needs to bring itself into Globe Life Field for 9 innings tonight. I certainly look forward to that. Let's go ahead.
Somebody get some eggs and get ready to welcome them to the parking lot, Philadelphia style. Ooh.
That, by the way, that is impressive. When you roll into Philly at that stadium and you make that turn off 95, and all of a sudden the bus is quiet and you hear this thump, 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 and you're thinking, man, those fans from the parking lot are hitting you on the turn.
Yeah.
And it's like they have people.
Probably Papali.
Well, they got people with binoculars and like, okay, elevation 5 degrees. They've got some people that
like a mortar team.
They've got some sighting going on, and all of a sudden, I swear, you hit your bus is it, and all of a sudden you hear it, that doom, 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 all those eggs just smashing off the side of your bus.
Bleed Philly, but that is a pretty dang good tradition.
Yeah.
All right, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Live from Globe Life Field. It's time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Shout out to the 903. Big Dub going on vacation right now, but I took an L today as I woke up and was diagnosed with shingles.
Ooh,
so all on the same day, you
that's
get handed,
tough.
you get handed the vacation card and the shingles card. That is, I don't know, it's sort of offsetting penalties, and we're going to have to replay first down.
Yeah, that's rough.
Turns out I just want to call in sick.
Yeah. I've never had shingles, but I hear that
can I reschedule my vacation and just take some sick days?
Yeah. We're going to switch this here. 832 Biggest Dub. I bought World Series tickets for cheap at the start of the postseason.
Oh, attaboy.
I mean, that's a heady play that I didn't even know was possible. Kudos to you, 832. Big L for that same guy, though. He forgot his niece's / goddaughter's birthday, so happy birthday to Hallie. 469 Biggest L.
You get a pass on that.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
That was actually their parents' fault for not reminding you.
Yeah, dude. If it was your daughter's birthday, a little bit of a different story there, but you're going to be all right, 832. Plus, you're going to the World Series. 469 Biggest L. I doubted the Rangers all year, so my brother brings it up every time we see each other, as any good brother should and
awesome.
would and could.
Yep.
Biggest Dub. The Rangers are in the bleeping World Series. That's right, 469. Appreciate you very, very much. All right, 877-881-1053. Keep the text flowing in. But in the meantime, let's throw things over to Jeopardy, where sports became a huge problem for some supposed geniuses.
I love
this. Another sports.
This is why they wouldn't let my dad in, because he knows all of the other trivia plus the sports. They knew he'd dominate.
Oh my gosh, he's a
That's why
certified
they
ringer.
they wouldn't let him in.
We're gonna have to. We should ask Pop some Jeopardy questions on the wireless later on today, as he's going to be here at the park. Take it away, Jeopardy, L.
A Hall of Fame by position 400.
Joe Namath, Joe Montana, Mason.
What is quarterback?
Right.
Hall of Famer by position 800.
Bill Russell, Bill Walton. They are basketball centers. Mason.
Hall of Famer by position 1200.
Young crowd.
Bob Feller, Bob Lemon, Bob Gibson. They're baseball pitchers. This might be a long category.
Nerds.
2 left, Mason.
Let's try Hall of Famer by position for 1600.
Okay, sports fans, I believe in you. Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, John Stallworth. They are wide receivers. And let's finish it off. Gump Worsley, Shrimp Waters, Rat Westwick.
Hockey. Gotta be, yeah. Hockey center.
It just sounds like I'm making people up. These are hockey goalies. Ice hockey goalies. All right, Mason's lead is not.
They get a pass, I think, for that goalie one. That was a little out there.
Everybody knows who Gump Worsley was.
Of course. Gump? Who doesn't know Gump?
Gump used to play without a mask.
Everybody that gets the senior citizen discount.
Yeah. Everybody, I still feel sad about that.
Hey, yeah, that's a L.
I took an L yesterday on that. I got a W for the discount of the money,
right?
An L for it's 65 and older, and the lady thought I was that age.
Yeah, that hurts, man.
That hurt a little bit.
You're supposed to be a half decade shy of that discount. And they're getting you in a little bit early.
They're getting me a little bit early.
Are we still going to do the thing where we go around and just ask random folks here at the ballpark how old they believe brought us to be? I think that's a great.
I think we should.
I think that'd be great.
As part of maybe a live what you drinking and what you thinking at 520 with a wireless mic.
Yes,
that'd be cool.
This is beautiful. That's going to be a victory coming up very, very soon. 817 biggest win of the week. Hit my weight loss goal that I set for myself at the beginning of the year. The biggest L, though, I had a car battery dying on me situation. I've had that one before. Could be worse.
I thought he was going to say he got a Zalat pizza and just ended it all.
Yeah, starting the weight gain journey now, and he might have a new goal for that one. No, but that's exciting. 817, very, very exciting.
That's the number one reason that I lease from D&M is I hate when the battery problems start. You don't know if it's a battery alternator. Is my starter out? Do I need to brush the terminals? I just forget it. Give me a new car.
469 biggest dub this week, scoring a daddy-daughter date to the game.
Nice.
Gonna have great seats, cannot wait. Married with kids, and not really opportunities going to games like that, but me and my girl are going to be at the ballpark tonight. That is very, very exciting. 469, congratulations to you. I believe that's on every dad's bucket list to do some next-level awesome sporting with your child or children. I look forward to the days for sure.
It's a tough negotiation with mom sometimes because she wants to go too, and you're like, listen, these are really freaking expensive.
Yeah. I'm taking the kiddos.
If I can only choose one, I'm choosing my kid.
Hopefully you don't have to sit next to Wolchuk at the game. That would be...
Why? What's wrong with that?
I disagree, man. Wolchuk's going to get you going if you show up a little bit.
He's going to yell at the little kid, not stand up. What are you doing?
My kid would be standing up. They know better. 2 strikes, we're standing, we're cheering.
Yes, those are the rules, man. Those are the rules. And Wolchuk is just here to encourage. He's not here to berate.
No.
He's just here to drunkenly encourage.
Hey, we had a Tolo call in and talk about how fun it was. I don't know why you're trying to take shots at me over here, Brian. We're going to be sitting together today.
I'm dreading every minute
No,
of that.
you're not. You're lying through your teeth.
817, biggest dub. Found out my wife is pregnant the same day the Rangers clinched the ALCS. So how about that? That is pretty fantastic.
It's amazing.
Dude. That's
Jack and Dubs.
Day you'll never forget, no doubt about it.
Poor Dredd.
Of course, as you look around the world of sports, you have the Michigan L taking, sign stealing. I believe that is good for a good old-fashioned L this week. I saw a story about TCU having to do
TCU knew, man.
Yeah, TCU knew. And then they whooped them up last year.
Oh, they got him with the fake playbook,
with
essentially.
The
dummy signs.
Let's go.
They dummy signed their balls off to victory. It was
no wonder they looked so good against them.
They knew it was coming, man.
It's a screen. It's a screen.
I do think it's funny that they saw like the guy that they had going around doing all the sign stealing. They've confirmed that this guy was stealing signs from 12 of the 13 Big Ten schools. If you're the one school who they didn't feel like they needed to steal the signs from because they were just going to beat you anyway, how do you feel about that? Is that Northwestern?
Probably Northwestern.
There's a couple of these teams I think it could be.
But he was stealing signs of teams that potentially that Michigan could play in the playoffs.
Yeah, they were. Yeah,
so they were going to
Georgia
and Clemson. They were going to places where this thing is pretty elaborate. What this guy, by the way, he went to school at the Naval Academy. He had a chance to go to Michigan.
Yeah,
he's like his whole life was wanting to be a coach at Michigan.
That's just being a good intel man.
Well, he went to Navy because his study of all the great college coaches have military backgrounds.
Oh, cool.
That's why he went to the Naval Academy.
I mean, how is that different than just scouting? if I'm not breaking into your practice or running film from the press box, I'm buying a ticket and going to watch your game and figuring out what you like to do.
I used to do the same thing. I would steal signs, but what I would do is I would be in the press box with my binoculars, and then I would write down the sign to the time to the down and distance of the court, and then I would try and match the sign with the play on the film.
Yeah,
is what I would do. But you can't. The whole thing is nothing wrong with stealing signs. It's just you can't record. That's the big issue right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And anytime you have to address an unconsensual homosexual situation about yourself, I think that's due for a good old-fashioned L as well. So congratulations, Dwight Howard. You, sir, are the biggest L of the week.
All righty, thank you, Chief. There it is, biggest L, biggest dubs, and we move on now to a huge L for us and for Rangers fans everywhere. No, this is a dub. This is a dub. It's not an L. It's Casey Stern, baseball expert.
Where are you going there?
He is the host of Unfiltered. The only person taking an L in this building tonight is going to be those Arizona Diamondbacks, and we'll get the real and inside story from Casey Stern, host of Unfiltered, next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's keep the dubs flowing at Platinum Ford. Gilchrist Automotive, proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're here at the Globe. Game 1 of the World Series is 3 hours and 3 minutes away. The doors have just opened. Rangers fans and Tolos are streaming in, and they are absolutely ecstatic. I have not seen the Rangers fan base this fired up since they were home for Game 3 against Baltimore. That's the kind of energy you're looking at right here as Rangers fans are streaming into the yard, preparing to host the Arizona Diamondbacks in Game 1 of the Fall Classic tonight. This is special. It's a Football Friday as well. What you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5:20. We're going to have a great afternoon with you guys here on 105.3 The Fan as Casey Stern, baseball expert, longtime reporter, host of the podcast Unfiltered, joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's going on, gentlemen? I feel like I just got invited to a party that I'm not at, but
you did.
I'm in like a Zoom meeting. I'm sort of there, so it's good to be here.
Well, it's great to have you. We just love talking baseball with you. How do you like this matchup, Casey?
I love it, man. I think this is a great matchup. I think the people have kind of crapped on it across the board, maybe more so on Arizona than necessarily on Texas. Talking about playoff format, and everybody's salty in Atlanta. They're salty in Los Angeles. They're salty everywhere. But at the end of the day, this has been going on in baseball for a long time. And in this sport, it is always about who is the hottest and at their best for 3-4 weeks down the stretch. And this time, the two teams who have done that and run the gauntlet deserve to be here. Texas went through the team they had to go through to get here, able to do it 4 times on the road in the defending champs ballpark. Arizona knocks out a 100-plus win team in the Dodgers, goes into Philadelphia down 2-0 in the series, and then down 3-2. Philadelphia at the time had not lost any games, 6-0 at home, and they wipe them off in Game 6 and in Game 7. These two teams both belong, and I think it's going to be a fun series.
Damn right, Casey. I mean, it's ridiculous. I get it. Major League Baseball, ratings-wise, maybe you want the Red Sox, you want the Yankees, you want the Dodgers, Phillies, Rangers. It would have been fun. But I think you can argue this is great for the sport. With these two teams, the parity, don't you think this can be a plus for Major League Baseball?
Look, I do. I understand both lenses, right? So in doing years at Turner and being part of a postseason, I understand the networks and their gauge on it. So clearly, at the end of the day, people don't want to hear it, but they'd love to have the Yankees and Dodgers battle in every World Series, right? You got to understand that, even if you're in Texas or in Arizona, from a rating standpoint, that just is what it is. But I think from a baseball standpoint, if you're a baseball fan, you want to see the best brand of baseball you can. These are the two best teams right now that are playing it. They're well coached. They both got terrific managers. One in Torey Lovullo, who's a great story Arizona stuck with when they were down in the doldrums. Bruce Bochy, I've said this to you the last time I was on board. To me, obviously no-brainer Hall of Famer, but I think he's one of the greatest managers of all time, and it's proven that. And you've got great budding stars in the Garcias of the world. And I think maybe when you think about, obviously there's a lot more attention that's going to be on Corey Seager and Semien and some of the All-Stars and the Evaldis who have had their moments. So maybe more so in Texas than Arizona. But you've got budding stars in Corbin Carroll and Gabby Moreno. Zach Gallen is on the hill. And I think this is where the stars are made. This is that forefront and that kind of pedestal. And we're going to get to see him perform now beginning tonight.
Casey Stern with us here in the G-Bag Nation. So you mentioned some of the names there for the D-backs. For Ranger fans that maybe weren't paying attention to the National League side, what do they need to know about this Arizona Diamondback squad?
I mean, they're feisty, man. I mean, the first thing you got to know is that they are going to play well between the margins, and that's how they're beating teams that have more talent than they do. What do I mean by that? Runner at third, less than 2 outs. You're more likely to see your own team, whoever it is, fail more than they do in those spots. Finding a way on the base pass to be, using their legs to a benefit. You want to obviously, Corbin Carroll specifically, keep him off of there. Second youngest player ever in a postseason game to get 3 hits and 2 steals. First one in the history of Game 7 to ever do it. And by the way, had a great at-bat adding a sac fly, speaking of those margins, to add an insurance run to make it 4-2 in that Game 7 as well. You're going to see a kid in Moreno behind the plate who American League fans are going to be sitting there making fun of the Toronto Blue Jays for a long period of time, forever dealing that guy away because he's a stud. And they've got some arms back in the bullpen. Ginkel's a stud in the 8th inning. They've got a better bullpen than the Rangers do. That's one of the advantages that they'll bring into the table, especially because there's more depth and more places for Torrey to go through than there is for Bruce Bochy, who's relying on Spores, praying with Chapman and then going to Leclerc in the end.
Casey, is the biggest advantage, though, that the Rangers might have in this is the manager? Is it the experience? I mean, I know it's a Hall of Fame manager, and and you mentioned in Arizona, the sticking with him, but is that enough to get them through this?
No, I don't think that. Look, and I love Bruce Bochy to death, right? The biggest discrepancy is definitely not the manager here, because when you get here, there are very rarely decisions, guys, a manager is going to make out managing the other manager in a spot, lineups, matchups, those sorts of things. It's almost too late for that. Bruce Bochy may have a field play, leaving Eovaldi in a game, Montgomery in a game, longer than others would, but you're not going to see Lovello he's managed terrifically throughout the course of the season. He's a smart guy. You're not going to see that, I don't think, play out here. They helped them get here. Bruce Bochy's team is prepared, but the biggest discrepancy for me, and there are two, towards the Rangers' side, and it's why I have them in this series. One, depth in the lineup and their ability to score runs. This is very much, and you get a lot of football fans who listen to your program, this is very much greatest show on turf against, like, the team I grew up watching in the mid-'80s with the Giants, who would run the football 48 times to try and score a touchdown. You've got one team in Arizona who's got to matriculate, still hit some home runs, but it is more of them trying to play the right way and do the fundamental things to score, keep you off balance on their end, on the pitching side. Texas can go ahead and blow you away and go bat around any time. And then, to me, the biggest key in this series, and that is Eovaldi and Montgomery and what they have done. If those two guys continue to do what they've done and give it Bruce Bochy length, keeping the bullpen off the field, and being as dominant as they've been, this is a 5-game series. If Eovaldi and Montgomery have a little bit of a slip back, even look somewhat human, you're looking at a much longer series with Arizona having potential to win.
How impressive is this Zach Gallen? I know the start of the season he was special, and it seems like it's tapered off a little bit, but what are the Rangers dealing with him on the bump tonight for the D-backs?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think we're seeing, guys, and it's not a cop-out, but this is a guy who, in Arizona, doesn't make it this far very often, right? I mean, this guy's thrown a ton of innings, and I think, a lot of high pressure and max effort kind of innings down the stretch and what they had to just get into the postseason and then through here. And he's tired out a little bit, whereas Spot, who will end up pitching in Game 3, the kid they have, seems to be getting stronger as he goes, and that 9-strikeout performance in the last series. So that'll be something to watch. But I think he's gotten just a little bit more tired. The fastball command, having to do too much, not blowing guys away as much. But Gallen is a competitor. This is a dude who's not afraid. And he was a Cy Young candidate for most of the year. Do not be surprised if both he and Merrill Kelly, who may not be his household name, who, by the way, was filthy in the last series, those guys may hang with Eovaldi and Montgomery. But I don't think they could do it twice. I don't think they could do it as many times as those two guys have stepped up. And to me, even more so, again, it's that importance, guys, of avoiding the Swiss cheese in that middle, the muffin tops, as they'll call it, of that Ranger bullpen. And the best way for Bruce Bochy to do that is to be able to go 3 times through an order, get to a 6th inning, edge into a 7th inning even with an Eovaldi and Montgomery. I think the length those two guys go is more important than it is for Torey Lovello, because Lovello on the Diamondback side has more arms to go to that he trusts in the bullpen.
We're chatting with Casey Stern here. You can get his baseball podcast Unfiltered wherever you get your podcast. It's outstanding. What happens with Evan Carter possibly different in this series now with good lefty relievers coming out of that pen? I think normally I would say, well, you could see him overbatch in an at-bat or two, and it's possible. But, there are many 21-year-olds that you wouldn't mind hitting third in the first game of a World Series, and having a manager as seasoned as Bruce Bochy being the guy to go peg him to go ahead and do that. So I almost think that we're going back, and I'm not comparing the players, but just in recent years, you think of the Jeremy Peñas and the Alvarez and some of the guys, even Bregman when he first came in, just to use a team that you know well, obviously the Astros. There are just certain guys who are just built to be here in these kind of spots. I don't think he's going to be afraid of the moments. I do think Diamondbacks have much more of an ability to match up in a bullpen kind of a style game, especially when you talk about the man applies and some of the guys you're referring to against the Carter. But where it makes it much more difficult is this is not a team that has a lineup that you can necessarily go after one guy, because the Rangers are so deep up and down, and because they've got power throughout, it's really hard to go ahead and bring a guy in relief and say you're going to have him lefty-lefty, because they can flip you up on both sides as the game goes along.
You brought up the pitching and Nasty Nate, of course, on the bump to start game one for the Rangers. I feel like that puts a lot of Ranger fans at ease because he's been so brilliant this postseason. But that goes back to throughout his career. I mean, I know you got to see him there in Boston. If Nathan Eovaldi goes on and continues to pitch the way he has here in the World Series, helps the Rangers get to a championship, where do you think his legacy is amongst big game pitchers in the history of the game?
I mean, it's pretty high. I mean, I don't want to go. You've got a lot of great big game pitchers in this game. I think where his legacy for himself will be is as a big game pitcher. And you can ask any pitcher, and I've been covering this sport over 20 years, that's all baseball player wants to hear is that they were a baseball player, which means basically they gave it their all, they understood the game and all that. Pitchers want to hear that they were the guy that Jack Morris is, and some of those guys that you think of where maybe they were even better in those spots than they were across the board in total in their numbers. I remember being there and covering that game, sitting there watching 6-7 innings out of the bullpen, and I know Muncy hits the home run. They lose that game going back to that World Series 2018, but here is a situation where that guy in that moment, I think, showed everyone he wasn't going to be what the rhetoric was at the beginning, which was a guy with a great arm who was never going to be able to stay healthy or amount to anything. It's his cerebral nature and his smarts, guys, to me, that are the difference maker people don't talk about beyond the arm. Take his last start, 3 walks, only 4 Ks. You could tell he didn't have his best stuff, but that's where you make and really break the great pitchers who separate themselves in these spots, being able to find a way with whatever stuff they have to get out and get through a lineup a couple of times, and he's shown he can do that time and time again.
Casey, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but is this a battle of the two best defensive teams, at least when it comes to the postseason thus far?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think, that's one thing. You asked me going back to before, what do Texas Ranger fans need to know about Arizona? Mm-hmm. And I go back to what I said about the fundamentals offensively and go right to where you just were. Defensively, they could dive and pick it all over the field. They're going to make a bunch of plays. They're not going to give you extra outs. They're not going to give you extra opportunities. But the great equalizer for all that is the ball that goes over the wall that only a fan can make a mistake with his glove that he brought to the park. And I think that's where, to me, the Texas Rangers separate themselves, is having so much power where that defense doesn't get the chance to play in as much. But, yes, both sides can play a ton of defense. And I think Arizona specifically watched the work of Moreno behind the plate, who is a budding star that, again, any Blue Jay fan is going to be sitting there and dreading for a long time watching this guy in his career. Because if there's one guy when you watch Arizona the last few weeks that you're like, wow, I had no idea this guy's that good, it'll be if you haven't watched him as a Rangers fan the way you watched Moreno here in these 2 days.
How crazy has this Adolis Garcia story been this postseason? It's been fun watching the national stage and get to see that the rest of the country know what we've seen here the last 3 years with the Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being on the field literally 5 minutes after the David Freese homer in that run that he had. And I've said this in 20 years of doing broadcasting, doing a lot of postgames for World Series. It's the loudest I've ever heard a stadium, and I couldn't even hear myself. And I watched that entire thing play out. And the fact that Garcia is one ribby short of that with an entire series to go is just absurd. The fact that he came up with a 4-strikeout performance, Golden Sombrero, came back to what he did in that series, and the mental fortitude that is just absurd. The fact that he was dumped not only by the Cardinals, but then the Rangers going back earlier, when you're looking at this guy saying he's not going to become anything, is absolutely absurd. But that's why this is such a great series, because there are so many great stories like that. And to me, now it's up to the broadcast, up to guys like yourselves, up to people who are at the stadium, to really dig in and understand that part of what makes the World Series great, we get to focus just on 2 teams, 2 rosters, and we've got great stories on both sides.
How different is it on the other side of winning your first World Series? What could the Rangers and their fans be in for here as far as what how things are different as an organization once you've been a champion?
Well, I think for sure, from a fan base standpoint, it's a deep breath. I mean, I covered, it wasn't their first, but it was their first in 86 years. And my first job doing this sport was in 2004, being every day with that Boston Red Sox team. And I was there in Boston when all of that developed and that happened. And even though it's not exactly comparable, but 86 years and never, pretty close, you just watch the fan base change. Part of what changes that's not so great that comes next year moving forward are the expectations then change. It's not about striving for that first one. It's about now that you've climbed that mountain, how are you going to continue to get there? And I said this going back to 2010, 2011, when I was down on the field, and I remember doing post-game for that series when they beat the Tigers and they got into the World Series. And I'm looking up at the crowd and thinking, this may be a football city, but it's a baseball town right now. This will be a baseball city, at least for a few weeks, if you get a parade coming through there after this series.
Well, I'll drink to that, Casey. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your insights, man. It's outstanding. And best of continued success with your podcast there. And enjoy this World Series, man. If you need anything while you're in town, you just let us know.
All right, boys. Anytime. You be well. Enjoy this, okay?
Cheers. There he goes, Casey Stern. The podcast is unfiltered. And you'll love it if you're a baseball fan. All righty. G-Bag Nation. At the Globe, we are now 2 hours and 14 minutes from the pregame show with Sands. Colby Lewis is coming up at 5 o'clock, baby.
Big game, Colby.
Talk to Colby about pitching in the World Series, but the top 10 with Wolchuk's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Had a Tolo reach out, say, hey, can I get the top 10 World Series of all time? I'm going to deliver that. Plus, I'm going to check it with my guy, Brian Broaddus. We're going to get to know these refs who are officiating the Cowboys game. That's next.
I'm going to tell you about D&M Leasing before we do that, though. You want or need a new vehicle? I know you're busy. You know, we got baseball and football.
Diamond Factory.
Welcome back. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. Tolo's all over us here at the Globe. They are ready and waiting for the World Series to get underway with the pregame coming up at 6:30. It's time for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 4:20. Segment here is brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here he is, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. You can see it in the Ranger fans' eyes as they walk in here at Globe Life Field. They've certainly been waiting 12 years for this moment. The energy, the enthusiasm, the passion. I have no fear that this place is going to be absolutely rocking come first pitch tonight, and the roof indeed will be closed. Per Jared Sandler, Evan Carter hitting third for Game 1 of the World Series. Only 2 rookies in World Series history logged fewer than 300 regular season plate appearances, but started more than 1 World Series game batting third. That would be Chick Shorten of the Red Sox in 1916 and Randy Arozarena of the Tampa Bay Rays, as our guy Evan Carter continues to break the mold. I'll get to the top 10 best World Series ever here, 877-881-1053. What's the one that you enjoyed watching most? But first, let's throw things over to my guy Brian Broaddus, who has an update on the officials for this weekend's Cowboys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zach. Adrian Hill is going to get the assignment, him and his crew. If you remember, Adrian Hill has already reffed a Cowboy game this year. He did Week 1, Cowboys versus the Giants. In that game, 11 calls were made for 107 yards overall. So Adrian Hill will be the guy. What you have to know about Adrian Hill, his crew will call offensive holding. They're big on defensive pass interference. They're big on defensive holding. And they're big on unnecessary roughness. So, just to kind of follow back up with Adrian Hill's crew, offensive holding, defensive pass interference, defensive holding, and unnecessary roughness. So that will be the things that you have to deal with this weekend. Overall, though, he's reffed 6 games. His crew will let you play a little bit. But always worry about the unnecessary roughness penalties.
Yeah.
And then always worry about where the pass interference penalties are going to come down. He's big on that. And that would be his second most call made during the games that he officiates.
Okay. Good to know. Always love going behind and getting the information there on the officials, as that will be your Sunday crew. Thank you very much, Brian. Now, got this from ESPN Stats and Info. Nathan Eovaldi, who's starting Game 1 tonight in the World Series for your Texas Rangers. Of course, he's 4-0 this postseason. With a win tonight, Evo would become the first pitcher ever to win each of his first 5 starts of a postseason. Let's get it going, boys. Let's get that thing rolling. And
Holy cow.
It's incredible, right? And then Zach Gallen, this is from Jared. Interesting numbers on him. Much different pitcher post All-Star break. This is a guy who looked like a shoe-in to win the Cy Young Award pre-All-Star break. He had a 3.04 ERA. His K rate was at about a 26.5% post All-Star break. ERA up to 4.26. Ks are down to 23%. Home run rate is up almost double, actually more than double. So Zach Gallen, certainly not quite the same pitcher that he was the first half of the season when he was one of the best, arguably the best in Major League Baseball, compared to how he is now. So maybe the Rangers can get to Zach Gallen here early, get a lead, and party on from there. We also have...
every time I see him, I'm like, man, what am I missing here? I thought he was supposed to be all-world.
He was, and certainly he's been slumping a little bit. Of course, we got Tolo Ranger legend Rachel Ring here standing by. And come on by. If you're coming into Globe Life Field, you were able to get World Series tickets. We're at section, the 200 level, center field. Come say what's up. We got the new food. I told you about the Heim Hammer from Hurtado near section 141.
Beef shin?
Beef shin is what it is. And this thing can feed a family, okay? They basically give you a giant beef shin, and they're going to give you all the sides and the fixings to make your own tacos. Thing looks absolutely outstanding, and everything that comes out of the Hurtado Barbecue Kitchen is absolutely delicious. They're also doing in Section 133, stand 24, at the top of Section 133, they've got a 3-strike lobster roll.
Hello,
dude. This
fine dining.
This is an epic situation right here. Is this the
$250 one? Is that what we're dealing with right now?
The $250 thing. You can go ahead and get the boomstick. You can get the 3-strike lobster roll, and you can get the boomstick burger, which is what Eric consumed earlier this year. So the three of them together, which can each individual one basically is supposed to feed a family, you can get for $250.
I kind of heard that they're only making 10 of these.
They're only doing 10 of the lobster rolls, I believe.
Oh no, that whole thing you were talking about for $250.
Well, you can definitely get the boomsticks and all that stuff.
The boomsticks, but I'm talking about the three
with
sandwich package.
The package with the lobster roll.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. They're only going to do 10.
With the lobster roll, they're going with the red food coloring in the bun.
It looks like
you just got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
Walchuk and I learned potentially the hard way last week with the blue and red and the Big Tex torta. As delicious as it is, it'll really freak you out when you
first time you see it.
When you get in that bathroom.
Yeah, when you
later.
he goes ahead and does that. All right, 214. St. Louis and Kansas City was my favorite World Series. 2018 with Boston from the 6-8-2. I think a lot of people, probably the most memorable one for me, outside of course, watching the Rangers play in the 2, but they're going to win this one and rectify that. It had to be, as a kid, watching the Red Sox go ahead and come back from 3-0 down, beating the Yankees, and then sweeping the Cardinals.
That was a really cool story. I think anybody that grew up, especially, watching the Red Sox and the Cubs struggle, it was kind of cool for everybody. You didn't have to be a Red Sox fan. It was just like, wow, this is really neat. I have so many of them. I mean, I think it was 85 Royals Cardinals. For whatever reason, I didn't have a baseball team close to my hometown, so I would just pick up favorite players. I'm 9 years old. Willie McGee's my guy.
Nice.
I just loved his baseball card, and they lost. I cried. Okay. You go to Mets Red Sox, I think in 86.
86, yeah.
And I'm cheering hard for the Red Sox. And I could not believe it because my best friend had somehow become a Mets fan. He was always jumping around a different team, so I was rooting hard against him. I could not believe that. 91 Kirby Puckett against the Braves.
Yep, that'll be on here for sure.
Was unbelievable. And then Dodgers against the A's with Kirk Gibson. Those are probably my 4 or 5 biggest World Series memories.
Brian, you got a couple that stand out to you?
Yeah, as a kid growing up, the one that I remember, because I could go back, those old Oakland A teams in the early 70s, as a kid, I can name those lineups for you. But the one that really always stuck out for me was in 75 when Cincinnati beat Boston. That was one that series was going back and forth, and then the Carlton Fisk game, the Big Red Machine and all that. As a kid, that was big time for me. Baseball, that was an NBC game with Kurt Gowdy, and they didn't have great cameras, and it was all about the announcing and things like that. But the drama of that 75 World Series was super impressive as a kid.
Lucius, I know you're always busy juggling a bunch of stuff, but do you have any World Series ones that stand out to you?
Yeah, I'm 100% busy. Let's see.
I know you are.
Well, no, not really, but I tell you what it wasn't. Standing in the fan lounge with those goggles on my face as we're waiting for the last out of the Rangers situation.
Oh, man.
Got the champagne in your hand, and like I said, those goofy-ass goggles all over our faces. And Nelly takes the wrong route on that ball, and we all look ridiculous for the rest of the game.
I know.
Those are weird goggles.
That one is
those
listed.
goggles, bro.
There were multiple fans crying in joy and then in pain.
I was in shock. I mean, my body was numb. It was a terrible experience. That series is listed in this top 10. We'll just kind of gloss over that one. Tim Collins, our assistant program.
By the way, our 5 o'clock guest started that game.
Yeah, he did. Colby Lewis.
He was pretty dang good that day, too.
He was. He was good enough to get the win. 75 Reds in Boston from our APD, Tim Collins.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about.
Yep, there you go. Senators and Giants, we're going way back to 1924. Comes in at number 10 in this list. There were 13 Hall of Famers involved in that series. I don't think any of us got to see that one. But
from the Polo Grounds.
Certainly
legendary.
Like
8 teams in the league.
Holy crap. Yeah, that's true. Number 9, we go to 1956, Yankees versus the Dodgers. You had Don Larson's perfect game in Game 5 of that series.
Brooklyn, New York right there.
That's pretty badass.
Yeah.
Number 8, this is the series that Eric brought up that has a lot of symmetry with this year. It's 2001. The Yankees and the Diamondbacks, where the Yankees ended up winning games, or you had the Diamondbacks winning in 7. Diamondbacks won Game 6 15-2 to force the Game 7 in that series, and then, of course, did win indeed in Game 7.
20 socks.
I mean, Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson certainly at the top of the rotation. Not a surprise. And I would kind of like the D-backs to break out those old school unis in the series at some point. I think
the
that
one
would
with
be
no
fun.
sleeves. Well, they the no sleeves ones
with the purple sleeves and then the white pinstripes. Then you've got like a teal looking Diamondback.
But I think they're
logo.
vests. I think they were vests that they wore.
I don't actually consider the Diamondbacks a real Major League Baseball team. They came in way too late in my life, and their uniforms are too weird. I also feel this way about the New Orleans Pelicans and the Charlotte Hornets and the Toronto Raptors.
Okay.
Vancouver Grizzlies never existed.
Never.
No.
Never
Bad
won anything.
It just doesn't. It's just weird to me that even after all these years, they won a World Series. They've been around for 30 years. They come around like the early '90s or something like that.
Yeah, and
never considered them that real.
And they won it. No one. Number 7, we got the Red Sox and Giants back in 1912. Giants fell behind 3-1, but won Game 6 and 7 to tie the series, force a decisive. What was then
9 games?
A Game 8.
Game 8, yeah.
But New York's miscues in the field got the best of them. Game 8 goes to extra innings with the Giants scoring in the top of the half inning. A foul ball could have ended it, but the Giants failed to make the play, extending the game and allowing the Red Sox to score 2 runs to win it. How crazy would that be?
I think a ball probably hit a rock
Holy
in the
crap.
infield and bounced somewhere in another direction. So.
Number 6 is Pirates and Yankees back in 1960. The series was a little unusual.
Bill Mazeroski.
Yep, Bill Mazeroski. Yankees won.
Game 7 was a walk-off homer.
But they won big. Yeah, Yankees crushed Pittsburgh. They outscored them 38-3 in their 3 wins. I mean, their 3 wins were just huge. And then you had a Game 7. It remains the only Game 7 walk-off homer in World Series history. Number 5 is that 2011 series that the Rangers were in against the Cardinals.
Skipping over that one.
We're just going to go ahead and pretend Josh Hamilton's home run was the end of that game. Number 4, 2016, and this is probably another one similar to that Red Sox World Series win. The Cubs break the curse. Over 100 years, 2016, Indians versus the Cubs. You had Game 7. Cleveland erasing a 5-2 deficit to force extra innings. There was a rain delay after the 9th, which added to the drama. Cubs scored 2 runs in the top of the 10th. Cleveland gets 1 back and had the tying run on base before the Cubs made a pitching change, bringing on Mike Montgomery to get the final out and finally win a World Series title for the Cubs. That was one where, again, I think as a lot of fans were probably watching Rangers and Astros, everyone's rooting for the Rangers. In that series, unless you were a Cleveland Indians fan at the time, you were rooting for the Cubbies to get that victory.
Oh, yeah. I've been rooting for them for a long time. It was my grandfather's favorite team. I always wanted to see him get one.
The Cubbies, they're likable. There's something about the Cubbies that are just likable. Number 3 is 1986. It's Red Sox and Mets.
The ball that went through Bill Buckner's legs,
Holy hell, yeah.
It was actually Calvin Schiraldi's fault. He fell apart on that hill.
What was Calvin Schiraldi doing? He was out there pitching like he was part of the Rangers bullpen at one point. He's throwing the ball in the dirt, and it was just terrible.
No lies detected.
When the ball goes through your legs in baseball, is that
it's also your fault.
Yourself?
I think that's not.
That's called pegging.
That's a self-pegging. It's a self-peg is what it is. See, those are the ones I'm talking about. Those D-back jerseys this gentleman's rocking. Those are old school, and there's something kind of classic about those.
I thought they were vests, but they're not.
No.
Purple only belongs on one uniform in sport. Brian knows what it is.
Is it the Vikings?
LSU.
LSU, thank you.
Oh, so you don't like the purple people eaters?
Looks weird.
Yeah, all right.
Not a good sports
Go
color.
Tigers.
I'll tell you what, this lady right here's got it going on with her outfit.
Oh, see, this is what Houston was rocking.
Yeah.
They were starting to go. See, we got like a sparkly cowboy hat with the silver, and then a silver sparkly hat matching with the boots, rocking in a Nathaniel Lowe jersey. That's what we're talking
Alicia,
about.
she would dig this one.
Double down on that.
Could use a tan.
Number 2. Exactly. Number 2, Red Sox, Reds, 1975, as you mentioned earlier, and so did Tim Collins. But number 1, best World Series of all time, 1991, Gavin. Twins and the Braves. Down 2-0 in the series. Braves needed 12 innings to win Game 3 at home and stay alive. Atlanta then takes Game 5, 14-5, to take a 3-2 series lead. Brings all the momentum back to Minnesota, but the Twins fought back. They win Game 6 in 11 on a home run by Kirby Puckett. That is one of the most iconic homers in playoff history. And then in Game 7, Jack Morris delivered one of the greatest pitching performances ever. Throws 10 scoreless innings until the Twins finally scratched out a run to win the game and the series.
10 innings.
Unbelievable.
Dan Gladden, Chili Davis, incredible names on those Twins teams.
Kurt Herbeck?
I had just Herbeck, Ken Herbeck.
Ken Herbeck, yeah.
I had just spent like the last 2 years leading up to that, falling in love with Kirby Puckett. He was my first fat athlete that I was just like, dude, this is the best. He's heavy. He goes up and snags home runs. I was like, Kirby Puckett's the man. And then they won the World Series, and that was a special time to be a baseball fan, indeed, those 80s and 90s. Thank you, Wolchuk. Let's jump into football's finest here with the Chief. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, I'm going to keep the World Series vibes alive with some Ranger Nuggets, plus a little Cowboys-Rams info you need to know next year in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Rangers do at home? Cowboys-Rams recap and a Blink 182 ticket.
Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
From G-Bag Nation's Eric Chiafalo getting in trouble sitting on the players' couch in spring training.
No one told me I couldn't. No one told me.
To Jared Sandler beginning the Creed craze.
And singing, can you take me higher?
Nobody brings you Rangers coverage, Tolos, like 105.3 The Fan.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet, and like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at the Globe here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Your home for the American League champion Texas Rangers. And how about it? The pregame show is now less than 2 hours away. It's coming up at 6:30 with Sands. Of course, we got to get you everything you need to know about a big football weekend. And here's Chiafalo with football's finest.
Yes, sir. Let's get to some football, but I did want to throw this out there. I just saw from Bob Nightingale a great quote from old Bruce Bochy. I guess he was asked about, how he had to break the news to his wife that he was, interested once again in returning to the dugout to be a manager. And when he told his wife, Kim, that he wanted to manage again this season for the Rangers, she responded with, quote, she goes, what is it you don't like about your life? You're fishing, you're golfing. What else do you need? And I'm like, you know what? That does sound like a pretty dang good life. Broadus, a little fishing, a little golfing, a little kicking the feet up. But being in the World Series and being the man, Bruce Bochy, continuing to make history throughout this postseason with his wins and his Game 7 wins, and now being here in the World Series once again, I got to say that's probably a little bit better than the old fish and golf combo.
No, I tell you what, though, this is the only time I'm ever going to question Bruce Bochy here. The only time I will.
Yeah.
Because there's something to that fishing for me. Now, the golf, I used to play all the time, but not any good at it anymore. But you let me fish every day, I think I'd be pretty happy.
You would take fishing every day over golfing every day.
In this heat? Oh, no, absolutely.
Just because of the horror story, he'll never forget that day on the golf course with the golf towel.
And we might relive that at 5:20 today with me drinking mayonnaise.
The OJ
and
Mayo bet
juice.
payoff is coming up.
Yeah.
You can get a look on our webcam. I'm pulling off the Mike Maddox Halloween bet payoff. Still need to get the fitted hat. I went over there right as the gates opened. The barcode wasn't working.
Computer problems, yeah.
I said, I'll be back in 20 minutes. And now the line's like 40 people long.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to wait till the game starts to get in there and get my hat.
I've got gear sitting over there, too, waiting, and I just kind of don't know when I'm going to go get it, That's kind of where I'm working at right now.
Well, hopefully, you could probably, Dawson, just walk over there and just do the Coach Maddox bit.
Tell me Mike Maddox, get some discount.
Right up to the front of that line. Hey, Mad Dog's here.
Got to get down and work with the guys in the bullpen. I need this hat real quick.
Boom, there you go.
I left mine in the locker. I need a hat.
Sorry, guys, just throwing my way.
Probably get that one on the house, too, Dawson.
Let me get the flex fit.
All right, let's get you a little football going on here. Mixed with the baseball as Kansas City Chiefs star quarterback, according to Bob Nightingale, old Pat Mahomes. Of course, he grew up in East Texas. He's expected to be here tonight, Globe Life Field, for Game 1 of the World Series.
Hell yeah.
As, of course, he grew up a huge Rangers fan. But
I think I'm just going to get my press pass and get down there next to the field suites and bump around and see who I can talk to in the restroom.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Just hang out in the restroom?
I'm stalking W and Future Goat.
Under the guise of Mad Dog, I'm telling you, you're going to have access to things that the majority of people would only dream of.
I'm either the pitching coach or a journalist. What do you want from me? Get out of my way. I'm here to work.
All right, let's football our faces off here for a second. I saw this in regards to the Rams game, and Broadus, you broke it down nicely for us yesterday. These corners for the Rams, actually a little bit better than maybe you would think, not quite household names, especially this Akello Witherspoon.
Witherspoon's a good player.
Saw this from Bill Barnwell. Witherspoon, one of the corners there on the boundary for the Rams.
Plays the left corner there for you, Eric.
Is near the top of the league with .64 yards allowed per coverage snap. And the Rams actually rank number 1 against passes to the right side of the field, where Witherspoon is playing.
Located, yeah.
Last week, the Steelers receivers Deontay Johnson and George Pickens combined for 186 yards versus the Rams. They had great games, but only 25 of those came on the right side. So where Witherspoon has been quite a shutdown sort of dude.
And if the Cowboys are going to have great success in the passing game, it sounds like they're going to need to probably go away from him a little bit. But I thought that was interesting. Wanted to throw that out there. And then Bill Barnwell also has a little bit of info on old Brandon Cooks. And we certainly had some higher expectations for Brandon Cooks. We all loved the trade when it went down in the middle of the offseason. It was great value, but he hasn't really shown up from the production side of things as much as we would like. And so what you'll see here from Bill Barnwell, he talks about how the Dallas offense is 19th in passing DVOA this season. And he says Cooks has been part of the problem. We know he's got 6,000-yard season since 2015, but maybe he hit a wall at age 30. I don't know, but he only has 13 catches for 109 yards, 1 touchdown in 5 games. That's 8.4 yards per reception on average. Not great for a guy who's supposed to be a deep threat, of course, and Cooks has not caught a pass for more than 16 air yards at this point in the season. His low total of 23 targets is a demonstration of the trouble he's having getting open. How about this? Brandon Cooks ranks 72nd out of 81 qualifying receivers when it comes to the receiver tracking metrics. His open score of 40 ranks 70th. So Cooks does a little bit better on some other measurements, but not great. He's pretty much in the bottom 50 of wide receivers in a lot of these. Now, CeeDee Lamb on the other side is top 10 or 20 in a lot of these metrics, so he has not been a part of the problem. But Brandon Cooks has been an issue. I thought a lot of it had to do with the offense and not really doing much in the passing game, trying to push the ball down the field and things like that. But Bill Barnwell's kind of looking like, hey, Brandon Cooks needs to look in the mirror and see what the heck's going on. He's not really getting himself open.
Man, I'll tell you what, though. I know the games that I've stayed, I think he's the best route runner on the team. And, when you watch him, and I think there's been opportunities where in the red zone he has been open. There was the one drop that Schoonmaker had that when Dak tried to fit it between the two safeties, Cooks was wide open in the corner of the end zone. And I think there's times where he's won and just the ball hasn't gone his direction. So Barnwell does a hell of a job. The metrics are all good. I'm kind of learning about that stuff. But that's one of those eye tests. If you sat down and probably watched him route after route after route, you would say, oh, there's an opportunity here. Here's an opportunity there. I think that to me is –
they need to get him the ball.
I do. Yeah, they need
to get a little screen that they used to run for Dez and the jet sweep that he ran.
Yeah, it was great. Well, they need to figure out, too, is, the nickel situation for the Rams is not great. And so that's where I think that maybe if you put him inside, that him or Lamb might be able to do a little damage. But, I find that hard to believe that he would be that low in those open metrics just from watching the games.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they start to try and make him more of a focal point moving forward after the bye week. I mean, you mentioned the jet sweep there. Like, there's been moments where you see, like, his burst, his speed, it all still feels like it is very much there.
Yeah.
And so I'm optimistic in his abilities. I don't think he's just lost it, but I do think it's going to be on Dak and McCarthy to make him more of a weapon there because, I think his speed is still pretty dang special. How about this for some trash talk? You got Steelers versus Jaguars coming up this week. Steelers wideout George Pickens referred to the Jaguars as having a, quote, hope defense when it comes to stopping the pass, which, they're not very good. He describes them as just being hopeful on defense every time you drop back to pass. So I kind of like that as some bulletin board
some
trash
hopium,
talk
huh? Hopium defense?
I've never heard that before. Well, wide receivers just like, the way they play pass defense is just sort of they're hoping for the best.
The hopium D.
George Pickens is an alien. Like, he really is. With the way that he makes some of these big-time catches, and he had a great game last week versus the Rams, as we mentioned. So we'll see. But I love a little pregame trash talk, especially when it's the wide receivers. Add a nice little layer and storyline to the game coming up between the Steelers and the Jaguars. Hope defense.
Yeah, but aren't the Steelers the team on offense that averages like 7 points a game? And they're
4-2.
They're 4-2. Yeah,
pretty
something
much.
like that.
They have an all-time record of most consecutive games, the Steelers offensively, without reaching 400 total yards. It's now like 53 games, I believe.
And they're 11-4.
What's the analytics community say about that? They're just getting lucky, or what? It looks like they're playing complimentary.
Sounds like they're playing with
football
hope, is what it sounds like.
It's just it's a weird Mike Tomlin ability to win without the sexiness, and we know
he's got some boach in him, doesn't he?
He's a damn good coach.
He's got sort of that it factor, and he's for sure going to come out on top sometimes more often than you think he should. Heck, last week, it's like the Rams should have beat the Steelers last week, and all of a sudden, who wins? It's the Steelers, despite the fact that their offense is constipated really for 50-plus straight games now. Dang. And in that time, they're like 10 or 11 games over 500. It makes no sense.
Brett Maher went ahead and got the blame for that one, for the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
loss.
Well, yeah, they lost by 7. He missed 2 field goals and a PAT. I'd say you put that one squarely onto the boys' shoulders.
Crazy.
And you start looking at firing Les Snead for thinking that was a solution. Okay, thank you to Chiafalo there for an edition of Football's Finest. We're having a blast here at the Globe. I just saw at the break, while you were talking, the guy who calls into What You Drinking and What You Thinking and is always drinking a sugar-free Red Bull. So I grabbed a selfie with him. He's here with his wife having a good old time. And there's literally Tolos everywhere. If you're coming to the Globe, please stop by and say hi. And we'll live it up. Okay, a little bit of an audible. We were anticipating Colby Lewis. He's going to be busy until about 5:20. So coming up next, we're going to do What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Whatever you're cracking, you can call in. It's the one segment of the week where you can actually call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. And then at 5:20, we're going to talk with Colby Lewis. Then we're going to get back into your World Series Game 1 phone calls at 5:30, LA Live at 5:40. It's going to be a fantastic 5 o'clock hour, and we're back with it right here in the G-Bag Nation. Life's unpredictable, though.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Shoot, yeah, boy. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're having a blast here at the Globe, and it's starting to fill up pretty good. An hour and a half from the pregame. We're now under 2 hours until the first pitch. And it is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while drinking or intoxicated in the process of catching a buzz. It's time now for What You're Drinking and What You Thinking. The lines are open at 877-881-1053. A historic night in What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking. Game 1 of the World Series. Got a big Football Friday show cooking as well. And we're having a blast. I think we're going to go wireless, maybe coming up at 5:30. We'll get some live What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking reports. Colby Lewis is going to join us on the telephone coming up at 5:20. So Colby's still on. He was just busy and needs another extra 20. So we said, Colby, whatever you need, we're going to float the sked for you, buddy. Okay, I'm drinking a 12-ounce Diet Coke that DJ the DJ Don Pridemore brought for me from the Globe Life media room, I believe.
By the end of this show, you will be 100 ounces of Diet Coke, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir. Salute to you, Tolo.
Tolo!
Okay. I'm doing a Mike Maddox bet payoff.
He's crushing it, too.
I'm thinking about establishing that inside corner, using the fastball to set up the off-speed stuff.
I like the fat ball idea.
You know, you got to pound the strike zone as well. A fat ball, you know, is second only to the death ball from Jordan Montgomery.
The death ball is a good one, too.
Either one of those will work. You know, baseball is a big part of American history. I'm also thinking about one of our coolest Tolos, one of our most historic Tolos. I was messaging with former Texas Congressman Alan Steelman earlier. He's a Tolo. He worked in the Nixon White House. Pretty sweet. He knows both Bush presidents. And I was just talking to him about the Bushes and baseball and stuff like that. And Steelman, actually a college baseball player himself, he used to dominate the annual congressional baseball game that they play there in Washington, D.C. in his day. But he was telling me, you know, just a little bit more about W, who's throwing out the first pitch tonight, college player at Yale, just like his dad. At one point, the managing partner of the Texas Rangers, you guys know that. He took out a $500,000 loan to buy in, did W. HW is actually the baller of the family, though. Played in the College Baseball World Series twice. Met Babe Ruth as the captain of Yale at one of those trips to the College World Series. And Babe Ruth was the guest of honor, throughout the first pitch of that World Series. So it's always cool when you have a president in the house. You're sharing a viewing experience with a former president. So it's cool. It's historic. And we're just making the most of it here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you can stick around for the next hour and 23 minutes till we hand it over to the pregame show. Eric Chiafalo, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, my man?
I am finishing up the 20 ounces of nitro cold brew coffee. All the caffeine flowing through the veins right now, getting amped up and excited for game number 1 of these World Series. First ever World Series, me and Walchuk and Dawson. And Broadus, is this your first ever World Series?
No, I've been to a couple.
Of course you have. Of course you have.
Been to a couple.
I am thinking about I'm thinking about our very own Sean Sharif, who's making his way into the ballpark right now, and all the Tolos that are also making their way into the ballpark. Come hang out with us here in center field on the second deck, because Sean is going to be hanging out, and he's got free beers for the first 20 Tolos that he sees, courtesy of himself and Emerald Custom Pools. So get over here to the broadcast, get that free coldie from your man Sean Sharif, and let's get this party started the right way.
Wolchuk, drink and think and tell us about it.
So I've been crushing some Dasani waters that they have here. I'll get about to polish off a soda shake here momentarily. But I'm just thinking about how blessed and lucky we are to just be in the building right now. As you mentioned, our first World Series experience, to have done pre and post for this team through some lean years, not knowing what the hell I'm going to talk about during Rangers extra innings and looking at the draft. This is special. This is amazing. And all the Ranger fans that have given us support, that are coming by saying what's up. I've seen two total Arizona Diamondback jerseys. The Ranger fans are ready for this moment, and I can't wait to get that dub here in Game 1 tonight.
Speaking of getting a dub and ready for a moment, it is time now to find out what Brian Broaddus is drinking and what he is thinking.
I am about to consume a mayonnaise and orange juice drink.
The OJ Mayo.
Dawson just went a squeeze of Duke's mayonnaise into
my gosh,
American Champions glass.
Yeah, we're
there.
going to need to stir that.
I got to stir. Look at this. I got a spoon.
Okay, it's the OJ mayo, probably 20 ounces of OJ, and probably what's going to end up being about 3 or 4 tablespoons
I just
of mayo.
make sure it's one squeeze, Eric.
You're giving us each a squeeze?
Oh,
one
my
squeeze.
gosh.
Just one squeeze, right?
Oh,
there.
That's a big squeeze.
Yeah,
that was girthy.
It just
the
buoyancy. It's just floating. You just have a bunch of mayo floaters.
Yeah, it's like a mayo turd.
Oh my dear God!
Looks like a mayo snake up in there.
Let me see if I
Why
can.
did you choose this one, Broadus? I'm not gonna lie,
camera.
bro. You should have just taken the wireless mic.
Oh,
and
look
done.
at that mayo go in there. Let me see if I can get a shot of that. Can they see that there on the fan cam?
That's rather.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there we go. There it is.
I think it's like ropes of mayonnaise sitting on top of an orange juice cup.
Stir this bad boy. Oh, that looks awful.
Yeah, it looks disgusting. You were going to vomit.
Now this is a bad payoff. What team did you pick? What team did you believe in? Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah.
Buffalo. Oh, it's not.
Dude, Tampa almost got him last night.
It's not really stirring, is it?
It's not stirring.
No, that's going to be a floating mayo situation.
Oh, here we go.
Now, do you put mayonnaise usually on your sandwiches, Brian?
I do like mayonnaise.
Okay.
But orange juice does something to you, right? It acts as a laxative.
It's like
Oh, it's finally stirring up a little bit. It's got a little bit of a lighter tint to it, to the orange juice.
972. That is effing disgusting.
Here, let's see if we can do this.
And it is.
I would guess a half cup of mayonnaise was put in there.
We don't have a trash can, by the way. So
look, it's all floating to the top.
Yeah, it is.
I'm telling you, dude, those are mayo floaters.
Seriously though, can we get him a garbage can? Are you worried about getting sick at all, Brian?
What's that?
Are you worried at all about getting sick?
Not really.
He's kind of had an iron stomach during all
Not
of
really.
these.
Look at that, Zach. It's all floated to the top.
Curdled.
It's all floated. It's all floated.
That's literally the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Brian, this is.
I want to throw up just looking at it.
All right, this is my favorite, which is Duke's mayonnaise, and an orange juice usually just destroys me.
Yes.
Okay.
Cuts through.
So this is what you get when you lose in a bet payoff. You have to.
Please don't throw up on the floor.
You have to go. I got towels here. I got Carter's rally towel if I have to use it, just in case.
Yeah.
But I've also got a Dallas Cowboys rally towel here too. We can throw up on that one too if you have to.
Throw up? I thought you were a pooper, not a pooper.
Oh, look at this thing! It's just all floating to the top.
Strategy-wise, are you going for the hammer? Oh, he's about to just hammer it.
Ryan
Oh my
Roberts.
gosh!
That payoff.
He's doing
it.
He's going the whole thing.
He's just going to gut it. That's a feat of strength right there, unlike anything I've ever seen.
What a savage!
Yeah.
Oh, you got mayo on the mouth.
Yeah, how about that?
Did you get it all the way down?
That's a mayo stash.
No.
I got
Have
half
to go back
down.
for seconds.
That's god awful.
We got half
Dude,
of it.
Chief almost threw up just watching it.
We got half of it.
Look at Chief
awful.
right now. He almost threw up. He gagged.
Dude, this is almost worse for Eric.
Dude,
I think.
this is disgusting. This is disgusting.
I think
It looked like it was a bunch of cottage cheese floating
It does.
around in his mayo.
It's curdled.
I
man.
think
the chunky mayo mustache that is on his.
You were overconfident, weren't you, Brian?
What's wrong, Brian?
I think it was a little bit. I was confident that I could do it
Yes,
fast.
but now it's settling.
It's not good.
I don't know how he's not vomiting right now. This is the most disgusting.
He's got an
thing
iron
ever,
stomach.
dude.
Should we take some calls while you do this? Or
Yeah, we do. Yeah. At 877-881-1053. What are you drinking? What are you thinking? I'm doing my Halloween Mike Maddox bet payoff myself.
It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there.
There's plenty of mayonnaise to get down, Brian. Please let us know when you're going to go in and try to finish that, because we'd like to.
I want to get this over as soon as possible, but it hurts. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not pain, but it's the taste of it's just awful.
Jeez.
Yeah, bet payoffs.
Oh, now it's on my tongue.
Every Friday we pick a game in the NFL and a Survivor. You can only take the same team once, and if you're wrong, you owe a bet payoff on that Friday. Happens to be a World Series Friday. So we have a nice little audience taking it in here. As it's time now for what you drinking and what you thinking phone calls. Colby Lewis coming up in about 8 minutes or so. Lucius, where are we going first?
Ooh-wee, shabba, shabba, tweet, tweet, tweet. World Series vibes, baby, World Series vibes. I just seen Sandler, our very own Sandler, on NBC 5. He was at Texas Live. Flirting with Bianca Castro. I seen you, bro. You was all in her eyes, dog. I seen that. And Dawson, who else was you were talking about? They worked in some type of administrations or whatnot. What did you say?
I was talking about somebody that worked in an administration.
Steelhead.
Oh, Alan Steelman. He worked in the Nixon administration. He's a Tolo.
Okay.
Steelman.
Awesome.
He's like a 90-year-old Tolo, and he's an author. He writes books about yoga now. So that's kind of how I got a hold of him.
Well, I have you know that my uncle did work for the Daddy Bush in that administration in the White House. Sure did.
HW.
Yeah, he sure did. Robert Goodwin, my uncle, CEO of Points of Light. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You never know who you messing with. All right, let's go to the first one right here. Rodeo Ron, what are you drinking and what are you thinking, sir?
Woo! I said it 3 weeks ago. I had a surprise. Well, the surprise is the Rangers. We in the World Series game run, and hopefully third time is the charm. But we all knew that was going to happen. With that being said, this is what's really on my motherfucking mind.
Whoa.
Come on, Ron. What the hell?
Ron.
Will you marry me? Will you marry me?
Oh.
Will you be the knight in shining armor of Rodeo Ron, baby? Will you marry me?
Who?
Ron proposed. He's got his
You're on
girlfriend
the radio, baby. Will you marry me? Yes.
He just proposed on the radio.
Wow, Ron. Did she say yes, Ron?
Ron, she say yes?
Yeah, she said yeah.
Let's go, Ron.
I bet she said
Congratulations.
F,
Yeah. Rodeo Ron with the proposal,
Ron.
baby.
Ron. Heck yes, sir. That's awesome. A historical show just got that much better as for the first time in What You Drinking, What You Thinking, 105.3 The Fan history. We had a successful marriage proposal.
And a baby Ron.
I had no idea he believed in monogamy.
I had no idea he was going to drop.
He
the
believes
mother
in
of all
whiskey.
cuss
I know
words.
that. No, Ron should have known better.
Is that the first ever F-bomb in a proposal?
Man,
Did we just witness history here?
He's probably nervous, but come on, man. You knew you could drop the F-bomb.
Okay, so Ron, you're going to want to go onto the Odyssey app and find that quickly because it will not be dumped on the streaming version. You're going to want to.
Oh, don't tell everybody that, bro. What are you doing?
Don't
tell everybody.
It's not an FCC violation, right?
It's not. But I feel like somehow it'll blow back to me. Lucius, why didn't you clean that up in post?
How long have you been on this for? Anyway?
Come on,
Congrats,
Lucius.
Ron.
Okay, let's step aside here real quick. Congratulations to Ron and his fiance, dude. That is amazing. We're gonna get more of your what you're drinking, what you're thinking phone calls coming up at 5:30. And Chia Falls is actually going to go wireless out here onto the concourse and talk with Rangers fans as the World Series is approaching. The pregame coming up at 6:30, and we're back with Colby Lewis and then more what you drinking, what you thinking phone calls here on 105.3 The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next.